My husband died. Then his best friend, Gavin Tratroli, leaned in and said, "You're coming with me, tonight." This is my story. Let's begin. Grief doesn't come like a wave. It comes like static. It fills every space between words until people's mouths move and I can't hear them. Like my husband's name is being said underwater. Like the church is a photograph I'm trapped inside, and everyone else is just passing through. I keep waiting for someone to tap my shoulder and say, "Ma'am, there's been a mistake." Because he can't be gone. Not when my body is already rewriting itself for him, without him. Not when there's a heartbeat inside me that doesn't know he's dead. My black dress is too tight in the wrong places and too loose in the places that used to feel like me. The fabric scratches my skin like a punishment. Someone pinned a veil in my hair, and I didn't argue because arguing requires breath. I've been rationing mine since the phone call. There's a line. Of course there's a line. In Mafia funerals, grief is a public event. It's a ritual, a performance, a warning. You don't just come to mourn. You come to measure who's still standing, who's weakened, who's next. I'm standing at the front of the church as if my feet have roots drilled into marble. My hands are folded together, white-knuckled, holding my own fingers like I might try to escape. A woman I barely know presses her cheeks to mine. "I'm so sorry," she says, and her perfume is too sweet. Her rings are cold against my hand. I nod like a doll. A man kisses my knuckles and murmurs something about loyalty and honor and how my husband was a good man. A good man. That phrase keeps bouncing around my skull like a pebble in a tin can. Good men don't leave you at 28 with a house full of people who suddenly feel entitled to your heir. Good men don't die with secrets still in their pockets. Good men don't make you a widow before you've had time to be a wife. I blink, and the world resets in a stutter. Candlelight, stained glass, the heavy scent of lilies. The casket at the front, like a dark mouth that already swallowed him whole. The first warning is subtle, a twist low in my belly that doesn't match hunger. I breathe through it because women in this world are trained to breathe through pain. Smile through it, stand through it. But the second warning climbs my throat like a hand. The room tilts. The static in my head sharpens into a high-pitched whine. I try to swallow, and my body says, "No, not now, not here, not in front of them." I turn my head, searching for an exit that won't look like weakness. My vision catches on faces and slips off, a blur of black suits, a shimmer of pearls, eyes that watch me like I'm part of the estate. And then, stillness. A man steps into the aisle like he owns the air. He doesn't rush, he doesn't scan the room in a way that looks like fear. He moves with the slow certainty of someone who has already counted every door, every camera, every hand that might reach for a weapon. I don't know his name yet, but I know him. Not personally, not intimately, not in any way that would make sense of the heat that rushes under my skin at the sight of him. I know the type, cold, controlled, calculating. The kind of man people don't talk about loudly because he doesn't need noise to be dangerous. He's taller than most of the men in the church, not because of brute size, but because of presence. Dark hair cut clean, suit fitted like it was tailored around his bones. No flashy jewelry, no theatrics, just a watch and eyes that don't soften. His gaze touches me and it doesn't feel like sympathy. It feels like assessment, like he's reading the cracks in me and memorizing where they are. The nausea spikes. My hand flies to my mouth before I can stop it. That's when the static snaps into sound, whispers shift. Heads turn. I feel the humiliation like a slap. The widow can't even hold herself together. I take one step and my heel catches on the hem of my dress. I would have stumbled, would have fallen, if the air hadn't changed. The man in the aisle lifts one hand, not dramatic, not loud, just a small, precise motion, and the people in my way move. Not because he says anything, because his silence is heavier than their curiosity. A corridor opens to the side door like the room is suddenly obeying gravity. I don't know why my feet follow it. I don't know why my body trusts the corridor he created. But my body is not asking permission lately. It has its own rules. I make it 3 steps before my stomach clenches again and the world narrows to one urgent truth. I'm going to be sick. A hand appears, not on me, not touching but in front of me, pushing the door open before I can reach it. The man is there at my side now, close enough that I can feel the heat of him through the air, but he doesn't crowd me. He doesn't grab. He stands like a wall that simply decided it belongs beside me. Bathroom, he says quietly, and it isn't a question. I nod, because nodding is easier than speaking. He guides my path with his body, not his hands. He angles himself so I don't have to squeeze past anyone, so no one brushes my shoulder, my back, my belly, like he already knows. The bathroom door swings shut behind me. The moment it does, my restraint shatters. I barely get my veil out of the way before I'm bent over the sink, retching into porcelain. It's violent in a way grief hasn't even allowed me to be. My eyes water. My throat burns. My body betrays me loudly, repeatedly, in a church full of people waiting to see me break. I cling to the edge of the sink until my knuckles ache. When I finally stop, I raise my head and stare at my reflection. Pale. Lipstick smeared. Eyes too bright from tears I didn't mean to cry. Widow. That word sits on my tongue like a curse. I fumble for paper towels, dabbing my mouth, wiping my cheeks. From the other side of the door, there is no scraping of feet, no murmuring, no feminine voices offering comfort. Just silence, a guarded silence, and it feels like protection. I hate that it feels like protection. I take a breath and open the door. He's still there. Of course he is. Leaning against the wall opposite, arms folded, head slightly bowed as if he's listening to the entire building through the stone. The moment my eyes land on him, his attention lifts. Sharp, direct. Not pity. Not softness. Something else. Something that makes my pulse kick against my ribs like it wants out. You're sick, he says. It's so blunt I almost laugh. Almost. I swallow, throat still raw. I'm fine. He looks me over like I'm a problem he intends to solve. You're not. I bristle, because being told what I am or am not has been my whole life. Wife, widow, property, symbol. But there's something in the way he says it that isn't condescending. It's fact, like gravity. Like if I argue, I'll lose. Who are you? I ask, because if I don't put language to this moment, it will swallow me. He pauses, not because he's unsure, because he's deciding how much truth I can handle. Gavin Tratroli, he says finally. The name lands heavy. Familiar in the way alliances are familiar, spoken in rooms where women pour drinks and pretend not to hear the deals. Tratroli, an ally family, a man my husband trusted, or used. My stomach turns again, but this time it's not nausea. It's panic wearing nausea's face. Why are you here? I whisper. His eyes flicker once. Your husband asked me to come. My throat tightens around my husband's name, unspoken. He asked you? Gavin pushes off the wall. One step closer. Not crowding, but closing the distance like he's aware of every inch between us. He wanted someone who would keep you alive, he says, voice low, controlled. Someone who wouldn't get distracted by condolences. My fingers curl into the fabric of my dress. I have people. His gaze doesn't move. You have an audience. That hits harder than it should, because he's right. The women in the pews are watching my waistline. The men are watching my face for cracks. The ones who loved my husband are watching me to decide how much loyalty they still owe the dead. And the ones who didn't, God, the ones who didn't, are watching me like a door they've been waiting to open. My chest tightens. I force air in. I just need a minute. You don't have minutes, Gavin says. It should make me angry. It does make me angry. But beneath the anger is another feeling that makes my skin prickle. Relief, because someone finally said the truth out loud. A sound rises down the hallway, approaching footsteps, more than one. Voices, hushed but eager. Gavin's eyes narrow. He doesn't look at them, he looks at me. Do you want to be a spectacle, he asks quietly, or do you want to go back in there with your head up? My pride flares. I don't need. He leans in just enough that his breath brushes my ear. Not a touch, not even a whisper of skin, just closeness. His voice turns to iron. Erin, now. My name in his mouth is not gentle, it's a command, and my body, traitor that it is, responds before my mind can catch up. My spine straightens, my shoulders lift, my breath steadies like he reached inside me and adjusted something. I hate that. I follow him anyway. We walk back down the hallway. The approaching men stop short when they see Gavin. Their conversation dies as if it's embarrassed to exist. I glance at their faces, recognizing one, an older man from my husband's side, eyes already measuring. Erin, he begins, stepping forward. Gavin doesn't move in front of me. He doesn't block. He simply turns his head just slightly, and the man falters. A pause. A recalibration. Not now, Gavin says, and it isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. The man swallows. Of course, my apologies. They step aside. My stomach flips. Not from sickness, but from the realization that Gavin just controlled a room without raising his voice. Controlled men who would never be controlled by me. We enter the church again, and the air hits my face like heat. Hundreds of eyes pretend they aren't staring. I walk back to the front because there's nowhere else to go. The casket waits. The priest waits. The mourning waits. Gavin doesn't escort me like an owner. He doesn't touch me like a lover. He simply stands at the end of the line, close enough that I can sense him, far enough that no one can accuse him of crossing a boundary. Yet the boundary feels crossed anyway, because the space around me has changed, because everyone knows my perimeter now has teeth. The service continues in fragments. I hear my husband's name. I hear the words loyalty and family and honor repeated like a spell. I hear sniffles. I see men bow their heads with practiced sincerity, but I also see what no one wants me to see. The glances exchanged between two men in the back, the subtle shift of posture when I place my hand on my stomach without thinking. The way certain faces soften when they realize it, then harden again with calculation. Heir. That word is never spoken, but it lives in the room like smoke. When it's time for people to approach me again, the line reforms. Condolences begin anew. My smile is gone. My body doesn't have the energy to pretend anymore. A woman whispers, "You're so brave," and I want to ask her what bravery has to do with standing upright while your life collapses. A man says he would have wanted you taken care of, and his eyes flick to my stomach for half a second too long. Then he's gone. Then another. The static returns, but now it's with a thin, sharp awareness. They're not just mourning, they're circling. My throat tightens. I swallow. My stomach threatens again. I keep my feet planted because this is what they want, proof that I can be pushed. My hands tremble. A shadow falls across the marble. Gavin is suddenly beside me, not touching, but present like an answer. His voice is low enough that only I can hear. "Breathe," he says. "I do." Again, "I do." The tremor in my hands eases, not gone, but contained. Someone approaches, one of my husband's allies. He gives me a sympathetic look. "My dear," he says, "we'll make sure you're looked after." Gavin's head turns slightly. The ally's gaze flickers to him, then back to me. He smiles again, but it's strained now. Gavin speaks softly. "She's being looked after." A beat. The ally tries to recover with a chuckle. Of course, we'll discuss it later." Gavin doesn't blink. "No." The ally's smile slips just for a second. I feel my pulse in my throat, because I realize something with a cold certainty that settles in my bones. Gavin isn't here to grieve. He's here to prevent a war from landing at my feet, and I'm the reason it's coming. The line moves on. The church begins to empty. My legs feel like they're filled with sand. When the last of the murmurs fade, Gavin steps closer, still no touch, but nearer now, because privacy changes the rules. He looks at me like he's about to deliver a verdict. "What's happening?" I ask, voice small despite my effort. His jaw flexes once. "Your husband's death wasn't clean." My breath catches. I don't understand." "You will," he says. "Not here." I glance around, suddenly aware that even empty spaces have ears. "Where then?" Gavin's gaze drops to my belly for the briefest second. My hand goes there instinctively, protective. His eyes lift back to mine, and for the first time, I see something beneath the cold calculation. Not softness, not tenderness, possession, not of me, not yet, of responsibility, like he's already decided the weight of this will be carried on his shoulders, whether I agree or not. "Come with me," he says. I swallow. "I can't just leave." "You can," Gavin says, "and you will." The old anger sparks again, sharp and familiar. "You don't get to tell me what to do." His head tilts slightly, as if he's considering whether to argue with me or simply move the world around me until I have no other choice. Then he speaks quieter. "Erin," he says, and my name in his mouth feels like a lock clicking shut. "You're coming with me tonight because you're not safe for one more hour." My throat tightens. "Safe from what?" Gavin's gaze slides over the church doors, the pews, the shadows where men stood and watched. Then back to me. "From the men who think your grief makes you available," he says. "From the ones who think your pregnancy makes you negotiable." My heart pounds so hard it hurts. "How do you?" He cuts me off with a look. I know. It isn't an answer. It's confirmation that I'm already behind. My breath shakes. "And what if I say no?" Gavin steps closer, still no touch, still not crossing that visible line. But his voice does something worse than touch. It wraps around my spine. You can say no, he murmurs, and I'll still protect you. My eyes sting. That's not protection. That's... His gaze pins me, unblinking. That's survival, he says, and I realize, in the quiet wreckage of the church, that he's not offering me a choice between yes and no. He's offering me a choice between being protected and being taken. He extends his hand, not to grab, not to pull, just there, an exit, a decision. My fingers hover over his. My stomach rolls again, warning, reminding me that my body is no longer mine alone. I don't take his hand, but I step toward him, and Gavin's eyes darken like something in him just snapped into place. Good, he says softly, like he's proud of me for being smart, like he's relieved, like he's been waiting. He turns and I follow him down the aisle, past my husband's casket, past the altar, past the last candles burning down, past the life I had, into whatever comes next. And behind us, the doors of the church with a sound that feels like the end of one story, and the start of the one I was never supposed to survive. His car smells like clean leather and decisions. Not cologne, not smoke, not the warm, familiar scent of someone you love. Just polish, money, control. The door closes with a quiet suction that makes my stomach twist, because it sounds too final, like a vault ceiling. I sit rigid in the back seat, hands folded in my lap, staring out the tinted window as the church falls away behind us. The candles, the lilies, the casket that holds what's left of my life. I don't cry. Not because I don't want to, but because my body has decided it can only do one crisis at a time, and right now it's busy keeping something alive inside me. Gavin sits in the front passenger seat, angled slightly toward the driver, speaking in low, clipped phrases. He never turns to look at me. He doesn't have to. I can feel him tracking my breathing in the rearview mirror like it's a security feed. The driver doesn't ask where we're going. He already knows. The city lights smear into streaks as we move. I watch them like they're proof the world is still running, still normal for someone else. I clear my throat, and the sound comes out raw. You didn't answer me. Gavin's head tilts a fraction. I did. No, I say, sharper than I mean. You told me I'm not safe. You didn't tell me why. He doesn't respond right away. He waits. He lets silence stretch until it feels like a test. Then, without turning fully around, he says, because men make mistakes when they think a woman is alone. My fingers curl into my dress. That's vague. It's accurate, he replies. The car hits a slight bump and my stomach lurches. I swallow hard, pressing my palm lightly over my abdomen like I can calm the rebellion. Gavin notices. Of course he does. His gaze flickers in the mirror, then back forward. You need water? The question is so practical it stings. It's not tender. It's not kind. It's care disguised as logistics. I'm fine. I lie. He doesn't argue. He reaches into the console and hands a bottle back without looking. The driver's hand lifts slightly off the wheel to pass it through the gap, like the car itself is trained to serve Gavin's intentions. I take the bottle because refusing feels like losing a game I didn't agree to play. The water is cold. It helps. I hate that it helps. We drive in silence long enough that the city changes texture. Less storefronts, more gates, less life, more quiet. Then the road slopes upward and my stomach does a slow, uneasy roll as the car turns into a private drive lined with trees that look too manicured to be real. Lights rise out of the dark, tall, controlled beams washing over stone walls, iron fencing, cameras mounted with surgical precision. A second gate appears, then a third. Each one opens after a brief pause, as if the house itself is deciding whether I'm allowed through. I'm not used to being questioned by architecture. The final gate slides open and the house comes into view. It isn't a mansion in the fairy tale sense. It's not ornate. It doesn't flaunt itself. It's worse than that. It's restrained. Dark stone, clean lines, tall windows like unblinking eyes, ice built to withstand pressure. Political, physical, emotional. A fortress pretending to be tasteful. My throat tightens. This is where you live? Gavin's voice is flat. Yes. The car pulls under a covered entryway. Two men step out of the shadows immediately. Black suits, no visible weapons, but their eyes move like scanners. The driver opens my door. I hesitate, because once I step out, this becomes real. Gavin is already out, moving around the car with the same quiet authority he carried in the church. He doesn't offer his hand, but he positions himself in a way that blocks the men's line of sight to my body. Like he's aware of how even a glance can feel like a violation right now. Inside, he says. Again, not a suggestion. I swallow and step onto the stone. My heels click once, loud in the hush. The front doors open before we reach them. Not a butler, not a smiling housekeeper. A woman, mid-40s, hair pulled back, crisp and calm. The kind of calm that comes from years of managing dangerous men without flinching. Her eyes flick over me, not unkind, but thorough. She registers the veil, the smeared mascara, the pallor, the slight tremor in my hands. Mr. Tratroli, she says. Lucia, he replies, not warm, not cold, just acknowledgement. Like she's part of the structure. This is Erin, Gavin says. She stays here. Lucia's gaze meets mine. Yes, ma'am. Mom, it makes me feel older, heavier. Gavin shrugs out of his coat and hands it to Lucia without looking, then moves toward a wide staircase. The foyer is vast but not showy. Stone floors, soft lighting, clean art that looks expensive without screaming about it. Everything about this house says, nothing happens here that isn't controlled. My chest tightens. I follow because I don't know what else to do. At the top of the stairs, Gavin stops at the end of a hallway lined with closed doors. He opens one. This is yours, he says. I step inside, expecting sterile luxury. Instead, the room feels lived in. Not by me, but by intention. Soft bedding and muted tones, a sitting area by a window, heavy curtains, a bathroom that looks like could be a spa, no mirrors positioned to catch you off guard, no sharp corners, a room designed to be calming, which is its own kind of control. I didn't ask for this, I say quietly. Gavin's gaze flicks to me. I didn't offer it as a favor. The words land like a slap and then like a balm all at once. Because favors come with debts. This doesn't feel like a favor, it feels like a claim. I need my things, I say. My house, your house isn't safe, he cuts in. My jaw tightens. You keep saying that. Gavin steps into the room but stays near the door. He's careful about space, like he's making sure no one could accuse him of taking advantage of a widow in shock, or like he doesn't trust himself too close to me. Your house is full of people who knew your husband, he says, and people who knew how to pretend. I brace a hand on the back of a chair. I don't understand what you think is going to happen. His eyes hold mine. I think you're going to be pressured. Pressured how? He pauses, chooses his words with the same precision he chose the route here. They'll offer you protection, he says. They'll call it loyalty. They'll call it tradition. They'll call it what you're supposed to accept. A cold coil tightens in my stomach. And what is it really? Gavin's voice drops. Control. The word hits too close to the feeling in this room. I laugh once, sharp and hollow. And this is what? Freedom? Something flickers in his expression. Not amusement. Not anger. Recognition. Yes, he says simply. This is control too. But it keeps you alive. My throat constricts. You don't get to decide what keeps me alive. His gaze sharpens. Your husband did, when he called me. The mention of my husband's choice makes something inside me fracture. Grief, anger, betrayal, everything tangles until I can't tell which emotion is mine and which was planted. I turn away, moving toward the window like distance will help me breathe. Outside, the property stretches into darkness. Lights along the perimeter, subtle, constant. A patrol moving like a shadow between trees. No neighbors, no street noise, no sense of the world. Just this house. Just him. My stomach twists again. This time it climbs higher, hotter. I press my hand to the window ledge, breathing through it. Gavin's voice comes from behind me. Doctor will be here in the morning. I snap my head around. Excuse me? Private. Discreet, he adds, as if that makes it better. I didn't consent to... You don't have to consent to medical care when you're carrying an heir, he says. The words go still in the air. Carrying an heir. There it is, spoken aloud. My skin turns cold. You! Gavin's eyes lock on my belly again, quick and controlled, then back to my that face. I know. How do you know? My voice comes out thin. I haven't even... You were sick at the church, he says, and you protected your stomach like you've been doing it for weeks. My breath catches. My hand moves instinctively to my abdomen again, as if it's a habit I never noticed. Gavin watches it. Something in his jaw tightens. I wasn't sure until I saw you, he continues, quieter now, but your husband told me to be prepared. My heart stutters. Prepared for what? He holds my gaze. For war. The word makes my knees feel hollow. I should sit down. I don't. I stand there, staring at him like if I blink, I'll wake up back in my old life. Back when my husband was alive and I didn't have to trust a stranger with my survival. The nausea crests again and I turn abruptly, rushing to the bathroom. This time I make it to the toilet. Barely. The retching is humiliating. It strips dignity right off the bone. When I'm done, I rest my forehead against the cool porcelain lid and breathe like I'm trying to convince my lungs not to quit. I hear the faintest sound behind me, Gavin shifting in the doorway. He doesn't come in. He doesn't touch. He just stands there, close enough that I feel the shape of him in the air. "You need to eat," he says. I laugh, a broken little sound. I just threw up my soul. "You still need to eat," he repeats, unwavering. I flush and rinse my mouth, then stare at myself in the mirror. My eyes are red. My face is pale, widow, pregnant, in a fortress. I step out, and Gavin is exactly where I expected him to be, leaning against the wall, arms folded, like he's been guarding the bathroom door like it's a front line. "What do you want from me?" I ask, because the question has been clawing at me since the church. His gaze doesn't soften. "To keep you alive." "That's not what I meant." Silence stretches again. Then he says, "Your husband was my ally." My chest tightens. Was. Gavin's eyes flash once. "He is dead," he says, blunt enough to hurt. "And you are still here." My throat burns. "I loved him." "I know," he says. The words are so simple they make my eyes sting, because he doesn't say it with impatience. He says it like it matters. Like he understands grief isn't a switch you flip off, because politics are inconvenient. He pushes off the wall. "You should rest." "I can't sleep," I whisper. Gavin studies me for a long beat, then turns his head slightly toward the hallway. "Lucia." She appears as if she's been waiting behind the door, which, God, she probably has. "Yes?" "Food," he says. "Light. Plain." Lucia's eyes flick to me, a question. "Any preferences, ma'am?" My stomach rolls, and the answer pops out before my pride can stop it. "Ice cream," I say, then swallow. "And pickles." The shame hits immediately. Heat floods my face. I brace myself for a laugh, a smirk, a comment, something that will turn my craving into a joke. Lucia doesn't blink. "Of course, let cream," she says smoothly, as if I asked for soup. Then she's gone. I stand there, stunned by the absence of mockery. Gavin's gaze holds mine. He doesn't smile. But there's something in his eyes, an unreadable flicker, like he just filed that detail away under Erin. Needs. It feels dangerous to be known. "I'm not." I start, then stop, because I don't even know what I'm defending anymore. My dignity? My autonomy? My right to not be watched like a fragile asset? Gavin steps back, giving me space. "Sleep," he says again. I stare at him. "Where are you going?" His jaw tightens. "Down the hall." "You're not leaving?" "I'm not leaving the house." The relief that floods me is immediate, humiliating, and so strong my eyes sting again. I hate it. I hate him for creating it. I hate myself for needing it. "Why?" I whisper. His gaze sharpens, then drops lower for a fraction of a second, my belly again, before lifting back to my face. "Because they'll try something tonight," he says. My heart kicks. "Who?" Gavin's voice is calm. "Men who think grief makes you easy." I swallow. "Here? In your house?" "They'll try," he says simply. "They won't succeed." The certainty in his tone should comfort me. It terrifies me instead. Because it means he's seen it before. It means this isn't paranoia. This is pattern. I move toward the bed like my legs suddenly remember they're allowed to sit. The mattress gives under me, soft and too expensive. I curl my fingers into the duvet, gripping it like a lifeline. Gavin remains by the door. He doesn't move closer. He doesn't offer a blanket or a hand or anything that would blur the line between protector and something else. But his presence fills the room anyway. Minutes pass. I don't know how many. Time is strange when you're in shock. A knock comes, soft. Lucia enters with a tray, a bowl of vanilla ice cream, a small dish of sliced pickles arranged like it's a normal pairing, tea, crackers, water. I stare, stunned all over again. Lucia sets it on the bedside table and gives me a faint, respectful nod. "Eat what you can." Then she leaves, door closing quietly behind her. I look from the tray to Gavin. He nods once. "Eat." The command should make me furious. Instead, my stomach clenches with a sudden, aching hunger. I pick up a spoon, scoop a bite of ice cream, then, because my body is apparently feral now, reach for a pickle slice and chase the sweetness with salt. It's disgusting. It's perfect. A laugh breaks out of me, small, incredulous, wet. I slap a hand over my mouth, shocked by the sound. Gavin's eyes hold mine, and for the first time I see something close to amusement, so faint it might be imagined. But it's there. Like he's relieved to see me still capable of anything that isn't pain. The laughter fades quickly, replaced by a fresh wave of tears. I stare at the tray because looking at him feels like falling. My husband, I begin, and my voice cracks. Gavin doesn't interrupt. He's really gone, I whisper. He doesn't lie. No, he says quietly, he's gone. The truth hurts more than comfort would. Tears slide down my cheeks. I wipe them angrily, then realize I'm smearing mascara again and almost laugh at the absurdity. Pregnant widow in a fortress, eating ice cream with pickles like it's a life raft. Gavin watches me like he's memorizing this moment too, as if it will matter later, as if I will matter later. My throat tightens around a question I don't want to ask but can't stop. What did he tell you? I whisper. Before he died. Gavin's face stills completely. A pause. Then he says, not tonight. My heart stutters. Why not? His voice drops. Because you're not ready. And you are? I snap. Something flashes in his eyes. Pain. Just a sliver, gone so fast I almost miss it. I don't get the luxury of not being ready, he says. The words make my stomach turn for a different reason, because they sound like a man who has been carrying too much for too long. I set the spoon down, suddenly exhausted. My eyelids feel heavy. My body is drained from vomiting, crying, and being held upright by fear. Gavin's voice stays steady. Lie down. I hesitate. You said people might try something. They will, he says, and they'll fail. I stare at him. How can you be so sure? He holds my gaze without flinching, because this is my house. The possessiveness in that sentence is absolute. It doesn't just apply to walls and gates. It applies to what's inside them, to me. I swallow hard and slide under the covers. The sheets are cool and soft. The room smells like clean linen, and the faintest trace of Gavin's cologne, wood and something darker beneath it. He stays by the door, a sentinel, a warning, a promise. My eyes drift shut despite myself. Right as I'm slipping, I hear movement in the hallway, soft footsteps, a murmur from one of the guards outside. Gavin's posture changes instantly, the air tightens. He turns his head slightly, listening. Then his voice goes low, so low I barely hear it. Ettore, he says, and the name is a blade, front gate. Now, a pause. Reply I can't make out. Gavin doesn't move away from my door. He doesn't leave my line of sight. But I realize in that moment that the house isn't just a fortress. It's a battlefield waiting to happen quietly. My breath catches. Gavin. His gaze flicks to me, sharp and focused. Sleep, he says. I'll handle it. Handle it. 2 words that sound like comfort, like power, like the kind of promise that can ruin you if you start believing in it. I close my eyes again, heart pounding, and just before sleep takes me, one thought cuts through the static. My husband didn't leave me to be protected. He left me to be managed. And Gavin Tratroli looks like the kind of man who doesn't manage things he doesn't intend to keep. Chapter 3, I wake like I've been dragged out of a dark lake, not gently, not naturally, just up, gasping, heart sprinting, sheets tangled around my legs like restraints. For a second, I don't know where I am. The ceiling is too clean, too high. The air smells like linen and stone and something sharp underneath. Control. Then memory drops back into place like a blade sliding into a sheath. The funeral, the car, the gates. Gavin in the doorway, my husband in a box. My hand goes to my stomach before my eyes even open fully. There's no movement yet, not that I can feel. But the pressure of awareness is constant, like a small, quiet truth sitting under my skin. I swallow against the nausea that lives in my throat these days like a permanent guest. The room is dim, early morning light filtered through heavy curtains. For a wild moment, a humiliating thought flashes through me. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe he isn't dead. Maybe I'm not here. Then I hear it. Footsteps outside my door, not wandering, not casual, posted, guarding. My pulse ticks faster. I sit up slowly, then freeze when I remember the last thing I heard before sleep took me, the clipped name Gavin used like a weapon. Front gate, now. Something happened last night. Something I slept through. The idea makes my stomach drop. Shame follows right behind it, sharp and bitter. I climb out of bed and pad to the door, barefoot on cold stone. I don't open it. I press my ear lightly against the wood. 2 male voices low, one familiar only by the way it never hesitates. Gavin. Move the rotation, he's saying. No one approaches her room without clearance. Not Lucia, not staff, not me unless she calls for me. A pause, a quieter reply. Then Gavin again, colder, because it gives them a story. My throat tightens. A story, of course. In this world, perception is bloodless warfare. A rumor can kill you just as efficiently as a bullet if it reaches the right ears. I step back from the door like I've been burned. Not Staff. Not Lucia. Not him unless I call. He's building a perimeter around me that includes himself. It should comfort me. Instead, it feels like proof he's thinking about boundaries because he's afraid he'll cross them. And that thought is the first crack in my composure this morning. I pace once, then twice, then stop because my stomach twists and I have to breathe through it. The craving hits hard and sudden, as if my body is bored of panic and wants something ridiculous to cling to. Pickles. Ice cream. I glare at the bedside tray. It's been cleared. Of course it has. This house runs like a machine. I yank open drawers until I find a robe, wrap it around me, and knot it too tight. Armor. Then I open the door. A guard stands immediately in the hallway, tall and expressionless, eyes forward. He doesn't look at me like I'm prey. He doesn't look at me at all, like he's been instructed. "Good morning, ma'am," he says. Ma'am again. Heavy word. I hate it. "Where is he?" I ask. The guard pauses like he's calculating what he's allowed to say. "Mr. Tratroli is in the study." "Take me there." He hesitates one fraction too long. I narrow my eyes. "Now." His jaw tightens. "Yes, ma'am." He walks ahead of me down the hall, footsteps quiet. The house is awake but hushed. No music, no chatter. Just the soft hum of systems running. Security, cameras, power, control. We pass a staircase and descend to a lower corridor. The walls here are darker, the lighting more deliberate. I feel like I'm being guided into the spine of the fortress. At the end of the hall is a door that looks heavier than the rest. The guard knocks once, precise. A voice from inside, "Hold." The guard stops. The pause stretches. Then, "Let her in." The guard opens the door and steps aside. I walk through without looking at him, because if I do, I'll see what I already feel, that this entire house moves according to Gavin's will. The study is exactly what I expected, and somehow still worse. Bookshelves lining the back walls, neat and curated, a desk like it belongs in a courtroom. A map on one wall, cities, routes, lines of influence traced like veins. A safe, tucked behind a framed painting. Everything in here is a weapon that doesn't look like one. Gavin stands at the desk, sleeves rolled to his forearms, tie loosened slightly. He's on the phone, voice low, eyes on a document spread across the wood. He looks up the second I step in. Not surprised, not annoyed, just already aware. "Go," he says into the phone and hangs up without waiting for confirmation. The guard outside closes the door. Now it's just us. My heart stumbles once, hard. I tell myself it's grief, fear, hormones, anything but the way Gavin's presence feels like a hand on my throat, steady, not squeezing, but reminding me he could. "You slept," he says. Not a question. I lift my chin. Something happened. His gaze flickers, a micro-expression that tells me I'm right. "Yes." "What?" He pauses, and I recognize it now, his habit of choosing how much truth to hand me. Like truth is a currency he spends carefully. "Someone tested the perimeter," he says. My stomach drops. "Someone got in?" "No," he answers immediately. "They got close." Close enough to test him. Close enough to remind him I'm not a sealed problem. My pulse spikes. "Who?" Gavin's face goes still. Not a question you ask out loud. I take a step toward the desk. "I'm not a child." His eyes hold mine. In this world, Erin, everyone is a child to someone. The anger that flares is hot and humiliating because it's tangled with helplessness. What did they do? Gavin's gaze drops briefly to my robe, the knot pulled too tight at my waist, my bare feet on the stone. Something in his jaw tightens. Disapproval? Concern? Possession? I can't tell. "They left a message," he says. "A message?" My throat tightens. "For me? For your husband's heir," Gavin corrects softly. The word heir makes my skin go cold. I put a hand to my stomach. This time it's not instinctive. It's deliberate, protective. Gavin watches the motion like it's a prayer. "What did it say?" I demand. He hesitates, and I realize something with a sudden sick clarity. He's not hesitating because he doesn't know. He's hesitating because he doesn't want me to hear it. I take another step. "Gavin." His eyes sharpen at my tone. "Erin." My name from him again. Iron. Command. I hate the way it makes my spine straighten. I hate the way my body wants to obey. "Stop doing that," I snap. "Doing what?" "Making choices for me," I say. "Deciding what I can handle. Deciding what I'm allowed to know." His gaze doesn't waver. "I'm deciding what keeps you alive." "I'm alive," I whisper fiercely. "And I want to stay that way." "So tell me." Gavin's mouth hardens. "Not yet." The refusal hits like a slap. My hands curl into fists. Then give me the letter. Silence drops. The air shifts in the room like a storm moving in. Gavin's eyes go flat. No. I step closer to the desk, but close enough now to see the papers. Ledgers, names, dates. Not the letter. Why not? His voice stays calm, which only makes me angrier. Because you don't understand what it is. It's from my husband, I bite out. It's about me. It's about war, he cuts in, and the word lands hard. It's about leverage. It's about decisions your husband made that you weren't meant to carry. My throat constricts. You don't get to keep pieces of him from me. Gavin's gaze darkens for the first time. He asked me to. The words hit low, like a punch beneath the ribs. My grief turns sharp, barbed. Of course he did, I whisper. Of course he trusted you with things he didn't trust me with. That must land somewhere it shouldn't, because something flashes in Gavin's eyes. Brief, dangerous, almost like guilt. He inhales slowly. Erin? No, I snap. Don't. Don't use that tone like you're trying to soothe me. I'm not one of your men. His gaze narrows. I'm not soothing you. What are you doing then? He steps around the desk. The movement is controlled, quiet, yet it changes everything. Because now he's in my space, and there's nothing between us except air and tension. I hold my ground. He stops a few feet away, close enough that I can see the faint shadow of stubble along his jaw, the vein beating once in his neck. You want the letter, he says. Yes. And if you read it, he continues, voice low, you'll lose something you're clinging to. My throat tightens. Like what? Gavin's eyes lock on mine with a kind of brutal honesty that makes my skin prickle. Your husband, he says, the version of him you can still love without choking on it. My breath catches. You're lying. I don't lie, he says simply. The room feels smaller. The air feels heavier. I want to shove him. I want to scream. I want to crumble. Instead, I do the worst thing. I laugh. It's brittle, ugly. So you're protecting his reputation now, even dead? Gavin's jaw flexes. I'm protecting you. By keeping me in the dark? By keeping you from carrying his sins, he says. The words make my skin go cold. What sins? I whisper. Gavin's gaze doesn't shift. The kind men justify when they think it's for the right reasons. A new nausea rises, not physical this time. It's emotional, existential, because I suddenly picture my husband not as the man who held my face while I cried over a bad movie, but as the man who sat at tables I wasn't invited to, making decisions with other men's lives on the line, and then I picture him asking Gavin to protect me, not asking me, asking Gavin. My hands tremble. I look away first, because if I don't, I'll break. I turn toward the bookshelves, toward the map on the wall, toward anything that isn't Gavin's eyes. That message, I say, voice shaking despite my effort. What did it say? Gavin is silent for a beat, then he speaks carefully. It said, he murmurs, congratulations on the heir. My blood runs cold, and I force out, and it reminded me, he continues, voice dropping, like that an heir changes votes. Votes, politics, my baby as a ballot, my stomach turns. I press a hand to my mouth, then catch myself, remembering the bathroom, the shame, the church. I refuse to run. I lower my hand. Gavin's voice stays steady. They want to know where you are. I swallow hard, so they can protect me? His gaze hardens, so they can control the outcome. I turn back to him, anger spiking through fear. And you're different? A pause. Then Gavin says, very quietly, yes. The certainty in that single word makes my skin prickle. It isn't a promise like a lover's, it's a claim like a general's. I take a step back without meaning to. Gavin's eyes follow, and something in his posture shifts. He doesn't move closer, but the air tightens like he's fighting an instinct. Don't back away from me, he says softly. The words hit like a touch. My breath catches. Why? His eyes darken. Because it makes me want to follow. Heat rushes into my face, anger, shock, something else that curls low in my stomach like a secret. The room goes quiet in a way that isn't about danger outside. It's about danger inside. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Gavin takes one slow step toward me. Not fast, not aggressive, deliberate. I hold my ground because if I don't, I'll hate myself. He stops close enough now that I can smell him. Wood, clean spice, something darker underneath. Close enough that my pulse stutters. Close enough that my body betrays me with a strange, aching awareness. Gavin's gaze drops to my throat, just for a second. Then lifts again. Give me the letter, I whisper, voice thin. His jaw tightens. No. The refusal is so immediate it makes my eyes sting. I lift my chin. Then what, Gavin? You keep me here, feed me cravings, post guards outside my door, and expect me to be grateful while you hold my husband's last words hostage? Something flashes in his eyes. Anger now, sharp and controlled. You think I want this? He says, voice low. You think I wanted to be the man standing between you and every predator that smells weakness? My breath catches, then stop. His gaze pins me. I can't. The honesty in that is terrifying. I swallow, throat tight. Why not? Gavin's voice drops. Because he's dead. The bluntness knocks the air out of me. And you're still here, he continues, and the words sound like a vow he didn't mean to speak aloud. And you're carrying something that will get people killed if it falls into the wrong hands. My heart pounds. I'm a person. His eyes flicker, and for a fraction of a second, something softer tries to surface. I know, he says quietly, then it's gone. Move, I say suddenly, pushing past him toward the door because I can't breathe with him this close. I reach for the handle. It doesn't move. Not locked, blocked. Gavin's hand is on the wood beside it, palm flat, fingers spread. He didn't grab me. He didn't touch me. He simply placed himself between me and escape. My pulse spikes. Gavin, his voice is right behind me now, too close. Don't do this. Do what? I snap, turning to face him, only to realize I've turned myself into a corner. His body is a wall, not pressing, not pinning, just there, dominant without force. My breath catches, my heart pounds. You're angry, he says quietly, and you're scared. I'm not scared of you. Gavin's gaze drops to my mouth, just a flick, then back to my eyes. You should be, he murmurs. The words send a strange shiver down my spine. Not fear exactly, awareness. Why? I whisper. His jaw flexes. Because you're grieving. Because you're vulnerable. Because you're in my house. And? His voice turns rougher, lower. And because you're looking at me like you want something you shouldn't want. My breath stops. A beat of silence. Then my voice comes out shaky. I don't know what you're talking about. Gavin leans closer, Pat, not enough to touch, just enough that his breath brushes my ear again, like in the hallway at the church. That same unbearable closeness. His voice is a confession he didn't plan to make. You're not the first woman to try to use anger as a key, he murmurs, but you're the first one who doesn't know she's doing it. My throat tightens. Move. No, he says. The word hits like a wall. My hands tremble. This is insane. Gavin's gaze holds mine like he's anchoring himself. I swore an oath, he says quietly, to a dead man. The mention of my husband slices through the heat, sobering and brutal. I swallow hard, then honor it. His eyes narrow. I am. How? I demand. By not touching you, the air seems to say. By standing here like a starving man in front of bread. By keeping his hands on the door instead of on me. Gavin's breath is steady, but his eyes are not. I'm honoring it by stopping, he says, voice low, by choosing restraint when my body doesn't want restraint. My cheeks burn. My heartbeat is loud in my ears. I hate my body for responding. I hate my grief for making me crave anything that feels like being held. I swallow hard. Then let me out. Gavin doesn't move. I lift my chin, fury and humiliation tangling. What are you afraid of, that I'll tell someone you cornered the widow? His mouth tightens. I'm afraid you'll regret what you do next. My breath catches. What do you think I'm going to do? Gavin's gaze drops to my hands, trembling, then lifts again. You're going to reach for me, he murmurs. And you're going to hate yourself when you realize how much you want it. My throat tightens. You're arrogant. His eyes darken. Say I'm wrong. Silence. A beat. My body is screaming in quiet ways my mind can't keep up with. Not because I'm in love, not because I'm ready. Because grief makes you hungry, because fear makes you need a wall, because Gavin is a wall with a pulse. I hate myself for it. I hate him for noticing. Move, I whisper again, but it's weaker now. Gavin's eyes close briefly like he's praying for patience. Then he opens them and steps back. Just one step. Feels like he gave me the entire world back. The door is clear. The air rushes in like relief. I should leave. I should run. I should put as much distance between us as possible. Instead, my body turns toward him again, uninvited, like it's searching for the warmth it just lost. Gavin sees it. His jaw tightens. His gaze hardens, not cruel, controlled. Don't, he says. The single word hits me like a slap. I blink, breath shaking. Don't what? Don't make me be the man you'll blame later, he murmurs. My throat tightens. I didn't ask you to. I know, he says, and there's something raw under the control now. That's the problem. The room is too quiet. The house feels too far away. I can hear my own heartbeat, my own breath. I force myself to turn, to open the door, to step into the hall. But before I can fully leave, I look back at him, because I'm a fool, because I'm human, because I'm falling apart. Gavin stands in the middle of the study like a man who just wrestled himself to the ground. His hands are at his sides now, fists clenched. His voice is low. "You want the letter?" "Yes," I whisper. He holds my gaze. "Not yet." Tears sting my eyes. "Why?" My voice cracks. "Why do you get to decide?" Gavin's expression softens by a fraction, enough to hurt. "Because I'm the one who has to live with what happens when you read it," he says quietly. I swallow hard. "I'm the one who has to live with the truth." His gaze drops to my belly again. So quick, but it changes everything. "You're not the only one living with something," he murmurs. The words land like a vow and a warning braided together. My breath shakes. "Gavin," I whisper, not sure what I'm asking for. He steps toward the desk, turns away from me, and picks up a sealed envelope, thick, cream paper, my husband's handwriting slashing across the front. He doesn't offer it. He doesn't hide it. He holds it in his hand like it weighs more than it should. "Your husband trusted me with this," he says, voice tight. "Not because he loved me more, because he knew you'd suffer more." My chest tightens. I'm already suffering. Gavin's head dips slightly. I know. Then he sets the letter down on the desk. Not in a drawer, not in a safe. Right there, visible, temptation and torture. And then he looks at me again, eyes hard. "Go eat," he says. "And if you want to fight me after you've put something in your stomach." The command should make me furious. Instead, it makes my eyes burn. Because it's care disguised as control again. Because it's him trying to keep me alive even while I'm trying to tear him open for answers. I turn and walk out before I can fall apart in front of him. My feet carry me down the hall, up the stairs, back toward my room. But my mind stays in the study. With the letter. With Gavin's breath at my ear. With the way he said, "Don't like it" was the hardest thing he's ever done. When I reach my door, the guard steps aside. Silent, respectful. I slip inside and close it behind me. The quiet hits like a wall. I press my back to the door and slide down to the floor, robe pooling around me. I put a hand over my mouth to swallow a sob, because grief is one kind of drowning. But wanting something you shouldn't want. Wanting a man you're not allowed to touch. That feels like drowning with your eyes open. And the worst part? I'm starting to suspect Gavin Tratroli isn't just protecting me from the world. He's protecting me from myself. Chapter 4. By afternoon, grief has taught me a new kind of exhaustion. Not the kind you sleep off, the kind that lives in your bones and makes even blinking feel like work, because every time my eyes close, I see the casket again. I hear the priest's voice again. I taste bile and lilies and the metallic bite of humiliation. And under it all, steady as a second pulse, I feel the quiet pressure of being watched. Not the obvious kind. Not the guard outside my door who pretends I'm furniture. The other kind. The kind Gavin warned me about. An audience. I sit at the small table in my room with a cup of tea Lucia insists on, wrapped in a cardigan that isn't mine. Everything in this house is borrowed, temporary, except the weight of what I'm carrying. That is permanent. Lucia moves around the room like she belongs here, which she does. She's brought a tray of plain toast, sliced fruit, and a bowl of ginger candies. She doesn't ask if I'm hungry. She sets the food down like it's a fact. You will eat. I pick at the toast because I know Gavin will ask later. I hate that I know that. My stomach flips with another wave of nausea. I suck on a ginger candy, eyes stinging, and stare out the window through the heavy glass. The property looks too quiet, too manicured, like nature itself has been trained. I hear a soft knock. Before I can answer, the door opens. Gavin steps in. Not fully, not like he's claiming my space, just enough to be seen. He's dressed in a dark suit now, crisp, precise, the kind of sharp that makes stand straighter just to be in the same room. His gaze goes to the tray, then to my face, then quick, controlled to my stomach. He's done that 3 times today, like it's a habit he's trying to hide. "Did you eat?" he asks. Of course. I lift my chin. I'm not a child. His expression doesn't change. I didn't ask your age. I want to throw the ginger candy at him. Instead, I hold it between my fingers like a weapon I'm too polite to use. "What do you want?" I ask. Gavin's gaze holds mine. "We have a dinner tonight." My chest tightens. "We? You?" he corrects, calm. "With me present." My stomach turns for reasons that have nothing to do with pregnancy. No. Gavin's eyes narrow slightly. Yes. The blunt certainty in his voice makes heat rush into my cheeks. Anger, humiliation, something else. I'm in mourning, I bite out. I'm not going to sit at some table while men decide what to do with you, Gavin finishes, voice low. Yes, that's why you're going. My throat tightens. I'm not going to be paraded around like an asset, he says, and his voice is cold now. Like a vote. Like a womb. The words hit so hard I go still. Because he said what no one else will say out loud. Because he said it like he hates it. And because hearing it in his mouth makes it more real. I don't want to go, I whisper, and I hate how small my voice sounds. Gavin's gaze softens by a fraction. It doesn't make him less dangerous, it makes him worse, because it hints there's a man underneath the weapon. I know, he says quietly, but you need to be seen. Why? He steps fully into the room, stopping a safe distance away. Because rumors are already moving. If you disappear completely, they'll fill the silence with whatever story helps them. My throat burns. And what story is that? Gavin's jaw flexes. That you're pregnant. A chill runs through me. My hand lifts to my stomach instinctively, then drops like I've been caught stealing. They don't know, I say too fast. Gavin's eyes hold mine. They suspect. My chest tightens and suddenly I can't breathe properly. How? He doesn't answer immediately. He takes in the room, the curtains, the locked feeling, the teacup trembling slightly in my hand. Then he says, because women don't get sick at funerals for no reason. The shame flashes hot. I stand up too quickly. The room tilts. I grip the back of the chair until it steadies. Gavin doesn't move toward me, but his voice changes. Softer, controlled, slow, he says, breathe. I hate that it helps. I hate it like I hate the sun for rising. I inhale, exhale. My eyes sting. I don't want anyone looking at me. Gavin's gaze sharpens. Then let them look at me instead. The words land like a promise. And a threat. I swallow hard. What kind of dinner is this? A private condolence dinner, he says, with your husband's closest allies. My stomach twists. I picture faces from the church, hands on my knuckles, eyes sliding to my belly, sympathy that feels like a hook. No, I say again, steadier this time. Gavin's jaw tightens. Erin, I said no, I snap. I'm not ready. His eyes narrow. Ready isn't an option in war. The word war makes my pulse spike. I stare at him, breath shaking. Stop saying that. Gavin's gaze doesn't waver. Stop pretending it isn't true. Silence stretches between us like a wire. Then Gavin looks past me toward the closet. Lucia, he calls. A beat later, Lucia appears in the doorway like she materializes out of house rules. Yes, Mr. Tratroli? Bring the black dress, Gavin says, the one with the higher neckline. Lucia nods and disappears again. My head snaps toward him. Are you serious? Gavin's gaze returns to mine. I'm not forcing you to smile. I'm forcing you to survive. My throat tightens. You can't just dress me and take me to a table like you're protected, he says, voice low. Because that's what you are. The word protected should comfort me. It doesn't. It makes my skin prickle because protection in this world is never free. It always has a name attached. A family. A man. A claim. Lucia returns with a garment bag and sets it gently on the bed. She opens it with practiced hands, revealing a black dress that looks expensive enough to be a weapon. High neckline, long sleeves, a fitted waist that makes my stomach clench, because what if it shows too much? Lucia's gaze flicks to my midsection, quick, professional. She says nothing. She simply adjusts the dress on the hanger like she's already measuring. My cheeks burn. I don't want to, I whisper, but it feels like the words fall into a pit. Gavin watches me. You don't have to be brave, he says quietly. You just have to be smart. Something inside me cracks at that. Because I am tired. Because I am grieving. Because I don't want to be smart. I want to be held. I want to be allowed to fall apart without consequence. But consequence is the only language these people respect. Lucia helps me change without comment. She works quickly, efficiently, fastening and smoothing, as if turning me into something presentable is a form of kindness. The dress fits, too well. It hugs my waist in a way that makes my breath catch, but the neckline is high enough to feel safe. The sleeves cover my arms like armor. Lucia pins my hair back, soft but firm. She touches up my makeup with a gentle hand, covering the evidence of tears without erasing them completely. I look in the mirror and barely recognize myself. Widow. Yes, but also composed. And that scares me because it means I can perform. It means I can survive the table. It also means they will think I can be used. Gavin waits in the hall, speaking in low tones to someone on the phone. When I step out, his voice stops mid-sentence. He looks at me. For a beat, the mask slips, just enough for me to see something sharp in his eyes. Approval. Possession. Something that makes my pulse stumble. He recovers instantly. Good, he says, as if he's assessing gear before battle. I lift my chin. This doesn't mean I'm agreeing to anything. Gavin's gaze holds mine. It means you're showing them you're not alone. I swallow hard. We descend the stairs together. Not touching, not linked, but the air between us is charged, and I can feel every guard's attention flicker as we pass. Outside, the car is waiting. The same driver, the same quiet efficiency. Gavin opens the door for me. I hesitate, and he leans in slightly, voice low. Stay near me, he murmurs. Answer only what you want. If anyone mentions your body, you look at me and I'll handle it. My throat tightens. Why are you doing this? His gaze flickers. Because your husband asked. That should make me angry. It does. But beneath it is something worse. Gratitude. I get in the car. The drive is shorter than I expect. We enter the city again, but not the part people photograph. We pull up to a private members club. Clean facade, discreet entrance, no sign. 2 men at the door nod when they see Gavin. One opens the door without speaking. Inside, the air is warm and rich with whiskey and expensive wood. A dim golden light makes everything feel like a movie that ends badly. A private room waits at the back. Before we enter, Gavin touches my elbow. It's the first time he's touched me. Not a grab, not a hold, just a light, deliberate contact that sends a shock up my arm like lightning. His voice is low. Breathe. I inhale. He releases my elbow immediately, as if he's aware of how much it affected me, and him. The door opens. The room is full. Men in suits, older and younger. A few women, wives, girlfriends, the kind who learned how to smile while listening. They rise when we enter. Their eyes go to me first, then to Gavin, then back to me. The subtle shift is immediate, recognition that I am not here alone. I feel it like a hand closing around my spine. A man steps forward, silver hair, smooth smile, polished voice. Erin, he says warmly, my condolences. I recognize him from the funeral. He kissed my knuckles and called my husband a good man. I hate him already. Thank you, I say, because the words come out automatically. His gaze drops, just for a fraction of a second, to my waist. My stomach clenches. Gavin's hand appears at my lower back, not pressing, not claiming, but there. A presence, a warning. The man's smile tightens slightly as he notices. Gavin, he says, shifting focus. We didn't expect you to bring her. Gavin's voice is calm. You didn't expect her to be protected. The room goes quiet in a way that feels like everyone just took a breath at the same time. The man chuckles lightly. Of course she's protected. We're family. Family doesn't auction grief, Gavin interrupts, still calm. The chuckle dies. My pulse thunders in my ears. I don't know what to do with the way Gavin just defended me without looking at me, without asking for my permission. Like it's a fact, not a favor. We sit. I'm placed at the table with careful precision, between Gavin and Lucia's absence, between safety and scrutiny. Gavin sits beside me. Not across, beside. That alone sends a message. The dinner begins, plates arrive, wine is poured. I stare at the food like it's a trick. I take small bites because nausea is always waiting, but I force myself to chew. Men talk about my husband in tones that sound reverent, but their eyes are sharp. They mention roots, deals, stability. They never say war. But Gavin's earlier word hangs in my mind like a shadow. A man across the table, young, cocky, too confident, leans forward with a sympathetic smile. Erin, he says, voice smooth, if there's anything you need, anything at all. His gaze lingers too long. My stomach twists. Gavin's hand moves, slow, controlled, and rests on the table near mine. Not holding, just close. The man's eyes flick to Gavin's hand, then to Gavin's face. Gavin doesn't smile. The man clears his throat. We all want to make sure you're taken care of. A laugh bubbles up in my chest, hysterical, unwanted, because taken care of is how people talk about furniture, about dogs, about widows they want to move around like chess pieces. Before I can speak, Gavin does. She's taken care of, he says softly. By me. The room shifts again. The women glance at each other. The men's eyes sharpen. The silver-haired man smiles, but it's not warm now. Gavin, with respect, Erin is. A widow, Gavin finishes for him, voice like ice, not a vacancy. My breath catches. The silver-haired man's smile tightens. No one said, "Good," Gavin says. Then we understand each other. I sit very still because if I move, I might shatter. The conversation tries to resume, but the tension has changed. It's no longer a condolence dinner. It's a negotiation disguised as mourning. A woman beside the silver-haired man, his wife, maybe, leans toward me with a gentle smile. "How are you feeling, dear?" I almost laugh again. How am I feeling? Like my husband is dead, like my body is a battlefield, like I'm sitting between men who could ruin my life with a sentence. I'm managing, I say, because it's the truth and also a shield. Her eyes soften. "You look pale." Gavin's gaze flickers to me, sharp. The woman continues, tone casual. "Grief can do that." Or sometimes Gavin's voice cuts in, soft but final. "Don't." The woman blinks, startled. The silver-haired man's smile returns, but it's strained. "We're all friends here, Gavin." Gavin's eyes don't move. Friends don't speculate about a woman's body at my table. At my table. The possessive phrasing sends a strange hot rush through me. I swallow hard, forcing my face to stay neutral. Across the table, the young, cocky man shifts, irritated. "She's one of ours," he says. "We have a right to be concerned." Gavin's gaze turns to him like a blade. "You don't have rights," he says calmly. "You have permission." The room goes quiet. The cocky man's face flushes. "Excuse me." Gavin leans back in his chair slightly, posture relaxed, voice still soft. "Say one more word about Erin as if she's transferable, and you'll learn what it costs to forget your place." My breath catches. My hands tremble under the table. No one moves. No one speaks. The cocky man swallows, then looks away. The silver-haired man clears his throat, smoothing the moment like a politician. "Let's not make tonight about conflict." Gavin's gaze doesn't leave him. "Then stop trying to make it about ownership." Ownership. The word lands in my chest like a stone, because that's what this is. They want ownership. And Gavin, God help me, he's fighting them with a kind of ownership too. A protective version. A dangerous version. A version that makes my body feel too warm in places it shouldn't, because grief doesn't erase desire. It distorts it. It turns safety into hunger. The dinner continues with forced politeness. I keep eating in small bites. I keep my posture straight. I keep my hands folded. I keep breathing. But inside, I'm shaking. When the plates are cleared, the silver-haired man leans forward, voice lowered as if he's offering kindness. "Erin," he says, "we'll meet again soon. There are matters to discuss. Your husband's affairs. He pauses. A calculated pause. "Heir." The room holds its breath. My stomach drops so hard I think I might actually be sick at the table. I glance at Gavin without thinking. His gaze snaps to me immediately, like he's been waiting for that signal. He turns back to the silver-haired man, voice dangerously calm. "Choose your next words carefully," Gavin says. The silver-haired man lifts his palms in surrender. "Only practical concerns. We're allies. We want stability." Gavin's voice is soft. "Stability isn't achieved by circling a widow." The man's eyes harden slightly. "Then what do you propose?" Gavin's gaze is steady. "You leave her alone," a beat. The silver-haired man's smile returns, sharp now. "That's not how this works." Gavin's expression doesn't change. "It is now." The man's smile fades. "We have obligations. We have..." Gavin leans in just slightly, enough that the room feels it. "Don't," he says again. "Not tonight. Not at this table." The silver-haired man studies him. Then, with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, he says softly, "We'll decide who gets the widow at the next meeting." The words are smooth, polite, and vicious. My breath catches. My vision narrows. For a split second, I feel like I'm back in the church, watching men circle, listening to whispers. Only now I understand them. Only now I know what they mean. Gavin's hand slides to my lower back again, steadying me without touching too much. I hear his voice before I feel it. Low, cold, absolute. "No," he says, and the room goes still. "You won't." The silver-haired man's smile tightens. "And why is that?" Gavin turns his head slightly, just enough that his breath brushes my ear. "Not for them. For me." "You're leaving," he murmurs. My stomach rolls. I push my chair back with shaking hands. The room watches. The women's eyes flicker. The men's faces are masks. We stand. Gavin doesn't offer his hand. He doesn't need to. He moves beside me, and the air shifts around us like the room is forced to make space. At the door, he pauses just long enough to look back at the table. His voice is soft, almost polite. "She isn't a prize," he says. "She's a person, and if anyone forgets that again, I'll remind them in a way they won't enjoy." Then he guides me out. The hallway outside feels cooler, quieter, like the club itself exhaled. I keep walking until we reach the car. Only then do I let myself breathe like I've been holding it for an hour. My hands are trembling so hard I can barely open the door. Gavin opens it for me anyway. I slide into the seat, stomach rolling. As soon as the door closes, the tears come. Silent, furious, unstoppable. I wipe them angrily with the back of my hand. I hate this, I whisper. Gavin's voice comes from the other side of the car, low and steady. I know. I hate them, I say. I hate what they're doing. I know. I hate that my voice breaks, that you make it feel like I can breathe. Silence, a long beat. Then Gavin says very quietly, "Don't give me credit for basic decency." I laugh through tears, sharp and broken. That's the problem, Gavin. In my world, decency feels like a miracle. The car pulls away from the club. City lights smear past again, but now they feel hostile, like every street has eyes. Gavin is silent for most of the drive. Then as we near the gates of his property, he speaks. "They said the word," he says calmly. My throat tightens. "Heir." "Yes," I swallow hard. "So they know." "They suspect," Gavin corrects. "Now they'll try to confirm." My stomach twists. "How?" Gavin's gaze flickers to me in the dim light. "By watching you." A pause. "By provoking you." Another pause. "By taking you from me if they think they can." My breath catches. "From you?" Gavin's voice is low. "From my protection." My skin prickles. We pass through the gates. The house rises out of the dark again, fortress and prison and safety all at once. The car stops under the covered entryway. Gavin doesn't move immediately. He looks forward, jaw tight, like he's making decisions too heavy to speak. Then he turns to me. "Tonight was a warning," he says. I swallow. "What happens next?" His eyes lock on mine. "Pressure," he says. "Escalation." My stomach rolls, but I hold his gaze. "And you?" I whisper. Gavin's expression doesn't soften, but his voice does, just slightly. Enough to ruin me. "I don't lose what I'm responsible for," he says. The words are terrifying. Not romantic, not sweet. Terrifying. Because responsibility in his mouth sounds like ownership, and somewhere deep inside me, under grief and fear and nausea and rage, my body reacts like it understands exactly what that means. Chapter 5. The house feels different after the dinner. Not louder, not busier, just tighter. Like the walls heard what was said at that table and decided to hold their breath. When Gavin brings me inside, the foyer lights are lower than usual. The guards move with a sharper focus. Their eyes don't linger on me, never on me, but they track the space around me like the air itself might betray us. Lucia appears from nowhere with a glass of water already in her hand, as if she heard my stomach flip from across the property. "You'll want this," she says. I take it with a shaky thank you. I don't feel capable of saying properly. The water is cold. It steadies me in a way I resent, because I don't want to be steady. I want to fall apart. But falling apart in this world feels like handing someone a weapon. Gavin doesn't follow me up the stairs. He stops at the base, speaking in a low voice to one of his men, Ettore, I think. The name surfaces from last night, sharp and familiar. I catch fragments. Rotation, gates, no one. Then Gavin's gaze lifts and meets mine on the landing. A command without words. "Go, now." I turn and walk to my room because my body is trembling and my stomach is still rolling, and the last thing I need is to be seen shaking by men who would file it away as weakness. The guard outside my door shifts and steps aside immediately. Inside, the room is quiet. Too quiet. I close the door and press my forehead against it for a second, eyes burning. The tears are there, waiting. Not just for my husband. For the way that man at the table said who gets the widow like I was a piece of real estate. For the way the room accepted it. For the way Gavin answered with something that wasn't tenderness, and still felt like the only kindness I've been offered since the phone call. My throat tightens. I swallow hard, forcing it down. I cross the room and sit on the edge of the bed, hands clenched in my lap. I can still hear Gavin's voice. She's taken care of. By me. The sentence sits inside my chest like a lit match. It shouldn't. It's not romantic. It's not a confession. It's not even soft. But it makes my body feel like it's being held in the only way Gavin knows how to hold anything, by deciding it won't be taken. I should hate him for that. I do, and I don't. The nausea rises suddenly, hot and urgent, and I barely make it to the bathroom before I'm on my knees, bracing myself over the toilet. This time it's less violent. but it burns more, like my body is punishing me for every adrenaline spike, every moment of fear, every swallow of pride. When I'm done, I sit back against the cool tile, breathing through my nose, eyes squeezed shut. I hear a soft knock. Not the guard, not Lucia. Something slower, heavier. Like the house itself is asking permission. My pulse kicks. I don't answer. The door opens anyway, but only by a crack. Gavin's voice comes through, low and careful. Erin. My stomach flips for reasons that have nothing to do with pregnancy. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, furious at how small and human I feel. What? I say, harsh. The door opens a little more. Gavin remains in the doorway, not stepping fully into the bathroom. Distance. Boundaries. The same restraint he's been wearing like a suit. You're sick, he says. I'm fine. I lie, the way I always do, because the truth is too raw. I'm drowning, and I can't find the surface. Gavin's gaze flicks over me, kneeling on tile, hair slightly mussed, mascara threatening to betray me again. Something hard shifts behind his eyes. Not anger at me. Anger at the fact that I'm like this. Get up, he says quietly. I bristle. Stop ordering. Erin, my name again, low and steady. Not loud. Just final. Up. I hate that my body obeys him. I hate it so much that it makes my eyes sting. I push myself to my feet, gripping the sink. Gavin doesn't move closer. He stays in the doorway, hands relaxed at his sides like he's forcing himself not to touch me. You need to sit, he says. I meant sitting, I snap. He doesn't react. On the bed, I glare at him. Why are you here? A beat of silence, then he says, because I heard you. My throat tightens. You have cameras in my room? His eyes flash. No, the answer is immediate. Offended. Like the very idea disgusts him. Good. Relief hits me so fast it makes me dizzy. Then he adds, voice lower, the walls in this house carry sound. I'm responsible for knowing when you're in distress. Responsible. That word again. Like I'm a ledger entry he refuses to lose. I turn away from him and walk out of the bathroom because standing there with him in the doorway feels like being trapped inside a moment that might break us. In the bedroom, I sit on the edge of the mattress and fold my arms across my stomach, protective and ashamed all at once. Gavin stands by the door, always by the door, always leaving himself the option to leave, or the option to block my escape if he needs to. I stare at him. Why did you bring me to that dinner? He doesn't hesitate this time, because they wanted to test how close you are to me. My jaw tightens. And they learned, he says. I let out a bitter laugh. They learned I'm a problem. Gavin's gaze pins me. They learned you're not available. The heat that rises in my chest is immediate and unwelcome. Don't say it like that, I whisper. His expression doesn't change, but his voice softens by a fraction. It's what they needed to hear. I'm not yours, I say, and my voice trembles on the last word like it doesn't believe itself. Gavin's jaw flexes once. No, the single syllable should calm me. It doesn't. It leaves space. Space for everything we aren't saying. I swallow hard. Then what is this? Gavin's eyes hold mine, unblinking. This is protection. And the cost, I ask, because there is always a cost. What do you want in exchange? A pause. His gaze flickers, not to my face this time, to my stomach, just a quick controlled glance. Then back to my eyes. I want you, alive, he says. That's not an answer. It is the only answer you get tonight. My fingers curl into the bedspread. I don't want to be a pawn. Gavin steps forward one pace, then stops again, like he's hit an invisible line. You're not a pawn, he says, voice low. You're the board. My breath catches. The phrase lands wrong and right at the same time. Wrong, because it makes me feel too important, too central, like my life can't belong to me anymore. Right, because it's honest, because I felt it at that table, the way men leaned in and listened for the word heir like it was currency. I swallow hard. They said it. They said the word. Gavin's gaze sharpens. Yes. So what happens now? My voice is thin. They come for me. They'll try to confirm, he says calmly. They'll push. They'll offer help. They'll send women to you, doctors, gifts, sympathy. And if I refuse, I ask, Gavin's eyes darken, then they'll try something else. My pulse spikes. Like what? He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, his voice is quiet enough to feel like confession. They'll try to remove you from my protection. From his. The possessiveness in the phrasing makes my skin prickle again. I stare at him, throat tight. Why does that sound like you think I belong to you? Gavin's mouth tightens, because men in my position don't protect things they're willing to lose. Things. I flinch at the word. He notices and his gaze shifts just slightly, as if he regrets it. You're not a thing, he says, quieter, but you are vulnerable. I laugh once, sharp and ugly. That's a polite way of saying I'm weak. Gavin's voice turns colder. Weakness is leaking. You haven't leaked. You've stood in a church in a room full of predators and you didn't beg. My chest tightens. I wanted to. His gaze holds mine. I know. The simple acknowledgement cracks something in me, because no one has cared what I wanted. They've cared what I represented. My eyes sting. I blink fast, refusing to cry. Gavin watches me blink. His jaw flexes again like he's fighting an urge. What are you thinking? I whisper. He doesn't answer. Not at first. Then he says, your husband made me swear. The words drop heavy into the room, changing the air. I go still. Swear what? Gavin's gaze doesn't waver. To protect you. I swallow, heart pounding. He asked you. Yes. My throat burns. Why you? Gavin's expression tightens, a flicker of something like bitterness. Because he trusted me to do what needed to be done. The same thing he trusted Gavin with instead of trusting me. Anger surges, hot and sharp. So I'm just an obligation. No, Gavin says immediately. The speed of the denial surprises me. It's the first time he sounds like he cares about the way I see him. He inhales slowly. You're a vow. A vow. The word settles into my bones. I stare at him, feeling my throat tighten. What did he make you swear exactly? Gavin's gaze drops, just for a second, like he's looking at a memory he doesn't want. Then he looks back at me. Protect you, he says. Protect the unborn heir. My breath catches. And, he continues, voice turning rougher, quieter, never touch you. The room goes silent, so silent I can hear my heartbeat, the soft hum of the house systems, the faint movement of the guard outside the door. Never touch you. The sentence hits like a hand around my throat. A new kind of understanding slides into place, sharp and painful. That's why he stands by doors. That's why he keeps distance. That's why his restraint feels like something he's wearing too tightly. I swallow hard. He said that? Gavin's jaw clenches. Yes. The grief inside me shifts, mutates into something ugly and confused. My husband, anticipated this? Anticipated what? Gavin wanting me? Me wanting Gavin? The idea makes my skin burn. I force a laugh that sounds wrong. That's ridiculous. Gavin's gaze stays on mine, unflinching. It wasn't ridiculous to him. My throat tightens. Why would he? Because your husband knew what men do when a woman becomes unguarded, Gavin says, voice cold. And he knew the kind of man I am. My breath stutters. What kind of man is that? Gavin's eyes darken. The kind who takes responsibility too far. The honesty is brutal. I look away, throat burning. So you're here because he told you to be. Gavin's voice is quieter now. I'm here because I swore. I turn back to him, anger snapping back to life. And if you didn't swear, if he hadn't, what then? You just let them? Gavin's gaze cuts into me. No. The single word is steel. He takes a slow step forward, then stops again like he's chained. I don't let predators take what's vulnerable, he says low. Oath or no oath? My pulse jumps. I hate the relief that floods me at that. I hate it because it feels like leaning into a wall when you're falling. Easy, addictive, dangerous. Then why does the oath matter? I whisper. Gavin's jaw tightens. Because it keeps me clean. Clean. The word makes my skin prickle. As if you're dirty otherwise? I ask, voice trembling. Gavin's gaze holds mine, and something raw flashes there, gone in a breath. Yes, he says simply. The air in my lungs catches. I don't know what to do with that answer, so I do what I always do when I don't know what to do. I look at my hands. They're shaking. I press them flat on the bed, trying to still them. Gavin notices. Of course he does. His gaze drops to my hands. Then, slowly, deliberately, his hand lifts, hovering in the air between us, not reaching, not touching. Just there. A silent offer and a silent restraint in the same motion. My breath catches. I lift my eyes and find his. Don't, I whisper. The word is for him. It's also for me. Gavin's hand freezes mid-air. He holds my gaze like he's bracing himself. Then, with visible control, he lowers his hand and curls it into a fist at his side. I won't, he says, voice low. I swore. The fact that he could have touched me, that he wanted to, that he stopped, it does something to me. It makes the room feel too intimate, too charged. My stomach twists again, but it's not nausea this time. It's hunger, fear, want braided together. I stand abruptly, needing distance, needing air. Gavin doesn't move toward me, but his eyes follow like gravity. I need food, I say, because it's the only normal thing I can cling to. Gavin nods once as if I just made a smart decision. Good, I glare. Stop approving me. His mouth tightens. Stop doing things I approve of. The line is so dry, so perfectly timed that a laugh bursts out of me before I can stop it. It's small, shocked, but real. For a second, the room isn't a battlefield. It's just me and a man who doesn't know how to be gentle without control, trying, failing, trying again. Then the laugh dies, and the grief rushes back in to fill the gap. My eyes sting. Gavin's expression shifts, softer by a fraction. I'll have Lucia bring you something. He says quietly. I swallow hard. I want pickles and ice cream. The words are already on my tongue, humiliating and comforting. But I stop. I don't say it. Not now. Not when the air between us is already too loaded. I just nod. Gavin turns to leave. He makes it one step, then stops. His back is to me, shoulders rigid. Erin, he says quietly. My throat tightens. What? He doesn't turn around. If anyone asks you questions you don't want to answer, you look at me. From dinner. The signal. I swallow hard. And you'll handle it? Yes. The simplicity of it makes my eyes burn again. He opens the door. I hear him speak to the guard in the hall, voice low, controlled. Then his footsteps fade. I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I stand there for a long moment, staring at the closed door. Never touch you. My husband's rule, my husband's final control. And suddenly I'm furious. Not at Gavin. At the dead man who still thinks he gets to dictate my body from the grave. I cross the room, grab the water from the bedside table and drink too fast. It sloshes in my stomach and I wince. A soft knock comes. Lucia enters with a tray, soup, crackers, ginger tea. Practical, gentle. She sets it down and studies me with eyes that have seen too much to be surprised by anything. Eat, she says, not unkindly. I sit and force myself to swallow a few spoonfuls. The warmth helps. After a minute, Lucia speaks again, voice quiet. He's never had a guest stay in that room, she says. My spoon pauses halfway to my mouth. What? Lucia's expression stays neutral, but there's something in her eyes. Curiosity, perhaps, or caution. He doesn't bring people home, ma'am. My cheeks burn. I'm not. I know what you are, Lucia says gently, and I know what people will assume. I swallow hard. What do you assume? Lucia pauses, then speaks carefully. I assume he will do what he promised. My throat tightens. And what did he promise? Lucia's gaze meets mine. To keep you alive. A chill runs through me, because everyone in this house seems to revolve around that phrase like it's gospel. Lucia leaves. I eat a few more bites, then set the tray aside, suddenly exhausted again. The kind of exhaustion that makes my eyelids heavy and my bones ache. I move to the window and stare out at the darkening sky. The property is peaceful on the surface. Lights along the perimeter. A guard walking a route. Control. Safety. But it's the kind of safety that requires constant vigilance, the kind of safety that snaps at you if you forget where the lines are. A sound rises from downstairs, voices, low and sharp. I turn slightly, straining to hear. Gavin's voice carries up the staircase like a warning. No, he says, calm but absolute. Another voice answers, male, unfamiliar. It's politics, Gavin, you can't. Gavin cuts him off. Watch me. My heart pounds. I move quietly to my door and open it a crack. The voices drift up. Marriage vote, the unfamiliar man is saying. If they push for guardianship, you'll be outnumbered. Gavin's voice stays controlled. Then I break the alliance. A beat of stunned silence. Then the man again, quieter now. That's a war. Gavin's answer is colder than the house stone. Let it be, he says. No one takes her. My breath catches. No one takes her. My chest tightens so hard it hurts. I close the door gently and lean my back against it, eyes burning, hand drifting to my stomach again. I don't know what's worse, that Gavin is willing to burn alliances for me, or that a part of me, some desperate, broken part, wants to let him. Because in a world that treats widows like vacancies, a man willing to choose you like that feels like a miracle. And miracles are never safe. Chapter 6. By the time morning arrives, my grief has turned into something sharper. A blade you learn to carry, because tears are private in this world. And if you cry in front of the wrong person, they don't comfort you. Tara catalog you. Measure you. Decide how easy you'll be to move. I don't cry at breakfast. I don't cry when Lucia places toast and eggs in front of me like it's a command, not a question. I don't cry when my stomach rolls at the smell, and I have to breathe through my mouth until it settles. I only cry once, quietly, when I notice Lucia has set out a small bowl of sliced pickles next to my tea, like it's the most normal thing in the world. It's such a strange, tender mercy that my throat closes. Lucia pretends not to notice the shine in my eyes. She wipes an already clean countertop and says, "Eat what you can." I manage 2 bites of toast, 1 bite of egg, then a pickle, then another bite of toast. My body negotiates with me like a hostile witness. Halfway through, I hear footsteps in the hall, measured, controlled, familiar even before he appears. Gavin doesn't enter the kitchen like a man who lives here. He enters like a man who runs a city and happens to own a house. He's dressed in dark slacks and a shirt with the sleeves rolled up, no tie yet. He looks less formal, which somehow makes him more dangerous, like he's closer to the truth of himself when he isn't armored in a suit. His gaze flicks to my plate. Not my face, my plate. "I ate," I say immediately, defensive before he can ask. His eyes lift to mine. "Good." The word lands wrong. Like approval. Like I'm a problem he's solving correctly. I set my teacup down harder than necessary. "Stop doing that." "Doing what?" "Treating me like I swallow the word yours before it can escape. "Like I'm under review." Gavin's mouth tightens, not quite a frown. "You are under review." My heart thumps. "By who?" "Everyone," he says, and the flat certainty in his voice makes my skin go cold. "Every ally, every rival, every person who thought your husband's death created space, vacancy, widow." I grip the edge of the table. "I'm not space." Gavin's gaze holds mine. "I know. The 2 words shouldn't do anything to me. They do. They land like a hand at my back when the room tilts, steady, not soft." Lucia clears her throat gently as she gathers a dish that doesn't need clearing. A polite exit. "I'll see to the pantry," she says, and disappears, leaving me alone with Gavin and the way the air changes when he's the only man in the room. He steps closer to the table but doesn't sit. He never sits when he's about to tell me something I won't like. "We have another meeting today," he says. My stomach turns. "No." Gavin's gaze sharpens. "Erin?" "No," I repeat, louder. "I'm not going back into a room full of people who speak about me like a transaction." His jaw flexes once. "Then you'll be spoken about without being present." "I don't care. You should," he says calmly, "because they'll decide your future whether you show up or not." I laugh, sharp and hollow, like they didn't already decide it at dinner. A flicker crosses his face, something like restrained fury. "They tried," he says. "Tried," my voice rises. "They told you to your face they'd decide who gets me." Gavin's voice drops, low and lethal. "And I told them no." I swallow, throat tight. "You don't get to tell them no for me." His gaze pins me in place. "Yes, I do." The bluntness hits like a slap. My cheeks burn. Anger floods me so fast I can taste it. "Excuse me?" I whisper. Gavin's voice doesn't change. "You're not safe. You're not stable on the board yet, until you are." "Yes, I get to tell them no." "You sound exactly like them," I snap, "like I'm a board, a piece." A mother," he interrupts, and the word stops me cold. "And that changes what you can risk." Silence drops. My hand drifts to my stomach, protective, automatic. Gavin's gaze follows it for half a second. His jaw tightens, then he looks back at my face like he's forcing himself to stay there. I hate that he looks at my belly like it's sacred. I hate that it makes my throat ache. "What kind of meeting?" I ask, voice quieter now. "Private," he says. "Not a dinner. Short. Controlled. I narrow my eyes. "With who?" He hesitates, one of his tiny tells. The smallest pause before the truth. "An emissary," he says. My stomach twists. "From who?" Gavin's eyes don't blink. "An allied family who wants confirmation." Confirmation. Of my pregnancy, of my vulnerability, of the fact that my husband's death left an heir with no father standing over the crib like a threat. My breath catches. "So you're going to parade me again?" "No," Gavin says. "I'm going to show them you're protected, and I'm going to watch how they move." "I'm not bait." His gaze sharpens. "You're not bait. You're leverage they're already reaching for. I'm simply controlling the reach." The words are so cold, so precise, that they make me shiver. I push back from the table. "I'm not going." Gavin doesn't raise his voice. He just steps slightly into my path when I try to move past him. Not touching me, not grabbing, just existing as a barrier. My pulse spikes, and for a split second I'm back in the study, pinned by nothing but proximity and the unbearable awareness of his restraint. "Move," I say, voice trembling with rage. Gavin's gaze holds mine. "Put on the dress." My breath catches. "What?" He repeats it, calm. Put on the dress. My hands clench into fists at my sides. I'm not one of your men. I know, he says, and something in his voice roughens. If you were, this would be easier. The sentence makes my heart stumble, because it's the first time he's admitted my resistance affects him. That my refusal isn't just inconvenient, it's personal. I glare at him. I'm not dressing up for your politics. Gavin's eyes darken. You're dressing for your survival. Stop. I whisper, stop talking like my life belongs to you. His jaw flexes. Your life belongs to you. Your safety belongs to me. The words hit like a chain being clasped. I stare at him, throat tight, and something inside me, some stubborn, furious part, decides to do the only thing I can. I push. I step closer instead of backing away, lifting my chin until my face is inches from his. You don't get to own anything about me, I say, voice shaking but fierce. Gavin's breath slows. His gaze drops to my mouth for the briefest second before returning to my eyes like he caught himself. Then don't make me responsible, he murmurs. I didn't ask you to be. His voice turns lower, rougher. Your husband did. The dead man again, always between us like a ghost with rules. The anger in me shifts, spikes toward the only person I can't yell at anymore. I swallow hard. Fine, I say through my teeth. I'll go. Gavin doesn't look relieved. He looks like he just watched me walk willingly into a cage he built to keep me alive. Lucia appears in the doorway as if she sensed the shift. I'll prepare the wardrobe, she says softly, already moving. I turn away from Gavin because I can't stand his eyes on me when I'm agreeing to his control. Upstairs, Lucia lays out a dress on my bed. Not black this time. Deep emerald, elegant, high neck, long sleeves, beautiful in a way that feels like a trap. The waist is slightly forgiving, but not enough that I don't feel the panic of someone noticing the slightest curve. This one is appropriate, Lucia says. It photographs well. I freeze. Photographs? Lucia's expression stays neutral. There may be cameras. My stomach flips. You didn't say anything about cameras. I didn't choose them, Lucia replies gently. I only prepare for them. I swallow hard. This is insane. Lucia steps closer, voice low. Insane is not eating. Insane is leaving this house without clearance. Today is manageable. Manageable. Another word that makes me want to scream. Lucia helps me dress again. She moves efficiently, smoothing fabric, pinning hair, applying makeup with light hands that refuse to make me feel like a corpse. When I look in the mirror, I almost flinch. The woman staring back at me looks like she could survive. She looks like someone men would want to control because she looks valuable. And I hate that I look valuable. I descend the stairs slowly, one hand brushing the banister for balance. Gavin waits at the bottom, suit jacket on now, tie perfectly knotted. When he sees me, his eyes go still. Not surprise, not admiration, assessment. But under it, deep, dangerous, something else flickers. A hunger he isn't allowing himself to name. He steps toward me and stops one stair below, making us level. Good, he says quietly. I glare. Stop approving me. His mouth tightens. Stop making it difficult to. A dry line, a near smile that isn't quite humor. It steals a breath from me anyway. He lifts his hand, then stops. The motion hangs in the air like a question. He doesn't touch. Instead, he gestures at my neckline. Your necklace. I blink. What? It's sitting wrong, he says. It'll catch light. It'll draw eyes. I touch the chain automatically, fingers fumbling at the clasp. My hands shake. Of course they do. Gavin watches for one beat too long. Then he steps closer. I'll fix it, he says. My heart stutters. You don't. I'm not touching you, he murmurs. The words are absurd on their face, considering where we are, him inches away, me trembling, his gaze dark. But he means something specific. He means he will only touch what's necessary. Only the chain. Only the metal. Only the problem. He reaches around my neck slowly, deliberately. His fingers brush the back of my hair, not skin, but close enough that my entire body reacts like he did. Heat rushes down my spine. My breath catches hard. The room narrows to the sensation of him behind me, his hands near my throat, his focus locked. He adjusts the clasp. His knuckles graze the side of my neck by accident, or maybe by a slip of discipline. A shock goes through me so sharp my knees almost buckle. I hate my body for it. Gavin stills instantly. I can feel him freeze behind me like he's bracing against a storm. His voice comes low, right beside my ear. Hold still. I can't. My pulse is hammering. My throat is tight. My skin is alive everywhere he isn't touching. I swallow hard, staring forward, trying not to lean back into him like a starving thing. Gavin finishes the clasp with controlled precision. Then he pauses. His breath is warm at the shell of my ear. You're trembling, he murmurs. I force a laugh that sounds wrong. It's the pregnancy. Gavin's voice drops lower. Liar. My breath stops. For a beat, neither of us moves. The space between his chest and my back feels like a blade edge, 1 inch away from disaster. My voice comes out thin. Step back. Gavin inhales slowly. He steps away. Not fast, not dramatic, like he's choosing restraint 1 muscle at a time. When he's in front of me again, his face is controlled, cold, intelligent, calculating, but his eyes are not cold. His eyes look like a man who just came too close to something he promised not to take. Don't look at me like that, he says quietly. My mouth opens, but no sound comes. Like what? I finally whisper. Gavin's jaw flexes. Like you want to see what happens when I stop being honorable. The words hit like lightning. My cheeks burn. My stomach flips. I should slap him. I should run. Instead, I stand there, throat tight, because my body is responding in quiet ways that terrify me. Gavin turns abruptly. Car. The word cracks the moment like a whip. We leave. The drive to the meeting is short. A private suite in a downtown hotel. Sleek, expensive, quiet. Security thick but discreet. No obvious weapons. No blood. Just the kind of controlled power that makes everyone behave. Inside the suite, the lighting is soft, golden, flattering. A city view behind glass, a table set with coffee and water as if this is a polite business meeting. It isn't. A man stands near the window when we enter. Mid-30s, charming smile, perfect hair, suit that looks like it knows how to lie. He turns, and his gaze lands on me like I'm the only reason he showed up. Erin, he says smoothly, my condolences. I force my face into something neutral. Thank you. His eyes linger too long on my waist. Then he looks at Gavin, smile widening. Gavin Tratroli, you've been difficult to reach. Gavin's voice is calm. I've been busy. The emissary laughs lightly as if Gavin is teasing. Yes, I imagine guarding a widow is time-consuming. My pulse spikes. Gavin doesn't react. But I feel him shift beside me. A subtle change in posture like a door closing quietly. The emissary moves closer, hand outstretched, not toward Gavin first, toward me. I freeze. Every instinct screams, don't let him touch you, not because of purity, not because I'm fragile, but because touch is a claim in this world, and I don't belong to him. Gavin's hand appears between us faster than I can breathe. He doesn't grab the emissary, he doesn't shove him, he simply steps a wall, a quiet, absolute obstacle. The emissary's hand stops midair, smile faltering just slightly. Gavin's voice is polite. We don't touch her. The emissary blinks, then laughs like it's a joke. Apologies. I meant no disrespect. Gavin's eyes don't soften. Good. The emissary turns his charm back on full force, facing Gavin, but keeping his gaze sliding to me every few seconds like he's testing how much I can be looked at before it becomes unacceptable. I'll be brief, he says. We're concerned. Stability is delicate right now. Gavin's tone stays flat. Stability remains intact. The emissary's smile sharpens. With respect, your ally is dead. The words are smooth, but they strike like a needle. My throat tightens. Gavin doesn't look at me. But his presence shifts again, closer without moving. He is, Gavin agrees, and Erin is under my protection. The emissary's gaze flicks to me, then to Gavin. That is unusual. Gavin's voice is calm. It's necessary. The emissary takes a slow sip of coffee, eyes bright with interest. Necessary because... He lets the sentence hang like a fisherman waiting for a bite. My stomach rolls. My hand wants to drift to my belly, but I clamp it to my side. Don't confirm. Don't leak. Don't give them anything. The emissary smiles at me. How are you feeling, Erin? I keep my face blank. I'm managing. His smile widens. Grief is hard on the body, isn't it? The words are polite. The implication is not. I feel Gavin's attention lock, laser sharp. Careful, Gavin says softly. The emissary chuckles. Of course, forgive me. We only want to ensure you're supported. Gavin's voice drops. She is. The emissary leans slightly as if sharing a secret. By you. Gavin doesn't answer. The silence is an answer anyway. The emissary's smile turns slow, predatory. Rumors are moving, Gavin. People worry about continuity. My pulse thunders. Gavin's tone stays even. People worry about what they can take. The emissary's eyes flick to me again, lingering. You can't keep her in a house forever. Gavin's voice is quiet. Watch me. The emissary laughs. You're making this worse. Gavin's gaze is ice. I'm making it clear. The emissary sets his coffee down carefully. If the council gets involved, if allies push for guardianship, your position becomes complicated. Gavin's jaw flexes. My position is not complicated. It will be, the emissary says, smile still polite. If she's carrying an heir. The room goes still. My lungs lock. I feel the blood drain from my face. The emissary watches me closely, waiting for a flinch, a hand to my stomach, a blink that lasts too long. I don't give him anything. Gavin speaks first. His voice is soft, deadly. If you say that again, he murmurs, I'll remove your ability to repeat it. The emissary's smile tightens. Threats aren't necessary. It's not a threat, Gavin says calmly. It's a boundary. The emissary's gaze hardens a fraction. Then consider mine. No one wants conflict, but no one will allow an heir to be born in the wrong house. My stomach drops. In the wrong house. He means Gavin's. He means mine. Gavin's eyes go black. Whose house is right? The emissary spreads his hands. The house that ensures stability. The house that can unify allies. A marriage cage disguised as governance. My breath shakes. Gavin's voice is quiet, controlled, terrifyingly calm. The heir will be born where I say. The emissary's smile returns as if he's amused. You don't have that authority. Gavin steps closer. Not to the emissary, between the emissary and me, a fraction more. Enough that I feel him in the air like heat. Try me, Gavin says. The emissary holds his gaze for a long moment, then lifts his hands in mock surrender. Very well, he says lightly. Message delivered. Our allies are watching. Gavin's voice is flat. Let them. The emissary picks up his coat, still smiling at me as if we shared something intimate. As he passes, he pauses near me, close enough that I can smell his cologne, sweet and arrogant. He lowers his voice just for me. Enjoy your sanctuary, Erin. It won't last. Gavin's head turns instantly. The emissary steps away smoothly, smile intact, and exits the suite. The door closes. Silence crashes down. I release a breath I didn't know I'd been holding and realize my hands are shaking. Gavin turns to me slowly. His face is controlled. His eyes are not. You did well, he says. I flinch at the approval. I'm not a dog. His jaw tightens. I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? My voice cracks. Because it felt like I was being examined like livestock while you stood there. Gavin takes one step closer. I don't back away. My heart hammers. His voice drops. While I stood there trying not to rip his tongue out for looking at you. The confession hits like a punch. My breath catches. Why does it matter how he looked at me? Gavin's gaze locks on mine, raw for the first time. Because you're under my protection, he says, and the possessiveness is naked now, no longer disguised as logistics. I swallow hard. Protection isn't ownership. Gavin's mouth tightens. In my world, it is. The honesty makes my stomach roll. I whisper, that scares me. Gavin's eyes darken. Good, it should. I stare at him, chest tight. You're going to start a war. Gavin's voice goes low. They started it when they decided you were negotiable. My throat burns. And then the worst part, the part that makes me hate myself, slips out. It felt like you were jealous. Silence. Gavin's gaze doesn't blink. He doesn't deny it. He just steps closer until I can feel the heat of him, the gravity, the restraint like a live wire under his skin. Don't say that, he murmurs. My voice is barely there. Why? His eyes drop to my mouth again, then to my throat, then back to my eyes with visible effort. Because if I admit it, he says, voice rough, I'll stop pretending this is only about duty. My pulse spikes so hard it hurts. I whisper, and if you stop pretending? Gavin's jaw clenches. Then I become the man your husband warned you about. The dead man again. Always the rule. Never touch you. I swallow, shaking. Maybe I don't care what he warned. Gavin stills completely. For one terrifying second, the room feels like it did in the study. Charged, breathless, dangerous. Gavin's hand lifts slowly. Not to grab me. Not to force. To hover just near my waist as if he's asking permission from the air. My breath catches. He watches my face like he's looking for consent, for fear, for any reason to stop. My body leans forward a fraction before my mind can catch it. And that tiny movement is enough to make Gavin's eyes go dark. He steps in, closing the distance. Not touching yet, just close, so close his breath mingles with mine, so close my skin feels like it's waiting. His voice is a warning and a plea braided together. Erin, he murmurs, don't. My throat tightens. Don't what? Don't make me choose between my oath and what I want, he says, and the words hit so hard my eyes sting. I whisper, what do you want? Gavin's forehead lowers until it nearly touches mine. Not quite. He's still holding the line. His voice is ragged, controlled by sheer will. You, he says. The single syllable shatters something inside me. I inhale sharply and he feels it, like he feels everything. His hand finally touches my waist. Light, deliberate, not claiming, not grabbing. A careful contact that sends electricity through my whole body. I gasp. Gavin freezes instantly, like the sound hurt him. Then he withdraws his hand as if it burned. He steps back, jaw clenched, eyes hard. We're leaving, he says abruptly. I'm shaking. My voice is barely a whisper. Gavin. He doesn't look at me. Now. We leave the suite in silence. In the elevator, the mirrored walls trap us with our reflections. Me flushed and trembling, him rigid, eyes forward like he's driving himself back into control with sheer hatred. When the car finally pulls into his gates, I feel like I've been holding my breath for hours. Inside the house, Gavin doesn't escort me upstairs. He stops at the base of the stairs, voice low, controlled again. Go to your room, he says. The command should make me snap. Instead, it makes my heart ache, because I can hear what he's not saying. Before I do something I can't take back. I climb the stairs slowly. At the landing, I turn back. Gavin is still there, watching me like I'm the only thing in the room. My voice shakes. Are you going to tell me what happens next? His jaw flexes. Pressure. And if they push harder? Gavin's eyes lift to mine, cold and certain. Then I push back, he says. My throat tightens. How? He answers without hesitation. I'll make them regret thinking they had a right to plan your baby's birthplace, he says quietly. And Erin, I pause, heart pounding. His voice turns softer, dangerous. If anyone tries to take you from this house... He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to, because the implication hangs in the air like a guillotine. I swallow hard and step into my room, closing the door with shaking hands. And as I lean back against it, breathless, heart racing, I realize the truth that makes my stomach turn. That emissary wasn't the real threat. The real threat is what Gavin's restraint is turning into. Because the longer he refuses to touch me, the more it feels like we're both going to break. Chapter 7. Night doesn't feel like night in Gavin's house. It feels like a pause button. A held breath. The lights outside never fully dim. The perimeter lamps stay steady, washing the trees in pale gold so there are no shadows deep enough to hide in. The cameras blink unseen. The guards rotate with quiet footsteps that don't echo, like even sound has been trained not to disturb the fortress. I should feel safe. Instead, I feel like I'm sleeping inside a weapon. I lie on my side with one hand on my stomach, staring at the ceiling until my eyes burn. Every time I close them, I see the emissary's smile. Wrong house. I taste the threat like metal on my tongue. I roll onto my back and immediately regret it. My stomach roils. I sit up slowly, breathing through the nausea, telling myself it's hormones and not fear. But the truth is uglier. I'm afraid of the world, and I'm afraid of what I want when the world gets too loud. Because in that hotel suite with city lights behind glass and Gavin's hand hovering at my waist like a question, my body almost answered. My body almost begged. And that is not a kind of weakness I understand how to survive. I press my fingertips to my throat, feeling my pulse hammer, and swallow hard. Sleep comes anyway, eventually, the way it always does when your body decides it can't keep you upright anymore. It doesn't come gently. It comes like drowning. I'm back in the church. Only the candles are out. The stained glass is black. The pews are empty. The casket is open. And my husband is inside, staring at me with eyes that are too bright to be dead. Erin, he says, voice hollow. Come here. I can't move. My feet are glued to the marble like the floor wants me punished. He smiles slowly, and his mouth is wrong. It stretches too far. You're carrying it, he says. It, like the baby isn't human. Like the baby is a coin. I try to speak, but no sound comes out. He lifts one hand and points past me. I turn. Gavin stands at the altar in a suit, darker than the church itself, his hands stained red. Not blood, not quite, but something that looks like it. He's smiling too. Not warm. Hungry. And behind him, men in suits fill the aisles like shadows with faces, each one holding a contract, each one holding a ring, each one holding a baby blanket like a leash. They start walking toward me, slowly, smiling. My stomach clenches in panic. I try to run, but my dress is too tight, my legs heavy, my body dragging like it's been filled with sand. The casket lid creaks. My husband sits up. Don't let him touch you, he whispers. The words slither into my ear like ice. I turn back to Gavin. He steps down from the altar. Closer, closer. His eyes lock on my stomach like it's the only thing that matters. Then his gaze lifts to my mouth. His voice is low, right beside my ear. Breathe. And the men reach for me. I jerk awake with a gasp so sharp it hurts. My chest heaves. My heart is sprinting. My hands fly to my stomach like I can shield a baby from a dream. The room is dark, but not fully. Light seeps around the curtains. The faint hum of the house is steady. I'm safe. I'm safe. A sob tries to climb my throat, and I bite it down hard, tasting salt. My skin is damp with sweat. My hair sticks to my neck. I swing my feet over the side of the bed, and immediately the nausea hits. Violent, hot, immediate. I stand too fast, and the room tilts. I don't make it to the bathroom. I barely make it to the wastebasket Lucia left discreetly by the bed, like she anticipated exactly how my nights would go. I retch until my throat burns and my eyes water, then sit back on the edge of the mattress, trembling. My breath shudders. I whisper to the empty room, I'm fine. A lie for the walls. A lie for myself. The doorknob turns. My entire body stiffens. The door opens, not wide, not careless. A controlled crack, a shape in the darkness. Gavin, he doesn't step in. He stays in the doorway like he always does, as if the threshold itself is a rule, but his voice is already in the room, low and steady. Erin. My name sounds different at night, less command, more anchored. I swallow, throat raw. What are you doing here? A beat. Then simple honesty. You made noise. Humiliation flushes through me. I'm sorry. Gavin's voice tightens just slightly. Don't apologize. The door opens a little wider. He still doesn't come all the way in. I clutch the edge of the bed, forcing myself to sit upright. It was a nightmare. Silence stretches. Then Gavin says, Quieter, tell me. The request knocks the air out of me. Not because I don't want to tell someone, because I haven't told anyone anything real since the phone call, because telling him feels like handing him my throat. I don't want to, I whisper. Gavin doesn't push. He shifts his weight and sits. Not on my bed, on the floor. Back against the wall just inside the room, knees bent, forearms resting casually like he's making himself smaller on purpose. It's so unexpected it steals my breath. He looks up at me from the floor, eyes calm and patient. I'm not leaving, he says. My throat tightens. You don't have to. I do, he cuts in, then softens the edge. If you're going to be afraid, you'll be afraid with someone listening. The words hit like warmth, not romantic warmth, survival warmth, like a fire you huddle near because the night is too cold to face alone. I stare at him, my chest aching. I dreamed my husband was alive. Gavin doesn't flinch. He doesn't look away. He simply nods once. I swallow hard. He told me not to let you touch me. The words hang there, ugly and raw and humiliating. For a second I expect Gavin to snap, to go cold, to retreat behind control. Instead, his gaze turns distant for a heartbeat, like he's seeing the dead man too. Then his eyes return to mine steady. He'd say that, he murmurs. My throat burns. Why? Gavin's jaw flexes. Because he knew what the world would do to you. And you? I ask, voice shaking. What would you do to me? Silence. Gavin's eyes don't blink. He answers like it costs him. I would protect you, he says. That's not what I asked. His gaze sharpens, then lowers again like he's dragging himself back into restraint. He speaks very quietly. I would want, he says, and wanting makes men dangerous. My breath catches. I hate the honesty. I love the honesty. I hate myself for loving anything right now. My eyes sting. I don't want to talk about this. Gavin's voice stays calm. Then don't. Talk about the nightmare. I exhale shakily. There were men. They were circling. Contracts, rings, like they were going to decide who gets you. Gavin finishes, voice cold. I swallow. Yes. A beat. Then Gavin asks, quieter. Did you see my face? I don't want to answer. I do anyway, because the truth is a splinter in my throat. Yes. What did I do? He asks. I stare at him, heart pounding. You were smiling. Gavin's expression changes. Not anger. Not hurt. Something like disgust. I don't smile in nightmares, he says softly. That wasn't me. The certainty in his voice steadies me bizarrely. My eyes burn. It felt like you were going to take, he says, finishing the thought with brutal clarity. My breath shudders. Gavin's gaze holds mine. I don't take from women who can't choose. The words hit hard. The choice. The consent. The line. It doesn't erase fear, but it changes its shape. My throat tightens. They're going to try again. Gavin's eyes flicker, sharp. Yes. Tonight, I whisper. He doesn't hesitate. Possibly. My stomach twists. How do you know? He studies me for a long moment, then decides. Because you were moved, he says. Because you were seen. Because they said the word in a room where it wasn't meant to be said. He looks toward the curtains, toward the dark outside. Someone will test me, he adds, to see how far I'll go. My pulse spikes. And how far will you go? Gavin's gaze returns to me, steady, as far as I need, he says. The simplicity of it is terrifying, I swallow. I don't want you to do something crazy. A humorless breath leaves him, almost a laugh. You're in my house, he says quietly. Crazy is a luxury I can't afford. I stare at him, exhausted beyond reason. My stomach flips again, warning. I press a hand to my mouth. Gavin's eyes track the motion. Water? I nod weakly. He stands from the floor in one smooth movement and crosses the room to the small table, efficient, careful. He pours water from the carafe Lucia left and brings it to me. He stops beside the bed. He holds the glass out. Our fingers brush, accident, a tiny contact. It sparks through me like electricity, immediate and humiliating. Gavin stills. His gaze drops to our fingers. Then he releases the glass fast, like he's afraid of himself. I clutch it, breath unsteady. I'm sorry, I whisper, hating the apology the moment it leaves me. Gavin's jaw tightens. Don't. I drink anyway. The water steadies the nausea a little. He steps back to the wall and sits again on the floor, deliberately choosing distance. My chest aches at the sight of him there, keeping his vow by putting himself beneath me like that. Why are you doing this? I whisper. Gavin looks up at me, eyes steady. Because your husband asked. Is that the only reason? The words slip out before I can stop them. Silence. The house hums. Gavin's gaze holds mine for a long beat. Then he says, very quietly, it started as the only reason. My breath catches. He doesn't say more. He doesn't have to. The space between those words is full of everything he won't admit. My eyes sting and I blink fast, refusing tears. I'm hungry, I blurt, desperate for something normal. Gavin's brow lifts slightly. Now? Yes, I say, too sharply, and don't tell me it's impractical. Something flickers in his expression, near amusement, quickly buried. What do you want? He asks. I hesitate. Shame creeps up. Then I say it anyway, because my body will riot until it gets what it wants. Ice cream, I whisper, with pickles. A pause. Gavin's gaze stays on mine. His mouth doesn't twitch. No teasing. No pity. He simply nods once. Okay. He stands. I watch him cross the room, open the door, and speak softly into the hall. Lucia, he calls. Please. A moment later, Lucia appears like she was already awake, already waiting for the call. Yes? Ice cream, Gavin says. Pickles. Lucia doesn't blink. Of course. She disappears again. I stare at Gavin, stunned. He looks at me as if this is the most normal request in the world. You need to eat, he says. I laugh once. Small, cracked. This is absurd. Gavin's voice is flat. It's medicine. The dead seriousness of it makes my laugh turn into something else. Half sob, half relief. Tears spill over, hot and silent. I press my hand over my mouth, embarrassed. Gavin doesn't move closer. He doesn't touch. He stays on the floor, head tipped back against the wall, looking up at the ceiling like he's giving me privacy inside my pain. It's the most intimate thing anyone has done for me since my husband died, and it breaks me. I miss him, I whisper into my palm. Silence. Then Gavin says very quietly, I know. My throat tightens. Do you? His gaze shifts to me, steady, unblinking. Yes. I lower my hand. My voice shakes. How can you sit there and be so calm when he's gone? Gavin's eyes harden a fraction. Because if I'm not calm, people die. The bluntness makes my skin prickle. I swallow. Is that what you are? A man who decides who dies? Gavin's voice drops. I'm a man who decides who lives. The words settle heavy in the room. A knock interrupts us. Soft. Lucia enters with a tray like it's a midnight tea service. Vanilla ice cream in a chilled bowl, a small dish of sliced pickles, a spoon, a glass of water, and, because she is Lucia, 2 ginger candies placed neatly beside it. She sets it on the bedside table, nods once at Gavin, and leaves without a word. I stare at the tray like, it's a miracle. I take a spoonful of ice cream, then, without thinking, follow it with a pickle slice. The combination is still insane, and still perfect. A laugh escapes me, bright and startled. Gavin's gaze lifts from the floor to my face. For the first time, the corner of his mouth twitches. Not a smile. A surrender. I point the spoon at him, half laughing, half crying. Don't you dare judge me. His voice is low, almost gentle. I'm not judging. What then? I ask, wiping my cheeks with the back of my hand. He watches me for a long beat, then says quietly, I'm relieved you're still here. The words hit like a fist to the chest. My laughter dies. My eyes burn. You make it sound like I almost wasn't, I whisper. Gavin's gaze turns cold again, the fortress rising back into place. You almost weren't. My pulse spikes. What happened last night? A pause. Then he decides I deserve truth. They tested the outer gate, he says. A car slowed, wrong plates. One man walked up like he belonged. He didn't. My stomach drops. And he left something, Gavin continues, voice flat. A gift. My throat tightens. For the baby. Gavin nods once. For whoever thinks they'll claim it. My hand shakes around the spoon. What was it? Gavin's eyes harden. A baby blanket. My stomach twists. Sounds normal? Gavin asks, voice cold. It wasn't. He looks at me. Stitched into the edge was a phrase. My breath catches. What phrase? Gavin's voice is quiet enough to feel like a blade near skin. Born in the wrong house, buried in the right one. My lungs lock. The spoon slips in my fingers and clinks softly against the bowl. Ice spreads cold on my skin. I don't feel it. My throat tightens until it hurts. They're warning me, Gavin says, and his voice is so calm it's terrifying. They're warning you. They're reminding us the baby is leverage. I press a trembling hand to my stomach. The baby. My baby. Not a coin, not a vote, a life. I can't do this, I whisper. Gavin's eyes lift to mine. You can. No, I breathe, shaking. I can't. This isn't. I'm spiraling. I can hear it. I can feel it. The panic climbing and tightening and turning my own body into a trap. Gavin's voice cuts through it, steady and low. Look at me, he says. I do, because my body obeys him before my mind decides. His eyes hold mine, unblinking. Breathe in, he says. I inhale, shaking. Out, he says. I exhale, a sob trapped in the release. Again, he says. I do it. The panic eases a fraction. Gavin's voice remains calm. You're not alone. My throat tightens. You keep saying that like it's enough. It's not enough, Gavin admits, and the honesty hurts. But it's what I have. I stare at him, tears sliding down my cheeks. What happens now? Gavin's jaw tightens. His eyes go distant for a heartbeat, calculating. Then he looks at me again. We move you, he says. My stomach drops. Again? Yes. Where? I whisper. Somewhere they don't expect, he says. Somewhere not tied to me. My pulse spikes. You mean away from your house? Gavin's voice is low. My house is known. My protection is known. That makes you a target. Fear floods me. I don't want to leave. Gavin's gaze pins me. Erin. My name again. Iron. I flinch. Don't. He doesn't soften. Pack. The word hits like a slap. Gavin. My voice breaks. This is the only place I've been able to breathe. Gavin's eyes darken. And that's why they'll come. I shake my head, desperate. No. No, you can't. His voice drops, quiet and terrifying. Your freedom gets you killed. The line lands in the room like a gunshot. I go still. Because I heard it before. Because it's not just a threat. It's truth. My throat tightens. My hands tremble. I hate you, I whisper, and I don't even mean it. Gavin's gaze doesn't waver. I know. You're ruining my life, I choke. His voice turns rough. Your life was ruined before I picked you up from that church. Tears spill harder, hot and helpless. I clutch the ice cream bowl like it's ridiculous and sacred, like it's the last normal thing I have. Gavin stays on the floor, eyes fixed on me, presence steady. Then, softer than he's been all night, he says, I'm not asking you to trust me. I swallow, shaking. Then what are you asking? His gaze holds mine, raw underneath control. I'm asking you to survive, he says. Long enough to decide what you want later. Later. The promise of later feels like a lifeline. I wipe my cheeks with trembling hands. I take one more bite of ice cream, one more pickle, because my body demands it even while my heart breaks. Then I set the bowl down. I look at Gavin and whisper, How long do I have? His eyes go colder, all calculation now. 1 hour, he says. My stomach drops. The house hums around us like it senses movement coming. The guards shift in the hall. The fortress tightens. And I realize that tonight wasn't just a nightmare. It was rehearsal, because something is coming. And Gavin Tratroli is already moving the board. Chapter 8. The word pack turns the room into a countdown. I move like my body belongs to someone else, hands opening drawers, fingers brushing fabric, my mind lagging behind like it's still stuck in the nightmare. Every sound in Gavin's house feels sharper now, the muted click of a closet hinge, the soft whisper of a zipper, the faint murmur of guards in the hallway. 1 hour. That's not time. That's a decision with a deadline. I shove clothes into a bag without thinking about what I'm choosing. A sweater. A pair of flats, my toothbrush, the ginger candies Lucia keeps leaving like little anchors to reality. Then I stop. My breath catches because I don't have anything that's actually mine. My life is in another house, behind another set of locks, surrounded by people who were smiling at my husband's coffin while calculating my future. The thought makes my stomach roll. I press a hand to my belly, breathing through it. Okay, I whisper as if the baby can hear me and needs reassurance. Okay, we're going. A soft knock. Lucia slips inside with practiced calm, her eyes taking in the open drawers, the bag, my shaking hands. Car will be ready in 20 minutes, she says, voice low. Eat a little. I can't, I whisper. Lucia's gaze is steady. You can. She sets a small plate on the dresser, dry crackers, a few slices of apple, a tiny bowl of pickles, like she refuses to let my cravings become another humiliation. I stare at the pickles and the absurdity of it hits me, this tiny, ridiculous comfort in the middle of something that wants to swallow me whole. My eyes sting. Lucia's hand hovers near my shoulder, not touching, respectful of the lines in this house, but close enough that I feel the intention. You're doing well, she murmurs. The words snap something in me. My throat tightens. I'm not, I whisper. I'm terrified. Lucia nods once, as if fear is simply a weather report. Yes, and you're moving anyway. She leaves before I can fall apart in front of her. I eat one cracker, one bite of apple, a pickle slice. My stomach churns, but it stays down. I exhale shakily, grab the bag and step into the hall. 2 guards are there immediately, flanking without crowding. They don't touch me. They don't speak unless necessary. They move like silent doors that open only for Gavin. Downstairs, the house is awake in a way it wasn't last night. Phones in hands, murmured updates, men moving with purpose that doesn't feel frantic, just inevitable. Like the machine has shifted into a higher gear. Gavin stands near the foyer, jacket on, tie perfect, eyes scanning a tablet in Ator's hands. He looks up the moment I reach the bottom step. His gaze goes to my bag, then my face, then, quick, my stomach. Did you eat? He asks. I hold up the crackers like proof. Yes. His eyes flicker with something like satisfaction. Good. I hate that word now. I hate it because it makes me feel like a task completed. I shift the bag on my shoulder. Where are we going? Gavin's jaw tightens. A safe house. Not here? My voice trembles. This isn't safe? This is safe, he says, calm. That's the problem. I blink. That makes no sense. It does, he replies, because everyone knows where I'd keep you. My stomach drops. So you're moving me to somewhere unknown. Gavin's gaze holds mine. Somewhere less predictable. My throat tightens and you're coming with me. A pause. Not long, not dramatic. Just enough to make my skin prickle. I'm escorting you, he says carefully. Escort. Not stay, not protect, not with you, I swallow. That's not an answer. Gavin steps closer, not crowding, but close enough that his voice can drop. You want to argue about freedom again? He murmurs. The memory of last night, your freedom gets you killed, flares in me like a bruise. I lift my chin. I want to know what's happening to my life. Gavin's eyes darken. Your life is happening. That's the point. The words hit so hard I almost laugh, almost sob. I glance at the guards, at the silent movement, at the fortress that feels like it's exhaling me. What about my house? I whisper. My things, Handled, Gavin says. I hate how much I want to believe him. He gestures toward the door. Let's go. Outside, the air is cold enough to bite. The driveway lights make everything look too clean, too staged. Like this is a scene designed to be watched. A black SUV waits under the covered entryway. Another behind it. Another behind that. Convoy? My stomach rolls again. Ator opens the back door of the lead SUV. I hesitate on the threshold, bag heavy on my shoulder, breath trembling. Gavin stands beside me. He doesn't touch. He never touches unless necessary. But his presence is a hand on my spine. Get in, he says quietly. I step inside. Leather. Clean. Cold. The door closes. The world narrows. Gavin gets into the front passenger seat again, same position as the night he took me from the church, like he's keeping the same pattern to keep me calm, or to keep himself in control. The engine starts, we pull out, the gates open, and as we leave, I look back at the house rising behind us. Dark stone, glowing windows, perimeter lights like stars pinned into place. For a second it feels like I'm abandoning the only safe air I've had since my husband died. Then the gates slide shut, and my chest tightens with the realization that leaving might be exactly what they wanted. We drive through the city while the sky lightens at the horizon, the world pretending it's just another morning. Gavin speaks quietly into his phone, giving instructions in clipped phrases. Keep eyes on the perimeter, sweep the route, no stops, no detours unless I say. No detours. The words echo in my mind like a curse. I press my fingertips to my belly. The baby feels like a secret weight, small, silent, enormous. The convoy moves smoothly for a while. Traffic parts. Lights change as if pre-approved. The city bends around Gavin's will, and the realization is both terrifying and strangely comforting. Then 20 minutes in, something shifts. Not obvious, not dramatic, just timing. The SUV slows slightly and my stomach clenches hard. Gavin's head turns, sharp. Why are we slowing? The driver speaks low. Construction ahead. Detour posted. Gavin's posture goes still. His voice turns to ice. We do not take posted detours. The driver's hands tighten on the wheel. It's blocked, sir. Gavin's gaze flicks to the side mirror, then to the road ahead. Ettore? He says into his phone. Confirm. A pause. A reply I can't hear. Gavin's jaw flexes. That's not our route. The driver's voice tightens. We can't. Gavin cuts in, calm but final. Stop. The SUV slows to a near crawl. My pulse spikes. What's happening? I whisper. Gavin doesn't answer. He's looking ahead like he's counting seconds and exits, like his mind is already running scenarios. The second SUV closes distance behind us. The third stays back. The convoy tightens. The road ahead is narrowed by orange cones and a sign that reads detour. The kind of sign that looks official, boring, normal. I feel sick, because danger in my life has never looked like a gun. It looks like paperwork. It looks like a detour. Gavin leans forward slightly. Reverse, he says to the driver. The driver hesitates because reversing a convoy in morning traffic is chaos. Gavin's voice hardens. Now. The SUV begins to back up slowly, and then a horn blares behind us. A car surges into the gap that shouldn't exist, a black sedan, too sleek, too aggressive, sliding into position with practiced ease. The second SUV tries to angle, but another vehicle appears on the side street. White van, plain, forgettable. My lungs lock. Gavin's head turns like a blade. Lock the doors, he snaps, too late. The black sedan rams the rear quarter panel of our SUV with a controlled hit, enough to jerk us sideways, not enough to flip. My body slams into the seatbelt. Pain flashes across my shoulder. I gasp, hands flying to my stomach. Erin. Gavin's voice is suddenly behind me. Impossible, because he was in the front. No. He's turned in his seat, reaching back between the seats, palm hovering near my knee like he wants to steady me, but won't waste time touching. Stay down, he orders. The driver swears. Tires screech. The SUV lurches. The van on the side street pulls forward, blocking the lane. The second SUV tries to push around, but the black sedan angles again, cutting it off. It's clean. Too clean. Not a random attack, a planned funnel. My heart is pounding so hard I can't hear properly. Gavin, my voice breaks. His eyes meet mine over the seat, sharp and furious and focused. Do not move, he says. Do you understand me? I nod, breath shaking. He turns forward again, voice clipped into the phone. Now. Wrong route, we're compromised. The line crackles. A reply comes, too distorted to catch. Gavin's jaw tightens. I know. I know. The driver shouts, left! The SUV jerks hard. For a second, I think we might get out. For a second, I think Gavin's machine will win. Then the back door yanks open. Cold air rushes in like a scream. A hand grabs the strap of my bag and rips it off my shoulder with violent efficiency. I shout, instinctive, panicked, no. Another hand clamps over my mouth. Not gentle. Not cruel. Just effective. My world becomes leather and gloves and the smell of gasoline. I thrash, but the seatbelt bites into my chest. Someone fumbles at it. Fast. Practiced. The click of release is the loudest sound I've ever heard. I'm yanked sideways out of the SUV. My heel catches on the edge of the door and pain shoots up my ankle. I bite down on the hand over my mouth, tasting leather and the faint metallic tang of blood. The hand tightens. A low voice hisses near my ear. Quiet. I kick. Wild. Desperate. My foot hits something solid. Maybe a shin, because a grunt sounds. My body is lifted, hauled, carried like I weigh nothing. The street spins around me. Orange cones, cars, stopped, people staring like this is a car accident. No one moves. No one helps. Because in this world, people know when not to get involved. They throw me into the van. The door slams shut. Darkness swallows me. Not complete. There's a small slit of light at the edge, but enough to turn my panic into claws. My hands fly to my stomach again. Protective, frantic. The van jolts forward. I'm on the floor, tangled awkwardly, knees scraping against metal. I try to scream, but a hand clamps over my mouth again. A voice, male, calm, too close, speaks low. If you scream, you'll vomit. If you vomit, you'll choke. Be smart. The words are cruel in their practicality. Tears sting my eyes. I force myself to breathe through my nose, shallow and panicked. The van turns sharply. My body slides. My shoulder slams into the wall. Pain flashes. Fear spikes. I taste bile at the back of my throat. Morning sickness chooses the worst moment. I gag against the hand. The man swears softly and releases my mouth just enough for me to turn my head and retch onto the floor. Humiliation burns through me, even in terror. I wipe my mouth with a shaking hand, swallowing hard. My stomach cramps. The baby, I press both hands to my belly, rocking slightly, breath ragged. Okay, I whisper to myself. Okay, it's okay. A low chuckle comes from the dark. That's right, a voice says, different from the first. Older, smoother, familiar in the worst way. My blood runs cold. I lift my head slowly. The slit of light catches a face partially, just enough for recognition to slam into me. He's one of the men from the church. Not a close friend, not family. But he was there. He stood near the back, hands folded, head bowed at the right moments. I remember his watching, measuring. Now he smiles in the dim, like he's pleased with himself. Congratulations, widow, he says softly. You made it. My lungs lock. My voice comes out thin. Who are you? He chuckles again. You don't need my name. Gavin. I choke. The man's smile widens. Gavin Tratroli is not here. The words land like a punch. My chest tightens, panic rising hot. He'll find me, I whisper, not sure if I'm pleading with the man or with the universe. The man leans closer until his face is clearer in the slit of light. Maybe, he says, amused. But not before we finish what we started. My throat tightens. What did you start? The man's gaze drops, slow, deliberate, to my stomach. My hands tighten protectively over it. He smiles like that reaction is exactly what he wanted. The heir, he says softly. The future. My stomach turns again. I swallow hard, voice shaking. It's a baby. It's a vote, he corrects, voice gentle like he's teaching a child. It's leverage. It's power. Tears spill down my cheeks, hot and silent. I shake my head. No. The man's smile doesn't falter. Oh, Erin, he says, voice almost tender. You're not in a position to refuse the truth. My chest heaves. I press my forehead to my knees for a second, trying to breathe, trying not to vomit again. I can't let them see me break. I can't. Not for me. For the baby. I lift my head, forcing my voice steady. What do you want? The man's eyes gleam. Stability. My stomach twists. That's what all of you say. Because it's what everyone wants, he says calmly. The difference is who gets to provide it. I swallow hard. And you think it's you. He smiles. Not me, the right house. Wrong house. The phrase returns like a knife. My breath shakes. What are you going to do to me? The man's gaze stays on my stomach, not my face. We're going to move you. Cold dread spreads through me. Where? He leans back slightly, satisfied. To a place where you can be managed properly, he says. Managed. The word makes my vision blur with rage and tears. I whisper, I'm a person. The man finally looks at my face. His eyes are not cruel. They're worse. They're indifferent. Not in this, he says softly. In this, you are the mother of an heir, and that makes you valuable. My stomach clenches. I taste bile again. The van hits a bump and I sway, clutching my belly tighter. The man watches me like a scientist watches a reaction. Then he speaks, voice light, almost amused. And don't worry, he says. We're not monsters. We won't hurt you. A beat. He smiles wider. We'll just decide your life for you. The van continues forward, the city fading into something quieter, roads changing texture, fewer turns, fewer sounds. The slit of light shows nothing but darkness and the occasional passing street lamp. My hands stay locked over my stomach. My body shakes, and inside my chest one truth claws at me harder than fear. Gavin said they'd try to take me. He said my freedom would get me killed. And now, trapped in the dark with men who prayed over my husband's coffin, I realize I didn't understand what taken meant until this moment. Because it doesn't feel like violence. It feels like ownership. The man shifts closer one last time. Congratulations, widow, he repeats, voice soft as poison. You're ours now. Chapter 9. The van smells like rubber and stale cologne. Like men who think cleanliness is the same thing as mercy. My wrists aren't tied, but I'm not free. They don't need rope. when they have doors and numbers and the confidence of people who believe the world is built for their decisions. The man from the funeral sits across from me in the dim, his suit still crisp, as if kidnapping widows is just another appointment on a calendar. He watches me the way men watch stock prices, interested, detached, waiting for movement. I keep my hands over my stomach, not because it hides anything, they already know, because it keeps me from shaking apart. The van turns, then turns again, then slows. My body sways with each movement, nausea rising and falling like a cruel tide. I breathe shallowly, focusing on the smallest details to keep myself from spiraling. The stitching on the seat, the faint hum of the engine, the slit of light slicing the dark. I tell myself one thing over and over: stay alive, stay calm, don't give them a show. The man smiles as if he can hear my thoughts. We'll be there soon, he says. There where? My voice comes out hoarse, smaller than I want it to. He tilts his head. Somewhere quiet. That's not an answer. Answers are earned, he says pleasantly. You've been asking questions in rooms you don't control. That's why you're here. I swallow, throat raw. I'm here because you took me. He chuckles as if I've made a cute mistake. You were being moved. We simply corrected the destination. Corrected. Like I'm an address label. My stomach twists hard. I press my lips together and breathe through my nose, tasting bile at the back of my throat. He notices the tightening of my jaw and leans forward a fraction, voice lowering as if he's offering comfort. Don't worry, he says. We understand pregnancy is unpleasant in the beginning. My skin prickles. Don't talk about my body. His smile doesn't falter. It isn't just your body anymore, Erin. That's the point. A hot flare of rage burns through my fear. That baby is mine, I whisper. His eyes glint. It's the future. Stop saying that like the baby is a weapon. He leans back, unbothered. In our world, everything is a weapon, even innocence. My throat tightens. I blink hard, forcing tears back. Crying in front of him would feel like giving him exactly what he wants. The van slows more, then stops. For a heartbeat, silence. Then the doors unlock with a soft click that sounds like a final decision. A side door slides open. Cold air rushes in, carrying the scent of wet pavement and city. Faint, distant, like we're on the outskirts of somewhere. A guard appears, face impassive. We're ready. The funeral man stands first, smooth, unhurried. He gestures toward me as if inviting me to dinner. Come, he says. I don't move. My heart pounds. If I don't? His smile turns faintly amused. Then we carry you? I'd prefer you walk. Less distress. A threat dressed as courtesy. I swallow, inhale, and force myself to stand slowly. My legs feel unsteady, but they hold. My body is doing what it must. I step out of the van. We're in a parking structure. Concrete. Fluorescent lights. A black SUV waiting nearby. 2 more men in suits. No shouting. No chaos. This isn't a gang snatch. It's an extraction, which means someone planned it, which means someone authorized it. My stomach drops. I'm guided, not shoved, toward the SUV. A hand hovers near my elbow, not touching unless needed, but close enough that I know I'll be grabbed if I bolt. I could scream. I could make a scene. But I remember the stopped cars, the staring faces, the way no one moved. People don't help women in this world. They protect their own lives first. Screaming would just make me vomit again. And then I'd be the widow who couldn't even keep her dignity in captivity. So I walk. The SUV door opens. I'm placed in the back seat like a VIP being chauffeured. The funeral man gets in beside me, leaving a respectful distance that feels like another kind of insult. He's not afraid of me. He's confident I can't do anything. The car moves. We drive for what feels like forever, but might only be 20 minutes. The city fades into quieter streets, fewer lights, taller fences. We pass through one gate, then another. Finally, we stop. The door opens. I step out into a courtyard surrounded by high walls. Not prison gray, tasteful stone, warm lantern light, manicured shrubs. A fountain that burbles softly, like they think ambience makes kidnapping gentler. A house rises beyond the courtyard. Elegant, controlled, expensive. A velvet cage. My throat tightens. Where am I? The funeral man smiles as if he's proud. A place that understands stability. I'm led inside. The foyer is warm, filled with rich wood and art that looks curated for influence. The air smells faintly of citrus and expensive candles. The floors are spotless. A woman appears, mid-30s, sleek hair, tailored suit, expression composed. She looks at me with the calm of someone who has practiced empathy like a skill. Erin, she says softly, welcome. I stare at her, confused. Who are you? She offers a small smile. Someone who doesn't want you frightened. My laugh comes out sharp. Too late. The woman's gaze flickers to my stomach, then returns to my face with practiced gentleness. You're safe here. The funeral man speaks behind me. Show her to the suite. Suite, not room. They're not pretending this is temporary. They want me settled. They want me acclimated. The woman nods. Of course. She gestures for me to follow. I do, because there are men behind me and walls in every direction, and my body is already tired from fear. We move through hallways lined with quiet luxury. No family photos, no warmth, just curated perfection. A door opens to a bedroom that looks like a magazine spread, cream bedding, soft lighting, a sitting area, a tray of water and tea already prepared. My stomach twists at the sight of the tea. Comfort as a tactic. The woman steps aside. This is yours. Mine, I repeat, bitter. She keeps her voice calm, for now. I turn to face her. What do you want? Her expression softens. We want what's best for you. I stare. Stop. That's what men say when they're about to take something. A flicker of something, annoyance perhaps, slides behind her eyes, quickly replaced by composure. I understand how it looks, she says gently, but your situation is delicate. My situation is that you kidnapped me, I snap. She holds my gaze. You were moved. You can call it kidnapping if you like, but you're alive, you're warm, you're being cared for. My chest tightens. You don't get points for basic decency. The woman's lips twitch faintly, like she almost smiles. No, but you should understand what it means. I swallow hard. What does it mean? It means we're not your enemy, she says. I let out a bitter laugh. Then why not tell Gavin that? Silence. The woman's gaze stays steady. Because Gavin is not reasonable about you. The words send a cold ripple through me. Reasonable, I repeat. She nods once, as if explaining a policy. He's making choices that will destabilize alliances. He's taking responsibility that isn't his to take. My throat tightens. He's protecting me. The woman's expression remains gentle, but her voice firms. He's claiming you. My breath catches. I want to deny it. I also remember his hand at my waist in the hotel suite. The way his restraint felt like a living thing. I remember the way my body leaned forward before my mind could catch it. I hate myself for it. Why do you care? I whisper. The woman's gaze shifts slightly, and I realize she's not just an assistant. She carries authority like a scent. Because there are rules, she says, and he's breaking them. Rules? I echo. Widows don't belong to allies, she says softly. They belong to the system until the system decides where stability lies. My stomach turns. I don't belong to anyone. Her expression softens more. You're right. In a just world, you wouldn't. But you live in our world. The words hit like a door closing. I press a hand to my belly, breath trembling. You keep talking about stability. What do you actually want from me? The woman holds my gaze. We want you to be protected properly. We want your baby to be born where the council can accept it. Council. The word tastes like metal. And where is that? I ask, voice tight. She pauses, then says carefully, in a house that can unify votes. A marriage cage disguised as governance. My heartbeat pounds. I whisper, you want me to marry someone. The woman's eyes don't blink. We want you to consider a new arrangement. Arrangement. Of course. And if I don't, I ask. Her expression doesn't change, but her voice drops just slightly. Then you'll become a conflict point, and conflict points get removed. Removed. Not killed, not harmed, just erased. Like the Greco-style consequence I've heard whispered about in other circles. Paperwork that ends lives without blood. My throat tightens. I force myself to breathe. Who is we? I demand. The woman tilts her head. People who knew your husband. People who want to honor him. The lie is so smooth it's almost beautiful. I laugh once, ugly. Honor him by stealing his wife? The woman doesn't flinch. Honor him by ensuring his heir is safe. My stomach clenches hard and I swallow bile. Safe. They keep using that word like it's a gift. But safety with them means surrender. It means my choices vanish. I step toward the window, needing air. The glass looks out over the courtyard and the high walls. Lanterns. Guards posted like decorations. No exit. My voice shakes. Gavin will come for me. The woman's gaze stays calm. He'll try. And you'll stop him? She pauses. We'll negotiate. I turn back, fury rising. Negotiate with what? Her eyes slide to my stomach again. My blood runs cold. You're sick, I whisper. I'm realistic. She corrects. My hands tremble. I press them to my sides. You can't do this. She takes a step closer, her voice gentler, almost sympathetic. Erin, please. This doesn't have to be traumatic. You can have comfort here, safety, medical care, a quiet pregnancy, no fear, no late-night perimeter threats. No. No, Gavin, I finish, and my voice breaks on his name like a betrayal. The woman watches my reaction carefully, like she just found the tender spot. You're attached, she says softly. I snap. I'm not. Her brow lifts slightly. Then you won't mind a better offer. I swallow hard. I don't answer. Because the truth is a knife in my chest. I'm not in love. I'm not ready. But I'm hungry for him in the way drowning people are hungry for air, and that makes me dangerous to myself. The woman steps back, smooth again. Rest. We'll talk later. She turns toward the door. Wait, I blurt, because I can't let her leave without something solid. What's your name? She pauses, half turning. Camille? Then she leaves, the door closing softly behind her. I'm alone in the suite. The silence hits like a wave. I sink onto the edge of the bed, hands locked over my stomach, shaking. I close my eyes and try to breathe. And my mind does the cruel thing minds do when you're trapped. It runs to the only place it knows. It runs to Gavin. I see him in the hotel suite, his eyes dark, his voice rough, his hand hovering at my waist like a question. I feel his breath against my forehead when he leaned in, not touching, not taking, just holding the line with his whole body. I remember the moment my body leaned forward, not because I wanted a man, because I wanted to feel safe, because I wanted to be chosen, because grief makes you reach for anything that feels like solidity. My throat tightens, tears burn behind my eyes. I whisper to my belly, he's coming, he'll come. But even as I say it, fear sharpens underneath. What if he can't? What if this is bigger than Gavin? Bigger than his house? And his men and his rules? What if someone on the ally side authorized this? The thought makes my stomach flip. I stand and pace the room, slow because moving too fast makes nausea spike. My fingers trail along the edge of the desk, the dresser, the curtains. Everything is beautiful. Everything is wrong. A knock comes. I freeze. The door opens without waiting for permission. The funeral man steps in, followed by Camille. He carries himself like he's not a guest in this house, like he owns its decisions. Camille stands slightly behind him, eyes on me, expression composed. We should talk, the man says. I lift my chin. About what? He smiles. About your choices. I don't have choices, I snap. He walks to the sitting area and gestures toward a chair like we're about to discuss a mortgage. Sit. I remain standing. No? His smile tightens. Erin, don't make this harder. I laugh, bitter. You took me off the road in a van and you want me to make it easy? He studies me for a moment, then nods slightly as if impressed by my backbone. Fine, he says. Stand. Camille watches me, unreadable. The man folds his hands. Here's the reality. Gavin is destabilizing alliances by making you his personal responsibility. I'm not his, I say, voice tight. The man's eyes flicker, amused. Not formally, yet. My skin prickles. He continues, if Gavin escalates, the council will get involved. Sanctions, votes, guardianship. Your baby becomes a battlefield. My throat tightens. My baby is not a battlefield. Innocent sentiment, he says smoothly, but irrelevant. Rage rises, hot and sharp. I clench my fists. Say that again. The man's smile widens. Your baby is the heir of a dead ally. That makes it valuable. That makes it dangerous. That makes it something that needs structure. Structure. Terms. Contracts. Cages with polite names. Camille's voice cuts in, gentle. You can have peace here, Erin. We can make sure no one threatens you. We can give you quiet. I stare at her. In exchange for what? Camille's gaze doesn't waver. Cooperation. The man leans forward slightly. There will be an arrangement. A husband, a stable house, a recognized father for the child. That ends the war before it begins. My breath catches. I won't marry someone. His smile turns sharp. You will, or you will watch Gavin die for refusing to let go. The room goes still. My lungs lock. What did you say? I whisper. The man's voice stays calm, almost kind. Gavin will not back down. He'll burn alliances, he'll break treaties, he'll make enemies, and he will lose. My heart pounds. He won't. The man shrugs slightly. Everyone loses eventually. Camille's eyes soften. This is why we're offering you a path that saves everyone. By sacrificing me, I whisper. No, the man says, by placing you correctly. My stomach turns. I whisper, you're threatening him. I'm warning you, he corrects, because you can end this. My breath shakes. How? He smiles like he's been waiting for the question. Agree to the arrangement. Camille steps forward, holding out a folder, thick, cream paper, elegant. My throat tightens at the sight of it. A contract. Of course, I stare at it, nausea rising. I won't sign anything. The man's smile remains. Then we leak. Leak what? I whisper. His eyes gleam. The truth. My blood runs cold. What truth? Camille's gaze flickers just once, like she doesn't like this part. The man's voice turns smooth as silk. That your husband suspected betrayal inside the ally circle, and that Gavin knew. My stomach drops. That isn't just scandal. That's war. My voice shakes. That's not. It's plausible, he says, and plausibility is enough when men are looking for a reason to kill. I swallow hard, shaking. You're lying. The man shrugs. Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, it will be believed. My chest tightens so hard it hurts. This is their weapon. Not blood. Narrative. Camille holds the folder steady, gentle. Erin, please, think. Safety. You could have support. You could have... My voice cracks. You don't understand. Camille's brow lifts slightly. What don't I understand? I choke on the truth because saying it makes it real, because saying it admits how far Gavin already got under my skin. That he would come for me, I whisper, and if you make him choose, he'll choose me. The man smiles slowly. Exactly. My throat tightens, and he'll die for it. Camille's gaze softens. Unless you stop it. The room spins for a moment. Fear, rage, grief, guilt. My hand flies to my stomach again, protective. I close my eyes and see Gavin's face, cold and controlled and raw beneath it. I hear his voice. I don't lose what I'm responsible for. I feel his hand at my waist, the spark, the restraint, the way he stepped back, like he was saving us both. Tears burn. I open my eyes. My voice comes out thin, breaking. What if I say yes? The man's smile sharpens. Then you save him. Camille's expression softens, relieved. And you save yourself. My stomach turns, I whisper. And what if I say no? The man's smile disappears. Then you watch the board burn, he says quietly. And you'll carry the guilt. Guilt. That's the real cage. They're building it around my ribs, around my baby, around Gavin's life. Camille steps closer, voice gentle. We're not monsters, Erin. We're giving you a way out. I look at the folder, the elegant paper, the promise of quiet, the cost. Then I lift my eyes to the man, and I say the only thing I can say that feels like mine. I want to speak to Gavin, I whisper. The man's smile returns, amused. You can't. Then I want proof, I snap. If you're going to threaten his life, I want proof you can. A bead of surprise flashes in Camille's eyes. The man studies me slowly, then smiles wider. Backbone, he murmurs. Good. Your baby will need that. I flinch. He leans closer, voice low. Here's your proof. He pulls out a phone, taps once and shows me the screen. A still image, grainy, from a distance. Gavin in a street camera feed outside an intersection. His convoy, the detour. The moment the van door opened. Proof they controlled the scene. My stomach drops. The man's voice is soft. We had eyes on him the entire time. Camille's face tightens slightly, a flicker of discomfort. The man continues. We know how he moves. We know what he values. We know what he'll destroy for. His gaze drops to my stomach, then returns to my face. And we know what you can make him do, he says. My breath shakes. My voice comes out broken. You're going to make me choose. The man smiles, satisfied. Yes. Camille holds the folder out again, gentle, relentless. Sign, she whispers. And this ends. My hands tremble. My throat burns. I look at the paper like it's poison. Then I look at Camille, and I hear myself say, barely audible, I need time. The man's smile sharpens. You have until tomorrow. Camille's voice is softer, almost kind. Rest, Erin. You're safe here. Safe, in the velvet cage. The man turns to leave. At the door, he pauses and looks back at me one last time. Congratulations, widow, he says softly. You're important now. Then he exits. The door closes. Camille hesitates a beat longer, eyes on me. Something unreadable there. Pity, maybe, or a warning. She can't speak. Then she leaves too. I'm alone again. I sink onto the bed, shaking, and the strangest thing happens. In the middle of the terror, in the middle of the threat, my mind doesn't run to my husband. It runs to Gavin, to his restraint, to his vow, to the way he looked at me like I was the only thing worth losing for. I press my hand to my belly, tears sliding down my cheeks, and I whisper into the quiet, broken and furious and desperate, I won't let you die for me. But the truth is worse, because I don't know if I can stop him, and I don't know if I can stop myself from wanting him to try. Chapter 10. Night in the velvet cage doesn't feel like night. It feels like being wrapped in silk, while someone sharpens a knife in the next room. The suite is too beautiful. The sheets are too soft. The tea is too hot. The air is too carefully scented, citrus and expensive calm, like they think comfort can erase the fact that I'm here against my will. I sit on the edge of the bed with the contract folder on the table across from me, staring at it like it's a live animal. Sign, and this ends. They said it like my life is a meeting that can be adjourned. My hand goes to my stomach again, my fingers splaying protectively over the quiet curve that isn't visible yet, but feels like a beacon to every predator on the board. Okay, I whisper to the baby, like I'm speaking to something older than cells and heartbeat. We're not signing anything. We're not giving them your name like it's a coin. My stomach flips. Morning sickness doesn't respect plans. I move slowly, because panic makes it worse, and make it to the bathroom before the nausea crests. I kneel on cold tile, retching until my throat burns, eyes watering. When it's over, I sit back against the tub and breathe like I'm trying to keep my lungs from giving up too. I wash my face. I look at myself in the mirror. I don't look like a woman on the verge of a political marriage. I look like someone who is being held together by spite and pickles. A soft knock comes at the door. I freeze, heart jumping. Camille's voice follows, gentle as a lullaby. Erin, are you okay? I don't answer. Silence stretches. Then quietly, I'm coming in. The door opens and Camille steps into the suite like she belongs in it, which I suppose she does. She's carrying a small tray, crackers, ginger tea, a bowl of sliced fruit. And because the universe has a sick sense of humor, pickles. My throat tightens, not with laughter, but with the sudden, aching recognition of how easily they learn what you like, how quickly they can mimic care. Camille sets the tray down and looks at me with that practiced softness. You need to eat. You don't get to tell me what I need, I say, voice hoarse. She doesn't flinch. I do if I don't want you fainting. We don't want stress on the baby. The baby. Always the baby. Never me. I swallow hard. Where is he? I ask before I can stop myself. The man from the funeral. Camille hesitates a fraction. He's busy. Busy threatening people, I snap. Camille's gaze steadies. He's managing outcomes. Like I'm an outcome, I whisper. Her expression softens. Too much. Erin. I shake my head. Don't use my name like it's comfort. Camille looks down at the tray, then back up. Please eat. I do, because my body is already rebellious, and the last thing I need is to collapse and give them another way to control me. One cracker, one bite of fruit. A pickle slice I hate myself for wanting. The salt hits my tongue and the nausea eases a fraction. Camille watches me like she's relieved. I'm not signing, I say flat. I know, she murmurs. The answer surprises me. You know? Camille's gaze flickers away, then back, careful. I know you're not the kind of woman who folds because someone calls it stability. My breath catches. Then why are you here? Camille's voice drops. Because folding isn't the only way to survive. The words land like a warning. Before I can respond, there's movement outside the suite. Footsteps, muffled voices. Camille goes still, her head tilts slightly, listening. A single beat passes. Then her posture changes. The softness drains out of her face like someone turned off a light. What is that? I whisper. Camille doesn't answer. She crosses to the door and opens it a crack, peering into the hallway. I hear a sharp, low voice, male, controlled, not shouting, but carrying authority. Open the door. My stomach drops. That voice, not the funeral man. Not one of the men who dragged me into the van. This voice is quieter, colder, weighted with certainty. Another voice stammers something, excuses, protocol. The quiet voice answers like a judge. Now. Camille closes the door slowly and turns to me. Her eyes are wide for the first time since I met her. Fear, not for herself, for the plan. Stay here, she says too quickly. I stand up, heart pounding. Who is that? Camille's mouth tightens. Don't move, Erin. The door rattles once, not violently, but with the firm insistence of someone who expects compliance. Then the lock clicks, not from Camille's hand. From the hallway, the suite door swings open, and there he is. Gavin Tratroli, standing in the doorway like he owns the air. He's in a dark suit, immaculate. No tie loosened this time, no sleeve rolled. Everything on him is composed, expensive, precise. But his eyes are a storm held in a fist. They lock on me immediately, scanning from my face to my hands to my stomach like he's counting damage. My breath catches so hard it hurts. For a split second, I can't move. I can't speak. My body goes rigid with the sheer shock of seeing him here, in this place, like a myth crashing through a locked door. Camille makes a small sound behind him. Mr. Tratroli. Gavin doesn't look at her. He doesn't acknowledge her. His gaze stays on me like the rest of the room is irrelevant. Erin, he says, voice low. My name in his mouth is not command right now. It's proof. Like he had to say it out loud to believe I'm real. I take one step toward him without thinking, then stop because my knees wobble. My voice comes out broken. You're here. Gavin's jaw flexes, a flash of something raw crossing his face. Yes, the word is clipped, controlled, too controlled. Like if he lets it become more, he'll lose the restraint keeping him upright. Behind him, 2 men in suits stand in the hallway, Gavin's men, eyes scanning, silent. The air outside the suite feels colder, heavier, like consequence has arrived. Camille steps forward, composure returning in a desperate attempt to regain control. This is a misunderstanding. Erin is safe here. Gavin finally turns his head slightly, just enough to look at her. It's not a glare. It's worse. It's a calm assessment that tells her she's already made a mistake. She's not safe, Gavin says quietly. Camille's smile tightens. She is not harmed. She's being cared for. She has... Gavin's voice cuts in, soft as a blade. You took her. Camille's composure cracks for half a second. She was moved for stability. Gavin's gaze flickers back to me. His voice changes just slightly, dropping into something I feel in my bones. Did they touch you? The question slices the room open. My breath catches. My cheeks burn. I shake my head quickly. No. Gavin's eyes narrow. Did they threaten you? I swallow hard, throat tight. Yes. His jaw tightens. A muscle in his cheek jumps once. He keeps his voice calm anyway. Did they threaten the baby? My hand moves to my stomach without thinking. Yes, I whisper. Gavin's eyes darken like something just snapped into place. He turns fully toward the hallway and speaks once, quiet, deadly, controlled. Clear the building. One of his men nods and moves immediately. Camille stiffens. You can't. This is private property. Gavin's gaze returns to her. You're right, he says calmly. It's someone else's. Camille's face pales. Who? Gavin doesn't answer. He steps into the suite. Not fast, not aggressive, like the room has become his territory and he's simply claiming it with presence. I back up instinctively, not from fear of him, fear of the moment, fear of what my body does when he gets close. But Gavin stops immediately, like he heard the retreat in my breath. He doesn't follow. He holds his ground, eyes pinned on mine. Come here, he says softly. The words send a shiver down my spine. Not because it's an order, because it's an invitation, a choice. My throat tightens. I take one step, then another. Each step feels like crossing a line in my own soul. Gavin's gaze stays locked on me. He doesn't look at my body like the other men did. He looks at my face, my eyes, my shaking mouth. When I'm close enough to feel his heat, he finally lifts his hand. Slowly, deliberately, not grabbing, not forcing. He touches my cheek with the backs of his knuckles, so light it's almost not there, and I swear my whole body exhales. My eyes sting instantly. Tears spill down my cheeks before I can stop them. I hate myself for it. I hate how much I needed this. Gavin's thumb brushes a tear away with the same careful restraint he uses for everything. His voice is low, rough. You're safe now. The words land like a blanket over my shaking bones. My breath breaks. I thought. Don't, he murmurs. Don't do that to yourself. I laugh once, broken and wet. I didn't do anything. They targeted you, Gavin says, and his voice turns cold with fury. Because they thought they could. I swallow hard. They offered me a contract. Gavin's eyes sharpen. What kind? Marriage, I whisper. A father for the baby. A stable house. The air around Gavin goes still. Not calm. Contained violence. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't curse. He doesn't even flinch. But his eyes turn to ice. He glances past me, to the table where the folder sits. His gaze holds on it for one beat too long. Then he looks back at me. Did you sign anything? No, I say quickly. No, I didn't. Something in his face loosens a fraction, thus not relief, not softness, just the slightest easing of a catastrophic tension. Good, he says, and the word doesn't feel like approval this time. It feels like gratitude. Camille speaks from behind us, voice tight. Erin, please. You don't understand what he's doing. Gavin is destabilizing the alliances. Gavin cuts in without looking at her. Leave, Camille stiffens. Excuse me? Gavin finally turns his head, calm as death. Leave, he repeats. Camille's gaze flicks to his men in the hallway. More of them now. quietly filling the space with presence. She swallows. This doesn't have to be hostile, she says carefully. We can negotiate. We can... Gavin's mouth tightens. No. The single word lands like a slammed door. He steps slightly, putting more of his body between Camille and me. A shield, a claim. My pulse stutters. Camille's eyes dart to my face, searching for some sign I'll choose the polite cage over the dangerous rescuer. My throat tightens. I don't speak. I don't have to. Because my body already chose the moment his knuckles touched my cheek. Camille's jaw tightens. She backs toward the door slowly. You're making enemies, she warns. Gavin's voice is low. They were already enemies. Camille's gaze flicks to my stomach. Something like regret passes through her eyes. Then she leaves, stepping into the hallway with controlled dignity. Gavin's men move aside just enough to let her pass, then close in again, quiet, efficient. The suite feels smaller without her, but also cleaner. Like the air has been purified of manipulation. My knees suddenly feel weak. The adrenaline drains out of me, leaving behind exhaustion and nausea and the aftershock of being taken. My stomach rolls hard. I turn abruptly toward the bathroom, one hand clapped over my mouth. Gavin's presence is behind me instantly. Not crowding, not grabbing, just there, moving with the same inevitability he moved with at the church. I barely make it to the toilet before I'm sick again. This time, it's bile and crackers and fear. I grip the edge of the sink with shaking hands. I feel Gavin in the doorway, silent. Then, softly, breathe. I retch one more time and then sit back on my heels, trembling. The humiliation hits like a wave. I wipe my mouth with a trembling hand and whisper, I'm sorry. Gavin's voice tightens. Don't apologize. I laugh once. Miserable. I keep doing it. You keep surviving. He says quietly. I stare at the floor tiles, eyes burning. I didn't want you to come. Not because I didn't want you. I mean, I didn't want you to risk. Blah. Gavin's voice cuts in, low. I didn't risk. I lift my head, confused. What? His eyes meet mine in the mirror. Dark, controlled. I retrieved what's mine to protect, he says. The words hit me in the chest like a fist. Not because they're romantic, because they're terrifyingly possessive. My breath catches. I'm not. Gavin steps closer, stopping just behind me, still not touching. His voice drops to something intimate and deadly. I know you're not mine, he murmurs. But you are under my protection, and anyone who treats you like a transferable asset learns what happens when they're wrong. My throat tightens. They said they'd leak truth. Gavin's jaw flexes. What truth? They said my husband suspected betrayal inside the ally circle, I whisper, voice shaking. That you knew. That you... I can't finish. The implication is poison. Gavin's eyes narrow. Did they say your husband's name? Yes, I breathe. Gavin's gaze goes distant for half a beat, calculating, cold. Then he looks back at me. They're trying to start a war, he says calmly, using you as the match. My stomach rolls again. I didn't tell them anything. I know, he says. The certainty steadies me, and it breaks me at the same time, because I realize he believes me. Fully. Without doubt. No one has ever believed me like that. I stand slowly, wiping my mouth, hands shaking. My eyes are red. My face is pale. I look awful. I look like a hostage. Gavin's gaze sweeps over me, and something in his expression tightens like pain. Not pity, fury. He steps back slightly, giving me space to breathe. Pack, he says. My stomach drops. Again? Yes. Fear spikes. No, I can't. Gavin's voice stays calm. Erin. My name, iron again, but softer at the edges. We're leaving, he says. Now, before they try a second move. My throat tightens. Where? Gavin's eyes lock on mine. Somewhere clean, he says. Somewhere no one associates with you yet. My breath shakes. And you'll be there. Gavin doesn't answer the way I want. He doesn't say with you. He says, I'll be close. Close. Not comfort, not promise. But it's the closest thing Gavin gives. He reaches out slowly, giving me time to flinch, time to refuse, and takes my hand. This time it isn't accidental. It's deliberate. His palm is warm, firm, steady, not forcing, not dragging, just holding. My throat tightens and a sob catches in my chest. Gavin's thumb presses lightly against my knuckles, a grounding touch. You did well, he says at the words, but his voice is different now. Less approval, more acknowledgement. I didn't, I whisper. I was terrified. Gavin's gaze holds mine, raw beneath control. You stayed alive. The sentence lands like a blessing. He turns toward the door, still holding my hand. In the hallway, his men are moving with silent precision, clearing, securing, controlling the building without spectacle. No shouting, No chaos, just a quiet takeover that makes my skin prickle with the realization of how much power Gavin holds when he chooses to use it. We move through corridors, down an elevator, out into a waiting car. The moment the door shuts behind us, the world narrows to leather and Gavin's scent, wood, spice, control. My body trembles as the adrenaline finally begins to drain. Gavin sits close, his shoulder near mine, but he doesn't crowd me. His hand stays on mine. He looks at my face like he's making sure I'm still here. I swallow hard, voice shaking. How did you find me? Gavin's gaze stays forward. They wanted me to. My breath catches. What? He turns his head slightly, eyes dark. This was a message. They wanted to prove they could take you from my convoy. They wanted to show me the wrong house isn't safe. My stomach twists. So they let you. They didn't let me, Gavin says, voice like ice. They underestimated how quickly I correct problems. A beat. Then his voice drops lower, rougher. And they underestimated what it does to me when you're gone. My throat tightens. I don't know what to say to that, to the raw edge under his control. I stare at our joined hands. His thumb strokes once barely like he's checking that I'm real. My voice comes out small. I thought I'd never see you again. Gavin's gaze flicks to me, sharp. For a moment, the mask cracks just enough for me to see something brutal underneath. Not fear, not weakness, a kind of obsession that looks like it hurts. You will, he says quietly. If you do what I tell you, I should be angry. I am angry. But it's drowned by relief so intense it makes my eyes sting. I whisper, I hate this. Gavin's voice is low. So do I. The car moves into the night, away from the velvet cage, away from the polite threats in contract paper. But the fear doesn't leave with the building, because now I know something I didn't know before. They can reach me. They can take me. And Gavin, cold, calculating, morally gray Gavin, will burn anything he has to burn to keep me. His hand tightens slightly on mine, just enough to remind me he's here. And I realize with a sick twist of both dread and need, this retrieval wasn't just rescue. It was a line crossed on the board, and now everyone will know exactly how far Gavin Tratroli is willing to go. Chapter 11. The safe house isn't a house. It's a quiet pocket of the world, Gavin carved out with money, fear, and the kind of discipline that makes men obey without asking why. We arrive after midnight. No grand gates, no sweeping driveway, no obvious fortress. Just a narrow, private road, a modest exterior, and a security perimeter so subtle it's worse than obvious guards, because subtle means experienced. The car stops. The engine cuts. Silence rushes in like it's been waiting. My fingers are still tangled with Gavin's, because he never let go after he took my hand in that suite. Even when the elevator doors opened, even when his men surrounded us like a moving wall, even when I was shaking so hard I could barely walk without looking like prey, he held on like my pulse was his responsibility. Now, in the dark stillness, his thumb presses once against my knuckles, barely, like he's checking I'm real. I swallow, throat tight. Where are we? Gavin's voice is low. Safe. I laugh once, sharp and exhausted. That's what they said too. His jaw tightens. This is different. Because it's you? The question slips out before I can stop it. Gavin turns his head, eyes dark in the dim. Yes, the certainty is terrifying. Not sweet, not comforting. Terrifying. He exits the car first, scanning the perimeter with quick economical movements. Then he opens my door and offers his hand. Not as an order. As a choice. I take it. The moment my feet hit the ground, nausea rises, less from pregnancy now, more from aftershock. My body is catching up to what it survived. Gavin feels the slight tremor in my fingers. Inside, he says softly. I nod and let him guide me in. The interior is warm, quiet, simple, a living space that looks staged as normal, but everything is too clean, too controlled. No personal photos, no clutter, no evidence anyone lives here, unless they have to. A safe place for emergencies, for crises, for me. Gavin closes the door behind us and turns a lock. Not dramatic, not noisy. Final. My lungs tighten. He notices. Not for you, he says calmly. For them. I swallow hard. I can't keep doing this. Gavin's gaze holds mine. You will. Something hot spikes in my chest. Stop saying that like you get to decide. His expression doesn't change. I'm deciding whether you live. That's my job right now. I jerk my hand out of his, suddenly furious at myself for needing it, for letting him hold it like it belonged there. I'm not your job, I snap. Gavin's eyes narrow slightly. No, you're my responsibility. The word hits harder than it should. responsibility, protection, vow, cage words. I set my bag down too hard on the floor. You keep using that word like it makes this acceptable. Gavin's jaw flexes. It makes it necessary. Necessary for who? My voice cracks. For you? To feel like you're doing the right thing? For my dead husband's ghost to keep controlling me? Gavin's gaze sharpens at the mention of my husband, something cold flashing behind his eyes. Then, quieter, don't. Don't what? I throw back. Don't say his name. Don't speak the truth. Don't use him like a blade, Gavin says, voice low. Not when you're bleeding. The words slice through my anger, because they're true and I hate that he sees it. My throat tightens. I'm not bleeding. Gavin steps closer, slow, careful, and the air changes. You are, he says quietly. You're just too proud to let anyone see where. My breath shakes. I can feel tears building, hot and humiliating. I turn away so he won't see them. I move toward the kitchen area because movement gives me something to do besides fall apart. I grip the countertop with both hands, knuckles white. My stomach rolls again, an ache that's half nausea, half emotional overload. Gavin's voice comes behind me, low. Sit. I laugh, bitter. You really can't stop ordering me, can you? I can, he says. I just don't want to. The blunt honesty makes my breath catch. I turn slowly. Gavin stands a few feet but away, jacket off now, sleeves rolled slightly, like he's stripped down to something more dangerous than his suit. His eyes are dark, his face controlled, but there's a tension in his posture that wasn't there earlier. The retrieval changed something. The kidnapping changed something. Or maybe it just revealed what was already waiting under his restraint. I swallow hard. You found me. I did, he says. How? His gaze holds mine. They wanted me to. The words echo in my head. They wanted me to. A trap. A message. A game. My stomach drops again. So what now? Gavin's voice is calm. Now we make them regret it. My throat tightens. How? He doesn't answer immediately. He walks toward a small table and pulls out his phone, tapping once. A map, a route log, names, the board. Your kidnapping created ripples, he says. They'll pretend it was for stability, but the way they moved you, the people they used, it leaves fingerprints. He looks up, eyes hard. I can pull on those. I swallow. And what happens when you pull? Gavin's mouth tightens. They break. My skin prickles. No violence, I whisper, because I need to say it. I need to hear it. Gavin's eyes flicker to me, then soften by a fraction. No spectacle, he says. I don't do spectacle. His brand of danger. Quiet, clean, permanent. My stomach flips. I whisper, I don't want anyone hurt because of me. Gavin's gaze turns sharp. It's not because of you. It's because they made a move, and they touched what they shouldn't. Touched. He says it like it's a sin. I swallow hard, throat tight. They didn't touch me. Gavin's eyes darken. They took you. The way he says it makes my pulse jump. My body remembers the moment the door opened, the hand over my mouth, the van, the funeral man smiling in the dark. My chest tightens. I thought I was going to lose you, I whisper, and it slips out before I can stop it. Silence. Gavin's gaze locks on mine. A slow inhale. Then, very quietly, he says, don't say that. My breath shakes. Why? His jaw flexes. Because it makes me want to do things I won't apologize for. The words send a shiver down my spine, fear and heat tangled together. I look away because his eyes are too much. They see too much. I can't sleep, I whisper. Gavin's voice softens slightly. You will. I can't. I repeat, anger rising again because fear is easier to handle when it's sharp. Every time I close my eyes, I see the van door opening. I hear him saying congratulations like he's proud of himself. My voice breaks. I hate it. I hate breaking in front of Gavin because it makes me feel like I'm giving him another reason to keep me, to tighten his grip, to justify his control. But the tears come anyway, hot and silent. I wipe them angrily. This is humiliating. Gavin steps closer, one pace, then stops like he's still respecting an invisible line. His voice is low. It's not humiliating. It is, I snap. I'm a mess. You're alive, he says, and something in his voice cracks, just slightly, enough to wreck me. That's all I care about right now. My throat closes around a sob. Gavin holds my gaze for a long moment. Then he says, quieter, come sit. Not an order this time, a request. I hesitate, then move to the couch and sit stiffly at one end, hands clasped over my stomach like a shield. Gavin remains standing for a beat, as if deciding how close he's allowed to be. Then he sits, on the opposite end, distance, restraint, the oath living between us. I exhale shakily. Thank you, I whisper before I can stop myself. Gavin's head turns slightly. For what? For finding me, I say, voice breaking again. For not letting them. He cuts in, low. Don't thank me for doing what I swore. There it is again. The dead man's rule. My throat tightens. And if you hadn't sworn? Silence. Gavin's gaze goes distant for half a second, something like pain crossing his face, then he looks back at me. I would have done it anyway, he says quietly. My pulse stutters. Why? I whisper. Gavin's jaw clenches. Because when I saw you at that funeral, you looked like you were going to disappear. Disappear. Not die. Disappear. Erased by grief and vultures and the weight of being a widow in a world that treats widows like vacancies. My eyes burn. I felt like I was. Gavin's voice drops lower. I don't allow that. The possessiveness is naked in that sentence. My skin prickles. Gavin, I whisper, not sure what I'm asking for. His gaze locks on mine. The room feels smaller. The silence feels louder. My body feels like it's leaning toward him, even while my mind is screaming about oaths and ghosts and consequences. My stomach rolls again, and I press a hand to my mouth. Gavin is up immediately, moving to the kitchen with brisk efficiency, returns with water and a plain cracker, holding them out. Eat, he says, gentle in the only way he knows how. I take them with shaking hands. Our fingers brush. This time I don't flinch away. I eat the cracker slowly, sip water. The nausea eases. Gavin watches me like I'm a fragile, furious thing he's determined to keep intact. I whisper, I don't want to be alone. The words fall into the space like a confession. Gavin stills. His gaze shifts to my face, sharp. He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, his voice is controlled, tight. You're not alone. I mean, my throat tightens. Not like guards. Not like walls. I mean, I can't finish. Because finishing would mean saying what I'm not supposed to want. Saying what makes my husband's ghost whisper in my ear. Don't let him touch you. Gavin's eyes darken as if he hears the unsaid words anyway. He sets the water down. He sits again, closer this time, not beside me but closer. Enough that I can feel his warmth, enough that my heart starts to pound. He speaks very quietly. Erin, you're in shock. I laugh. No kidding. His mouth tightens slightly. You want something that will feel like relief and then feel like regret. My breath catches. I whisper, you don't know that. Gavin's eyes lock on mine. I do. The certainty in his gaze makes my skin prickle. I swallow hard. Then what am I supposed to do? Gavin's voice drops. Tell me what you want. The words hit like a trap, because what I want is impossible. Because what I want is him, and not just his walls and his power and his steadiness. Him. I stare at him, trembling. Then I whisper the truth, because I'm tired of being brave. I want you to stay. Silence. Gavin's jaw flexes once. His eyes soften by a fraction, then harden again. I'll stay in the other room, he says. The distance in the offer hurts more than it should. I swallow hard, shame burning. I didn't mean. I know what you meant, Gavin murmurs, and his voice is rough now. That's why I'm giving you the version that won't break you. My breath shakes, anger flashing. Maybe I don't want to be handled, I whisper. Gavin's gaze darkens. You've been handled by everyone else. I'm trying not to handle you. I laugh once, wet. You're doing a terrible job. Something flickers in his eyes, almost amusement, quickly buried. Then it's gone, replaced by that brutal honesty again. I know, he says. My chest aches, I whisper. I can't sleep. Gavin's voice is low. Then, don't sleep. I blink. What? He leans forward slightly, forearms resting on his knees. His gaze stays on my face as if he's reading every tremor. Talk to me. He says quietly, tell me about him. Tell me what you miss. Tell me what hurts. If you keep it inside, it'll turn into something worse. My throat tightens. The idea of saying my husband's name in front of Gavin feels like lighting a match in a room full of gas, but I'm too tired to keep swallowing it. My husband, I whisper, used to rub my back when I was sick. The words crack me open. Tears spill instantly. He'd make tea, I choke. He'd sit on the edge of the bed and pretend he wasn't worried, but he always was. My voice breaks. I cover my mouth, ashamed. Gavin's eyes don't leave mine. His voice stays steady. Keep going, he says softly. I wipe my cheeks with shaking fingers. He was kind to me when no one else was, and now he's gone, and I press my hand to my belly. And I'm carrying this, and I didn't even get to tell him. The sob rips out of me. I curl forward, shoulders shaking. For a heartbeat, I ask Gavin to stay where he is, to keep his vow by keeping distance. Instead, he moves. Not fast, Not reckless, like he's making a decision that costs him. He sits beside me, close enough that his knee touches mine. The contact sends electricity through me. I gasp, startled. Gavin stills instantly. Is that okay? He asks, voice rough. The question consent hits me harder than touch. I nod, breath shaking. Yes. Gavin exhales slowly, then lifts his hand to my back. Not groping, not sliding, not claiming, just a steady palm between my shoulder blades. Warm, solid, real. I crumble at the contact, sobbing harder. Gavin doesn't shush me. He doesn't tell me to be quiet. He doesn't tell me to be strong. He just holds. His hand rubs small circles on my back like it's muscle memory, like he knows how to soothe even if he pretends he doesn't. My body leans into him before I can stop it. My forehead presses against his shoulder. His chest rises and falls beneath my cheek, steady. For a moment, I feel the most dangerous thing in my world. Safe. My tears slow, turning into hiccuping breaths. Gavin's hand stays firm on my back, grounding me. His voice is low, right above my head. You should have been told, he murmurs. I pull back slightly, blinking through tears. Told what? His jaw tightens. About the way this world treats widows, about the way it treats heirs, about the way your husband's allies are not your friends. My throat tightens. He tried to keep me out of it. Gavin's eyes harden. He kept you ignorant. That isn't the same as safe. The truth hurts. It hurts because it's true. I swallow hard. I loved him. Gavin's gaze holds mine. I know. The simple acknowledgement makes my throat burn again. I whisper, you keep saying that. Gavin's voice is rough. Because you need to hear it. My chest tightens. We're too close. His hand is still on my back. My breath is still uneven, and the air between us is charged in a way that has nothing to do with grief now. I see it in his eyes, the way they flick to my mouth and then back up like he's forcing control. I feel it in my own body, how my skin is too aware of where he is. I swallow. Gavin. He stills, gaze locked. Don't, he whispers. My breath catches. Don't what? His voice drops lower, nearly a confession. Don't ask me to break the vow when you're hurting, because I won't know if I'm doing it for you or for me. The honesty makes my pulse spike. I whisper, what if it's both? Gavin's jaw clenches. His hand on my back tightens slightly, just a fraction. Then, with visible effort, he loosens it again. His eyes close briefly. When they open, they're darker. Erin, he says, voice rough, you're not thinking clearly. Neither are you, I whisper. A beat of silence. Then Gavin's voice turns low and deadly, as if he's talking to himself as much as me. I can stop, he says. Right now, I can stand up and leave this room and post men outside your door and keep my oath. My throat tightens, and what do? His gaze holds mine, raw beneath control. You breathe. The simplicity breaks me, because breathing is what he's been telling me since the church, because breathing is the only thing that has kept me from shattering. I whisper, I don't want you to leave. Gavin's jaw flexes. His eyes flicker with something like pain. I won't leave the safe house, he says. I mean me, I whisper. The words land like a match. Gavin goes still. His hand remains on my back, warm, steady. He doesn't move. But the room changes. The air thickens. He speaks slowly, carefully, like he's walking a line over a cliff. If I stay with you, he murmurs, I will want to touch you in ways the vow forbids. My breath catches. And if I touch you, he continues, voice rougher, I won't be able to pretend I'm still honorable. My cheeks burn. My body hums with awareness. I whisper, trembling, I don't need honorable. Gavin's gaze darkens. You will later. I won't, I insist, desperate. Gavin's voice drops to something intimate and dangerous. Erin, you will, because grief passes, politics don't, and your husband will become a ghost you can't fight. My throat tightens. He's right. I hate him for being right. I stare at his mouth, then his eyes, then his mouth again. My body leans forward a fraction. Gavin's breath catches. He stills completely, like he's giving me the chance to stop. I don't stop. I reach up with trembling fingers and touch his wrist, lightly, barely. The contact sends a jolt through both of us. Gavin's eyes flash. He whispers my name like it's a warning. Erin. My voice is barely there. Stay. Gavin's jaw clenches. His hand on my back shifts, sliding just slightly lower, still respectful, still not explicit, but closer to the edge of the vow. I inhale sharply. Gavin's forehead lowers until it rests against mine. Not kissing. Not yet. Just the press of skin and breath and restraint. His voice is ragged. Tell me to stop. My throat tightens. Tears still cling to my lashes. I whisper, I don't want you to. Gavin's breath shudders. His hands move, one staying at my back, the other lifting to cradle the side of my face with careful tenderness that feels like worship. And then he kisses me. Slowly. Deliberately. Not rushed. Not hungry in a way that feels like taking. Hungry in a way that feels like he's been starving himself on purpose. My lips part with a soft gasp, and the kiss deepens, his mouth firm, controlled, his hand tightening at my back like he's holding me together. I clutch his shirt, fingers curling into the fabric as if I'm afraid he'll disappear if I let go. The kiss breaks for a breath. Our foreheads press together again. His breath mingles with mine. His voice is low, shaking. Are you sure? Yes, I whisper, and the word feels like surrender and choice at once. Gavin's mouth returns to mine, gentler this time, as if the confirmation turned his hunger into reverence. He kisses my cheek, my temple, the corner of my mouth. His hand slides into my hair, fingers threading slowly, like he's learning my shape. I tilt my face toward him, needing more, hating myself for it, not caring. Gavin's mouth finds mine again, deeper, slower, controlled. Then his lips trail down to my jaw, still careful, still non-explicit, still worship. My breath catches. Gavin, he pauses immediately, lifting his gaze to mine. What? The question is sharp, focused, checking for discomfort, for regret, for fear. I shake my head, breathless. Nothing. Just don't stop. The words are a confession, a choice. Gavin's eyes go dark. His hand at my back tightens, and he pulls me closer, lifting me slightly so I'm half in his lap, half against his chest. The movement is smooth, controlled, like he's trying to keep every motion respectful, even while he's breaking. My knees press against the couch cushion. My body fits against his like it was made for this kind of surrender. He kisses me again, harder now, more desperate, but still controlled. Still checking. Still not taking more than I give. His hand slides to my waist, fingers gripping lightly. I gasp into his mouth. Gavin breaks the kiss, breath ragged, and presses his forehead to mine again. Erin, he whispers, voice shaking, this is the line. My chest heaves. Then cross it, I whisper back. The words hang there, dangerous. Gavin's eyes close briefly. When they open, they're raw. He doesn't say yes. He doesn't say no. He kisses me again, slower, deeper, like he's choosing a path he can't unchoose. His hand slides up my back, holding me close. And then, just for a moment, his palm settles lightly over my stomach, through the fabric of my shirt. A gentle contact, a reverent one. His breath shudders against my mouth. The touch isn't possessive. It's protective in a way that makes my throat ache. I pull back slightly, eyes wide. You? Gavin's voice is low, rough. I'm sorry. I shake my head, tears rising again for a different reason. Don't be. His hand remains there for a heartbeat longer, then lifts away as if he's afraid the tenderness will break him. The kiss slows, becomes softer. More intimate, his mouth brushes mine like he's memorizing. Then he stops, not because he wants to, because he's still controlling the line. His hands stay on my waist, steady. His forehead presses to mine. His voice is a rasp. I'm not going further tonight. The words hit like disappointment and relief in the same breath. I swallow hard. Why? Because you're exhausted, he says. Because you're hurt. Because if I take more than you can hold tomorrow, I'll hate myself. My chest tightens. I whisper, you're already breaking the vow. Gavin's jaw flexes. Yes, he exhales slowly, and I'll pay for it later. The honesty makes my stomach twist. I whisper, trembling, stay. Gavin nods once, then shifts carefully, guiding me to lie down along the couch without jostling me. He settles behind me, an arm around my waist, not tight, not trapping, a hold that feels like shelter. His hand slips into my hair, fingers combing through gently, slow, grounding. I curl into him, exhausted, breath still uneven. His face buries briefly in the curve of my neck, not kissing, just breathing me in like he needs proof I'm alive. My eyes finally close. My body sinks. Gavin's voice is low, almost a murmur. Sleep, I whisper, half asleep. Don't leave. His hand tightens slightly at my waist, a silent promise. I'm here, he says. I'm not going anywhere. And for the first time since the funeral, I believe him enough to let my body rest. Chapter 12. I wake with my cheek pressed to Gavin's chest and the strangest, most dangerous thought in my mouth like a prayer. Maybe I can do this. Not the war, not the politics, not the men who circle widows like vultures. I mean, him. The warmth of him behind me, the weight of his arm at my waist, the steady drag of his fingers through my hair like he's combing knots out of my soul. For a few seconds, I forget where I am. Then memory returns. The van. The detour. The funeral man's smile. Camille's folder. Gavin's knuckles on my cheek. The kiss. The vow. My stomach flips. I sit up too fast, the motion pulling a low wave of nausea through me. I press my hand to my mouth, breathing shallowly until it eases. Gavin's arm tightens automatically at my waist, then loosens when he realizes I'm awake. He doesn't jolt. He doesn't scramble away like a guilty man. He opens his eyes slowly, gaze landing on my face as if he's checking for damage. "You okay?" he asks, voice rough from sleep. I blink. My throat is dry. The words get stuck behind my teeth because what I want to say is we kissed. What I want to say is you broke the vow. What I want to say is don't regret it. But those are all dangerous sentences, so I say the safest truth instead. I feel sick. Gavin's gaze flicks to my stomach, then back to my eyes. He sits up, moving with slow control so he doesn't startle me. "Bathroom," he says. I nod and stand carefully. My legs feel weak, but they hold. I move to the bathroom like I've been doing this for weeks, because I have. This time, nothing comes up. Just heaving, empty nausea that leaves my eyes watering and my throat raw. When I'm done, I lean on the sink, breathing, willing my body to settle. Gavin doesn't enter. He stays in the doorway, respectful of space. But I feel him there like a constant. He speaks softly. "Water?" I nod. He brings it, sets it on the counter without brushing my hand. His restraint is back in place? Tighter now, because he knows he crossed a line last night, and men like Gavin don't cross lines without consequences. I drink slowly. My hands tremble, not from fear of the nausea, from fear of the morning after, because mornings are when reality returns with teeth. I turn to look at him. Gavin's face is composed, cold again, intelligent, calculating. But there's a faint tension at the corner of his mouth, the kind that tells me he hasn't forgiven himself yet, or maybe he hasn't decided what to do about it. "You slept," he says. "Barely," I whisper. His gaze holds mine. "You needed it." I swallow. "Gavin," he stills. "Don't." The single word is soft. It lands like a hand on my throat. "Don't what?" My voice shakes. "Don't make me talk about last night before I've dealt with what came in overnight," he says, and his tone turns colder. Not angry, just operational. My stomach drops. "What came in?" Gavin steps back slightly, eyes narrowing as if he's choosing words with the same care he chooses weapons. "News," he says, "and pressure." Pressure. Always, I force my breathing steady. "Tell me." His gaze sharpens. "You sure?" "Yes," I whisper. "I'm tired of being the last to know what my life is." A beat. Then Gavin nods once. "Okay." He leads me out of the bathroom and into the small kitchen area of the safe house. The place is simple: coffee machine, clean counters, basic supplies. A staged version of normal. On the table his phone sits beside a thick envelope, cream paper, familiar slashing handwriting. My husband's. My throat tightens so hard it hurts. I freeze. Gavin watches my reaction with that sharp, quiet attention that always makes me feel too seen. "You brought it," I whisper. Gavin's jaw flexes. "Yes." My eyes sting. "Why is it here?" He doesn't answer immediately. He pulls out a chair for me, not gallant, just practical. An order disguised as courtesy. "Sit," he says. I sit because my knees are suddenly unreliable. Gavin remains standing for a moment, as if he can't sit with this, as if sitting would make it too intimate, too human. Then he takes the other chair across from me, not beside, across, distance, control. "The men who took you," he says calmly, "weren't acting alone." My stomach turns. "I know." Gavin's gaze stays steady. "They weren't only rival. They were partially inside the ally network, inside the circle that stood around my husband's coffin pretending to mourn. A cold dread spreads through me. "Who?" Gavin's jaw tightens. "Names later." I flinch. "Gavin." "Later," he repeats, and the word is absolute. "Not because you don't deserve them, because if you repeat them in the wrong room, you'll die." My throat tightens. I hate the logic. I hate how right it is. He slides his phone across the table. On the screen is a photo, the baby blanket, soft white fabric, innocent, until I see the stitched phrase along the edge, black thread like a whisper carved into cloth. "Born in the wrong house, buried in the right one." My stomach lurches. I press a hand to my mouth, breathing hard. Gavin's voice stays steady. "They left that at my gate." "They meant it for me," I whisper. "For the heir," he corrects softly. My chest tightens. "Stop saying it like that." Gavin's gaze hardens. "In their world, that's what it is." I swallow hard. "So what now?" Gavin's eyes go distant, calculating. "Now I end their access." My pulse jumps. "And how do you do that?" He looks at me again, and the calm in his eyes is terrifying. Paper, he says. Money, influence, doors closing. He pauses. And, he adds quietly, a sit-down, council adjacent. Council again, the storm weather moving closer. My throat tightens. And they'll negotiate? Gavin's mouth tightens. They'll attempt. I stare at the envelope. And the letter? A silence falls. Gavin's gaze shifts to it, then back to me. I read it, he says. The words hit like a slap. My breath catches. I had to, he says, voice low, because they tried to weaponize it against me. Against you. My skin turns cold. What did it say? Gavin's jaw flexes. For the first time this morning, something cracks through his composure. Pain, sharp and private. Then it's gone. He slides the envelope toward me. Not offering, not withholding, just placing it within reach. A choice. My fingers hover over it. I look up at him. Is it going to ruin him for me? Gavin's voice is quiet. It's going to tell you who he really was. My throat tightens. I thought I knew. Gavin's gaze holds mine. You knew the husband, not the man. My chest aches. I pick up the envelope with trembling hands. The paper feels heavier than it should. I break the seal. My husband's handwriting stares back at me. Bold, familiar, intimate in a way that makes my eyes sting. I unfold the letter carefully, as if rough hands might tear the last piece of him I have left. And I read. Gavin, if you're reading this, I'm dead. The words blur. I blink hard. I need you to do what I couldn't do without destroying everything. Protect Erin. Protect my child. My throat tightens. Do not trust my men, not trust the people who will weep at my funeral. Someone close has been leaking. Someone close wants the heir moved, controlled, used. My stomach drops. If you keep Erin in my house, they'll take her. If you send her back to her family, they'll pressure her until she breaks. She doesn't know our world. I kept her out of it because I loved her, but love isn't enough to keep her alive now. Hot tears spill over. I wipe them angrily, furious that the dead man is speaking to me through paper like he still owns the last word. Then my eyes catch on the next lines, and everything in me goes cold. I'm asking you because you are the only man I know who can keep your head when it matters. And because I know you. I know what you are. I swallow, throat burning. Do not touch her, Gavin. The sentence sits on the page like a nail through my heart. Not because she isn't beautiful. Not because you won't want her. Because you will. My breath catches hard, and if you touch her, you won't stop at one touch. You won't stop at one kiss. You'll claim her the way you claim responsibility. Too far, too deep, too permanent. My hands shake. My husband knew. He knew. She deserves a choice not clouded by grief. If you ever want her, wait until she can want you without drowning. I blink through tears, rage rising like heat. If I'm wrong about you, if you're not capable of wanting her, then forgive me for insulting you. If I'm right, then be better than me, because I should have told her the truth about what I do. I should have prepared her. I should have made her strong enough to stand in rooms full of predators. I didn't. Now you have to. My throat tightens around a sob. My chest aches so hard I can barely breathe. The letter ends with something that makes my stomach roll violently. The baby's legitimacy will be challenged. They will try to force guardianship. They will try to force marriage. Do not let them take Erin's voice. If she speaks, they'll have to listen. If she chooses you, let it be her choice, not your claim. Protect her. Protect my child. I'm sorry. My hands shake so hard the paper trembles like a living thing. I stare at the last word. Sorry. Like that erases anything. Like apologies fix the fact that he kept me ignorant in a world where ignorance is blood in the water. My eyes burn. My throat closes. I laugh once, a broken, ugly sound. Then the sob hits. I fold over the letter, clutching it to my chest like it can anchor me, and I cry the way I haven't cried since the phone call, silent and violent, my whole body shaking with it. Grief, rage, betrayal, love, all tangled, impossible to separate. Gavin doesn't move. He stays across the table, hands clasped, watching me like he's standing guard over my collapse. He lets me break. He doesn't try to fix it with words. That somehow makes it worse. I lift my head finally, eyes swollen, voice raw. He knew, I whisper. He knew you'd want me. Gavin's jaw tightens. Yes. The simplicity in his answer makes my chest ache harder. I slap the letter down on the table, furious. He wrote about me like I'm a storm you have to survive. Gavin's gaze doesn't waver. He wrote about you like you matter. That's not. My voice cracks. He kept me out of everything, Gavin. He let me walk into that church with a baby inside me and no idea the room was full of wolves. Gavin's voice is low. I know. I stare at him, anger shifting toward the only living target in front of me. And you, I whisper, shaking, you read this, you knew, and you still... The kiss, the couch, his hand in my hair, the way I said yes, my cheeks burn, Gavin's gaze darkens, and I still what? You still touched me, I whisper, broken. Silence falls like a curtain. Gavin doesn't flinch. He doesn't deny. He doesn't apologize. He just says, very quietly, you asked me to stay. My breath catches. And I stayed, he continues, voice rough. Because you needed it. And because you wanted it, I snap. Gavin's jaw flexes. Yes. The honesty knocks the air out of me. He leans forward slightly, elbows on the table, gaze pinned on mine. But hear me, he says low. I would have stopped if you told me to stop. I swallow, throat tight. I didn't. No, he agrees, you didn't. My hands tremble. I press them flat on the table. So what am I supposed to do now? Hate him? Hate you? Hate myself? Gavin's voice is steady. None of that helps you survive. Stop talking like that, I whisper, tears rising again. I'm not a problem you solve. Gavin's eyes hold mine. No, you're a woman in grief being hunted. My chest aches. I loved him. I know, Gavin says again, softer now, and you're allowed to. The permission in that sentence cracks something inside me, because no one has given me permission to feel anything, only instructions. My voice shakes. He kept me ignorant. Gavin's jaw tightens. Yes. And now I'm paying for it, I whisper. Gavin's gaze turns cold. No, he's dead. He doesn't pay. You do. The bitterness in that sentence surprises me. I blink at him. You're angry at him. A beat. Gavin's eyes stay on mine. Yes. For what? I whisper. His voice drops. For leaving you unarmed. My throat tightens. For leaving me with a vow and a woman I can't touch without becoming exactly what he feared, he adds, and the honesty is brutal. My cheeks burn. My heart pounds. I look down at the letter again, at the words that knew too much. If she chooses you, let it be her choice. My throat tightens. I whisper, they tried to force marriage. Gavin's eyes harden. I know. How? I ask. He taps the phone screen. Messages, names, timestamps. My people intercepted comms, and Camille's house has a leak of its own. My stomach flips. So this is bigger. Yes, Gavin says simply. And the betrayal? I whisper. My husband, he thought someone inside. Gavin's gaze locks on mine. He was right. Cold dread spreads through me. Who? Gavin's jaw tightens. Later. I slam my hand on the table, sudden fury surging. No, not later. Stop doing that. Stop deciding what I can handle. Gavin's eyes flash. Erin, tell me, I demand, voice cracking, or I swear to God I will walk out of here and let them decide my life just to spite you. Silence. Gavin stares at me for a long beat. Then he nods once, slow. Okay, he says. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a folded document, names listed, routes marked, a web of connections that makes my stomach drop. He slides it across the table. Look, he says quietly. My fingers tremble as I scan the page. I recognize one name immediately, the silver-haired man from the condolence dinner, the one who smiled and said they'd decide who gets the widow. My stomach twists violently. Another name follows, someone who hugged me at the funeral, whispered condolences, kissed my knuckles. My breath catches. I look up, eyes burning. They were there. I whisper. Gavin's voice is cold. Yes, my throat closes. They smiled at me. Gavin's jaw flexes. Yes. I press a hand to my stomach, nausea rising again. Not physical, emotional. They planned this while my husband was alive, I whisper. Gavin's gaze is a blade. Yes. The room spins. I clutch the edge of the table, breathing hard. Gavin's voice stays steady. They used the kidnapping to test my response and to force you into an arrangement. If you signed that contract, they could present it as stability. If you refused, they'd frame me as the destabilizer. My breath shakes. And if you come for me, they call it war, he finishes. I stare at the list again, rage burning behind tears. How do we stop them? I whisper. Gavin's gaze turns cold with certainty. We expose them. My throat tightens. How? Gavin leans back slightly, composed again, and I see the strategist under the man. A sit down, he says, with witnesses, with proof, with terms. He pauses. And you, he adds quietly. I blink. Me? Gavin's eyes hold mine. Your husband was right. If you speak, they have to listen. My stomach drops. I'm not built for that. Gavin's voice is calm. You will be. The certainty in his tone makes my eyes sting again. I whisper, I'm scared. Gavin's gaze softens by a fraction. Good. I blink. Good? He leans forward again, voice low. Fear keeps you sharp, and I need you sharp. The words should feel like another cage. Instead, they feel like something else. Belief. Like he's not just protecting me, he's preparing me. My throat tightens. What if I fail? Gavin's eyes lock on mine, and his voice turns rougher. Then I carry it, he says, but I'd rather you stand. The phrase lands heavy. I stare at him, chest aching, and realize that the line we crossed last night didn't just break an oath. It changed the shape of us. Because now I know my husband predicted this, and now I know Gavin isn't only protecting me because he swore. He's protecting me because he wants me, and wanting me is a decision with consequences. A dangerous, permanent kind of wanting. I look down at the letter one last time and whisper, barely audible, I didn't get to say goodbye. Gavin's voice is low. I know. I swallow, tears slipping free again. Then, because my body hates me, nausea hits hard, hot and sudden. I clamp a hand over my mouth and stumble toward the bathroom. Gavin is up immediately, fast, controlled. He doesn't touch me until he has to. But when I reach the sink and my knees wobble, his hand comes to my back. Steady, grounding, brief. Breathe, he murmurs. I retch, tears in my eyes, hate in my throat. When it's over, I lean on the counter, shaking. Gavin's hand hovers, then retreats, restraint snapping back into place like armor. I wipe my mouth, exhausted, and laugh once, ugly. This is pathetic, I whisper. Gavin's voice is quiet behind me. It's human. I turn my head slightly, catching his reflection in the mirror. He looks like a man who hasn't slept in weeks, like a man carrying too much, like a man who kissed a widow and then chose to keep her alive anyway. My chest tightens. Gavin, I whisper. He meets my eyes in the mirror. Yes, I swallow hard. If I speak, if I stand in that room, my voice breaks. Will you be there? Gavin's answer is immediate, low, absolute. Always, he says, and for the first time since the funeral, the word doesn't terrify me. It steadies me. Even while I know, deep in my bones, that always in Gavin Tratroli's mouth is never free. It's a vow. It's a claim. It's the beginning of a war they started, and we're about to finish. Chapter 13. By the time the car stops, I've already decided something that scares me. I'm done being moved like furniture. I'm done being handled gently while men argue over my future in rooms where my name is only useful when it's followed by the word heir. I don't care if my voice shakes. I don't care if my hands tremble. If they're going to build a war around my body, then they're going to have to look me in the eyes while they do it. The building Gavin brings me to doesn't look like a battlefield. That's the first lie. It looks like money. Clean glass, discreet entry, warm lighting that feels curated for calm. A private office tower tucked into the city's respectable skin. The kind of place where men sign contracts that ruin lives with pens instead of guns. The kind of place Gavin prefers. 2 guards open the door before Gavin reaches it. No greeting, no questions. Inside, the air is cool and quiet, and everyone moves like they already know the choreography. Phones are sealed in a tray at the front desk. A woman in a tailored suit checks our names without looking up. No one says welcome. No one has to. Gavin doesn't take my hand this time, but he walks close enough that my shoulder almost brushes his arm. It's not tenderness. It's placement, like he's positioning me in the safest part of his shadow. I hate that the safest part of my world is still someone else's. An elevator takes us up. No buttons, a key card, a soft beep. The doors close like a mouth. Gavin's gaze stays forward, but I can feel the tension in him, the contained fury, the controlled pulse of a man who already knows this room is rigged and intends to walk into it anyway. Are you sure about this? He asks quietly, eyes still forward. My throat tightens. Don't ask me that now. His jaw flexes. It's not a test. It's a warning. Same thing, I whisper. The elevator chimes. The doors open to a hallway with thick carpet and softer lighting. No windows, no artwork, just clean walls and security. A corridor designed to feel like neutrality while it traps everyone inside. At the end is a door with no label. 2 men stand outside. Not Gavin's, at least not entirely. Their posture is too formal, their faces too blank, like they're hired for this room specifically. One opens the door, and the air changes immediately. Inside, a long table. Water glasses, neutral decor. Men in suits, seated with the kind of stillness that comes from power, not the loud power of street crews. The quiet power of votes. I recognize the silver-haired man from the condolence dinner instantly. He sits at the far end, hands folded, expression smooth as polished stone. Beside him, another familiar face, one of the men who kissed my knuckles at the funeral. another who called me brave. They look respectable here, that's the second lie. I feel Gavin's attention tighten beside me like a silent blade being drawn. He steps forward first, not aggressively, not loudly, just present. The room adjusts around him, the way air shifts around a storm front. Gavin, the silver-haired man says warmly, as if last week he didn't tell my life like it was a prize. I'm glad you came. Gavin's voice is calm. You invited me. The silver-haired man's smile widens. We invited you to discuss stability. Stability. The word makes my stomach roll with disgust. I keep my face neutral, but my hand drifts to my belly anyway, protective. I stop it halfway, catching myself. Don't leak. Don't confirm. Don't give them anything. Gavin takes the seat near the center of the table. He doesn't sit at the head. He doesn't need to. His presence fills the room regardless. I move to sit beside him. A hand touches my elbow. Light, polite, insistent. One of the silver-haired man's associates leans toward me with a small smile. Erin, dear, we prepared a seat for you over here. Across the table, away from Gavin, separated. My chest tightens. Gavin's gaze flickers to the man's hand on my elbow. His voice is still calm, but the temperature drops. Don't touch her. The man withdraws his hand immediately, smile tightening. The silver-haired man chuckles lightly. No need for tension. We're all family here. Gavin's eyes don't soften. Family doesn't take widows off roads. A micro-shift ripples through the room. Some men stiffen, some glance away, some lean forward slightly like they've been waiting for this to be spoken aloud. The silver-haired man lifts his palms in a show of innocence. That was not sanctioned by all of us. Gavin's tone stays even, but it was sanctioned by some of you. Silence. I feel it like a held breath. My fingers curl on the back of the chair. I'm trembling, but I keep my chin lifted. The silver-haired man looks at me now, smile gentle. Erin, we were worried. You disappeared. We feared for your safety. The audacity makes something inside me spark. I don't speak yet. I let Gavin handle it because that's what he does. Gavin's voice is quiet. You feared for your votes. The silver-haired man's smile tightens. We feared for continuity. Your husband's passing. Don't, Gavin says softly. The single word is a boundary with teeth. The silver-haired man pauses, studying Gavin. Then his gaze slides to me again, too interested, too calculating. And Erin, he continues smoothly, we only want to ensure you're supported. Your condition. Gavin's voice cuts in, colder. Don't. The silver-haired man raises an eyebrow. Gavin, you can't police conversation. Gavin leans back slightly, relaxed in a way that feels like a threat. Watch me. The room holds still. I feel every eye flick to me again, measuring, waiting, provoking. This is what they do. They push until something breaks, and then they claim the pieces. I draw a slow breath and realize with a sick, clear calm that I'm done letting them push only Gavin. Because if they can't provoke me, they can't control the narrative. I slide my chair out and stand. Gavin's head turns slightly sharp. His eyes meet mine. Question, warning, something like pride. I don't look away. I'd like to speak, I say. The room goes still. For a heartbeat, even the air seems stunned, like they forgot I had a voice. The silver-haired man smiles, indulgent. Of course, Erin, please. He says it like he's granting permission. I hate him for it. I take one slow step forward, not close enough to feel trapped, but close enough to be seen as more than a decoration. My voice shakes at first. I force it steady. I was taken, I say, from a convoy. In broad daylight, I was held. I was offered a contract. A few eyes flicker, surprise, irritation, calculation. The silver-haired man's smile stays fixed. We're sorry you were frightened. I don't let him steer me. I'm not finished, I say, sharper. The room shifts again. A small crack in the polite facade. I continue, voice steadier now. Someone at this table knew where I was going. Someone at this table knew the route changed. Someone at this table thought my grief made me easy to move. The silver-haired man's smile thins. Erin, I lift my chin. Don't. The single word comes out of me the way it comes out of Gavin. Not loud. Final. For a heartbeat, I see it in Gavin's eyes. Recognition. A dangerous kind of satisfaction. I push forward anyway. I'm not a vacancy, I say. I'm not a prize, and I'm not a solution to your stability. A man 2 seats down scoffs quietly. You don't understand the stakes. Gavin's gaze snaps toward him, but I beat him to it. Oh, I understand, I say, voice cold. The stake is my body. The stake is my baby. The stake is your ability to control what you couldn't control when my husband was alive. Silence slams down. The silver-haired man's face tightens. We are trying to honor your husband. My throat burns. Grief rises like bile. You honored him by planning around his coffin, I whisper. The words are too sharp, too true. My eyes sting, but I don't let the tears fall. Not here, I keep going. You want stability? I say. Then stop circling me like I'm the last piece on the board. The silver-haired man breathes in slowly, then speaks with polished patience. Erin, you are emotional. This is not the place. I cut him off. This is exactly the place. Because you keep forgetting I exist until I threaten your plans. A murmur ripples. The silver-haired man's gaze hardens a fraction. Your emotions are understandable, but the reality is... Reality is, I say, voice shaking but fierce. You tried to take my voice. I turn my head slightly, meeting eyes around the table one by one. Some of you wept at the funeral, I say. Some of you kissed my hands. Some of you told me you'd take care of me. My stomach turns at the memory. Now I know what that means, I whisper. It means you wanted to own me. The room is silent enough to hear my pulse. The silver-haired man leans forward, voice smooth. No one wants to own you, Erin. We want to protect you. I laugh once, sharp and bitter. Protection isn't a contract I didn't sign. His smile tightens. We were offering you stability. You were offering me a cage, I say, and my voice cracks. And you thought I'd accept it because my husband is dead, and I'm tired. A beat. Then I add, low, lethal. You were right about one thing. The silver-haired man's eyes sharpen. And what is that? I press a hand lightly to my belly. Deliberate now, not instinctive. I feel Gavin's attention flare beside me like a warning. I keep my hand there anyway. My baby matters, I say. The room goes still in a different way, because now everyone sees what they suspected. Because I just confirmed it. My stomach drops with the realization of what I've done, but it's too late. The truth is out. The silver-haired man's smile returns, slow and satisfied like a fisherman feeling the line go tight. Ah, he says softly, so the rumors were true. Gavin's voice cuts in like a blade. Careful. The silver-haired man turns to Gavin, polite. We are being careful. We are simply acknowledging reality. He looks back at me, voice gentle. Erin, congratulations. The word makes me want to vomit. I hear it again in the van. Congratulations, widow. My hands tremble. Gavin's chair shifts slightly, his body moving as if to stand to intervene. I lift a hand toward him, small, subtle. Let me. His eyes lock on mine. For a heartbeat, he hesitates. Then he stays seated. He lets me have the room. That, more than anything, makes my throat tighten. I turn back to the table. Don't congratulate me, I say softly. You didn't earn that. The silver-haired man's smile thins. We're trying to ensure your child is born safely. Safely, I repeat, in the right house. A few men exchange glances. The silver-haired man's eyes flicker, just once. I keep my gaze steady. Who told you that phrase? Silence. The silver-haired man smiles. I don't know what you mean. Gavin's voice is calm. She knows what she means. The silver-haired man's gaze slides to Gavin. Gavin, this is becoming dramatic. Gavin leans forward slightly, voice low and surgical. Drama is when you pretend you didn't authorize the detour. The room stills. My pulse hammers. The silver-haired man's smile tightens. You don't have proof. Gavin's eyes go cold. I have enough. He taps his phone once, slides it across the table. The silver-haired man doesn't pick it up, but a man beside him does, hesitant, wary. His face shifts as he reads. Color drains. He slides it back slowly, eyes flicking to the silver-haired man with a warning he can't speak. The silver-haired man's smile falters, just for a second. Then he recovers, leaning back, voice smooth again. Even if certain individuals acted outside approved channels, the larger concern remains. An heir changes the board. Gavin's voice is quiet. You don't get to say heir like it's yours. The silver-haired man spreads his hands. It isn't ours. It's the council's concern. If the child is legitimate, stability is possible. If not, stomach drops. If not, I whisper. The silver-haired man's eyes slide to me, gentle as poison. Then guardianship becomes necessary. The word hits like a chain. I feel Gavin's attention tighten, the room darkening at the edges as his restraint sharpens. Before he can speak, I do. No, I say. The room pauses. The silver-haired man smiles. Erin, no, I repeat louder. You don't get to talk about taking my baby away from me as if it's an administrative decision. A man down the table scoffs. You're emotional. I turn to him, voice steady. Yes, because I'm a mother. The words feel strange in my mouth. Mother. but they steady me. And then I say the sentence that changes the room. My baby is not up for vote. Silence. The silver-haired man's expression hardens slightly. You don't have the authority to make that declaration. My breath shakes, but I keep my chin high. No, I say quietly, but I have the right. The silver-haired man's smile returns, patient, condescending. Rights are flexible in our world. Gavin's voice cuts in, icy. Not today. The silver-haired man turns to Gavin again. Gavin, you're letting emotion drive you. Gavin's eyes are flat. I'm letting her speak. The silver-haired man's smile tightens. And what exactly are you to her? The question hangs like a trap. I feel the room lean forward. This is what they want. A label, a relationship to weaponize, a scandal to spin. Gavin doesn't answer immediately. He looks at me, not asking permission with words, asking with his eyes. Do I want him to claim me? Or do I want him to shield me? My chest tightens. I think of the letter. If she chooses you, let it be her choice. My mouth goes dry. I take a slow breath, and I decide. I look at the silver-haired man and say, Steady, he's the man who found me when you took me. The room shifts. Not a lover, not a husband, not a scandal, a protector, a rescuer, a fact. I feel Gavin exhale beside me, quiet, controlled relief. The silver-haired man's eyes narrow slightly. So you admit you're under his protection? Yes, I say. The word comes out like a gunshot. The room goes still. Because I just put my name on Gavin's side of the board. The silver-haired man smiles slowly. That is unwise. I lift my chin. Then punish me with your paperwork. A small murmur ripples. Gavin's mouth tightens, and I feel, rather than see, his pride. The silver-haired man leans forward, voice silky. We can still resolve this peacefully if you agree to a sanctioned guardian, someone neutral, someone who can provide. I'm not neutral, I snap. The silver-haired man blinks. Excuse me? I'm not a neutral asset, I say, voice shaking with fury. I'm the mother. I'm the widow. I'm the one who was taken. I'm the one who wakes up sick and terrified and still has to breathe through it. My eyes burn. I keep going anyway. And if you want stability, I say, then here is my condition. The room holds its breath. I look at Gavin, then back at them. No one touches my baby's future without my consent, I say. Not your counsel, not your guardians, not your marriages, not your contracts. Silence. Then the silver-haired man laughs softly like I'm adorable. Oh, Erin, he says, you're brave. The word makes my stomach twist, because it's the same word they used at the funeral, the same word they use when they're about to dismiss you. Gavin's voice cuts in, cold and surgical. She's not brave. She's correct. The silver-haired man's smile tightens. You're making this worse. Gavin's gaze is a blade. You made it worse when you authorized kidnapping. The silver-haired man's eyes harden a fraction. We did not, Gavin interrupts softly. Significant damage can be done without putting your name on the knife. The room goes cold. I feel it. This is Gavin's language. Contracts. Consequence. Quiet suffocation. No blood, just permanent. The silver-haired man straightens, realizing the room is slipping out of his control. Enough, he says, voice firm. We're here to discuss the heir's placement. My stomach flips. Placement. Like a crate in a warehouse. I step forward again, voice low and shaking. My husband is dead, I say. And you think that means you can move me? My eyes meet the silver-haired man's. It feels like standing in fire. You were wrong, I whisper. The room holds still. Gavin rises beside me, not abruptly, not aggressively, just standing, tall and calm, like the room belongs to him now. His voice is quiet, and it turns every head. She chooses, he says. The silver-haired man's smile fades. She's grieving. Gavin's gaze is ice. She's deciding. The room trembles with the shift. Even the men who hate Gavin can't deny the power in that sentence. Because it makes me a person again, not a prize, not a vacancy, a chooser. The silver-haired man leans back, eyes narrowing. If she chooses wrong, the consequences will fall on everyone. Gavin's voice is soft. Then choose carefully who you threaten. The warning hangs, and then like the room can't stand the tension without trying to break it, one of the men at the table, someone I recognized from the funeral, pushes a folder forward. Proof, he says. If you want to play at truth, we have truth too. My stomach drops. Gavin doesn't reach for the folder. He doesn't need to. He just looks at it, then at the man. What is that? Gavin asks calmly. Supposed to be. The man smiles. Evidence. Gavin's gaze turns colder. Of what? The man's eyes flicker to me, then back to Gavin. That you caused the death, he says smoothly. That you arranged the hit on your ally to take what remained. The words slam into the room like a bomb. My lungs lock. My stomach turns violently. I look at Gavin. His face doesn't change. Not shock, not panic, just stillness. Like he expected this. The silver-haired man watches Gavin closely now, waiting for him to crack. Waiting for him to defend himself too loudly. Waiting for him to prove guilt with emotion. Gavin does none of that. He looks at the man across the table and says quietly, "Now we're getting honest." My skin prickles, because I hear it. This is a trap. And Gavin is about to walk right into it, or flip it. I don't know which, but I know this. They didn't just threaten me today. They threatened him. And Gavin Tratroli does not forgive threats, not on paper, not in smiles, not in polite rooms. He forgives nothing. Chapter 14. The folder sits on the table like a coffin lid. No blood, no gun, just paper and the kind of proof that can kill a man in this world faster than a bullet ever could. I stare at it while the room holds its breath. Across the table, the silver-haired man wears his patience like perfume. Polite, expensive, meant to hide rot. The man who slid the folder forward, one of the funeral faces, one of the hand-kissers, keeps his expression smooth. Confident. Like he's already won. Because if Gavin reacts wrong, they'll call it guilt. If he reacts right, they'll call it strategy. Either way, they get to write the story. My stomach tightens. My hand hovers near my belly, then drops. I can't leak fear. Not now. Gavin doesn't look at the folder. He looks at him. "You didn't bring this for truth," Gavin says softly. "You brought it for permission." The funeral man's smile twitches. "Permission? To move against me?" Gavin replies. "To frame it as stability." The silver-haired man sighs as if we're all being dramatic. "Gavin, no one wants conflict. We want clarity." Gavin's gaze turns to him like ice. "Clarity is expensive. You can't afford it." A murmur ripples through the room. Men shift. Women, if there are any here, would be silent and invisible. This table is built for men who decide fate. I feel the weight of my own voice from moments ago, the way it cracked their script. I swallow, breathing through the tightness in my throat. The silver-haired man leans forward. "If the evidence is credible, we have an obligation." Gavin's mouth barely moves. Obligation is what cowards call appetite. A sharp inhale from someone down the table. The silver-haired man's smile thins. "You're making this worse." Gavin's voice stays calm. "You made it worse when you touched what wasn't yours." The funeral man lifts a shoulder in a shrug that wants to look harmless. "Then open the folder." Gavin's eyes don't move. "I don't open traps I didn't set." My pulse kicks. I want to turn to Gavin and ask him, right now in front of them, if any of it is true. If he had a hand in my husband's death, if my baby's father is lying dead because Gavin calculated it was useful. But I don't give them that. I don't give them the privilege of watching me doubt him. Not because I trust Gavin blindly, because I understand this room now. This room feeds on cracks, so I keep my face still. Gavin stands slowly, buttoning his jacket with a neat, deliberate motion. Like this isn't a fight. Like it's a scheduled correction. "We're done here," he says. The silver-haired man's brows lift. "We're not done until the council is satisfied." Gavin's gaze is flat. "The council isn't here." "It will be," the silver-haired man warns. Gavin's voice turns softer, more dangerous. "Then I'll bring proof to the council that you authorized kidnapping." The smile on the silver-haired man's face freezes. He tries to recover. "Allegations." Gavin's gaze doesn't blink. "Facts." The room shifts, the air tightening with the quiet recognition that Gavin came prepared, like he always does. My heart pounds. Gavin turns his head slightly toward me. Not a request, not a command, a silent question. "Are you coming?" My throat tightens. I stand. The chair scrapes lightly, too loud in the held breath of the room. Gavin doesn't touch me, but he steps close enough that the warmth of him is a shield. We start toward the door. And behind us, the silver-haired man's voice follows, smooth and sharp. "Erin," he says, "remember what this will cost." I keep walking. My voice comes out steady without me planning it. "You should remember what it cost to take me." Silence. Then footsteps. Someone moves as if to block the exit. Gavin stops. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't put a hand on a weapon. He simply turns his head and looks at the man who stepped forward. The man hesitates, moves back. The door opens. We leave. The hallway outside feels colder, brighter, like we stepped out of a pressure chamber. Only when we reach the elevator does my body remember it's allowed to shake. My hands tremble, my stomach rolls. The adrenaline crash hits like a wave. I grip the railing inside the elevator and breathe slowly through my nose. Gavin's gaze is on me, sharp, assessing. "Are you going to be sick?" he asks. The question is practical, controlled, but his eyes are too intense for it to be just logistics. "I don't know," I whisper. He nods once, like he can work with uncertainty. The elevator descends in silence. When the doors open to the underground parking level, Gavin's men are waiting. Quiet suits, no logos, no fuss. A car is ready. We get inside. The doors shut, and the moment the car begins to move, the tears come. Not loud, not pretty, just sudden, hot, humiliating. I wipe them angrily with the back of my hand. "I hate them," I whisper. Gavin's voice comes from beside me, low. "I know. I hate that my voice breaks. That they can just say things, put paper in a folder and try to erase you." Gavin's jaw tightens. "They can try." My throat tightens. Is any of it true? The question lands between us like a knife I just set on the seat. The car is quiet. The city hums outside. Gavin doesn't answer immediately. Not because he's searching for words, because he's deciding what truth will do to me. I recognize the pattern, and it makes something sharp flare in my chest. "Don't," I whisper. His gaze flicks to me. "Don't what?" "Don't decide what I can handle," I say, voice shaking. "Not after today. Not after you let me stand in that room and become a target with a heartbeat." Gavin's mouth tightens. He looks forward, jaw flexing. Then he says, low and controlled, "Fine." The single word is a door opening. My heart pounds. Gavin's voice stays calm. "The folder is a setup." Relief hits first, hot, dizzying, then fear follows, sharp. "But..." Gavin's eyes darken, "but the setup is built on a truth." My stomach drops. "What truth?" I whisper. Gavin's jaw flexes. "That your husband made enemies." I swallow. "Everyone makes enemies." "Yes," he says, "but he made one that mattered." My hands shake. "Who?" Gavin's gaze slides to mine, and for the first time since the elevator, his control looks like it costs him pain. "Me," he says. The word hits like a punch. I blink, stunned. "You?" Gavin's voice is low, not because I hated him, because I owed him. My throat tightens. Owed him what? Gavin exhales slowly, eyes fixed ahead. "Years ago," he says, "there was a situation, a rival that, not your husband's rival, mine. The kind of problem that doesn't go away unless you remove it." My pulse pounds. "And your husband," he continues, voice steady, "asked me for mercy." The word mercy feels foreign in Gavin's mouth. I swallow hard. "For who?" Gavin's jaw tightens. "For someone who didn't deserve it." My hands go cold. "What did you do?" Gavin's voice stays calm, but there's a rough edge now, like he's dragging the truth out of himself. "I didn't grant mercy," he says. My stomach twists. "I redirected it," he corrects, and something in his gaze hardens. "I let another enemy take the fall." My breath catches. "That's..." My voice breaks. "That's horrible." Gavin's gaze flicks to me. "Yes." He doesn't defend it. He doesn't soften it. He doesn't dress it up as necessary. He just owns it, and that is somehow worse. I swallow hard, throat burning. "Did that get someone killed?" Gavin's jaw flexes. "It got someone removed." Removed. The word makes my skin prickle. He looks forward again. The man who died that day was going to destroy my family. I chose my people. My stomach rolls. My fingers curl into my skirt. "And that choice," he continues quietly, "started a chain. The rival circle blamed your husband for enabling me. Your husband blamed himself. He tried to bury the chain under alliances and favors." My chest tightens. "And it came back." Gavin's voice is low. "Yes." My throat tightens. "So the folder..." "The folder is them trying to hang your husband's death on me," Gavin says, "because it's believable that I'm capable of doing what needs to be done." A bitter laugh escapes me, half sob. "You are." Gavin's gaze cuts to me. "Yes. No shame. No denial. Just truth." My eyes burn. "Did you kill my husband?" Gavin's expression goes absolutely still. The question is a blade. The answer could end us. He holds my gaze. Long, steady. "No," he says, voice low and final. "I did not." My lungs release slowly. I don't realize I'd been holding my breath until it leaves me. My hands tremble. "Do you swear?" Gavin's gaze darkens. "On my name." My throat tightens. "On my baby?" The question is cruel. I hate myself for asking it. Gavin doesn't flinch. He answers with a quiet certainty that makes my ribs ache. "On your baby," he says. Tears spill. I wipe them angrily, frustrated by my own weakness. Gavin's voice softens just slightly. "Erin. My name is warmer now. Not a command. A tether." I look at him. You did what? Kind of man does that, Gavin? His gaze holds mine, the kind that survives. The words land heavy. I swallow hard. And now you want to survive me too? A faint, humorless breath leaves him. You're not something I want to survive. The implication hangs. My pulse stutters. The car turns onto a quieter road. The city lights thin. The safe house comes into view. When we step inside, the tension follows us like a shadow. Gavin gives quick instructions to his men, short, precise. Doors, rotations, no unknown entries. Then he turns back to me. You should rest, he says. My throat tightens. I don't want to be alone. The words slip out before I can stop them. Gavin's gaze sharpens. He doesn't move closer. He holds himself still like restraint is a religion. I'll be outside your door, he says. The answer hurts. It shouldn't. He's offering safety. But it hurts anyway. Because after the kiss, after the hand on my back, after the way he held me like I was something fragile and worth keeping, standing outside my door feels like distance. I can't survive tonight. I shake my head. No. Gavin's jaw tightens. Erin, I can't, I whisper, voice breaking. Not tonight. Not after seeing that folder. Not after hearing what you just told me. I swallow hard. Not after realizing people can make you look like a monster with paper. Gavin's gaze stays on mine, intense. I can handle that. I can't, I whisper. Silence stretches. Then I say the most dangerous truth. I choose you anyway. The room seems to go still. Gavin's face doesn't change at first. Too controlled, too careful. But his eyes go dark like something in him just broke free. He steps closer, not fast. Deliberate. Erin, he says, voice rough. You don't know what you're choosing. I do, I whisper, trembling. I'm choosing the man who came for me. I'm choosing the man who asked if I was okay before he asked about the board. His jaw flexes. I asked about the board. You asked about the baby, I correct softly. And you asked about me, and you didn't have to. Gavin's gaze drops to my mouth, then back to my eyes like he's fighting himself. I'm not a good man, he says quietly. I swallow, voice shaking. Neither are they. A beat. Then Gavin's voice drops. If I touch you again, I won't stop at a kiss. My skin prickles. My pulse pounds. I lift my chin. Then don't lie to yourself. Gavin closes the distance in one step. His hand slides to my waist, firm, deliberate, and he backs me gently toward the wall, not slamming, not hurting, just claiming space. Taking control of distance, taking control of breath. My back meets the wall. His body is close but not crushing. A cage of warmth. His eyes lock on mine. Tell me to stop, he murmurs. My breath shakes. I don't want you to. His jaw clenches. His hand tightens slightly at my waist. Then he kisses me. Not gentle like the couch kiss. This kiss is hunger under control. His mouth is firm, his grip steady. His presence overwhelming in the way storms are overwhelming, beautiful and terrifying and impossible to ignore. I gasp into him, hands clutching his shirt. He breaks the kiss just long enough to press his forehead to mine. Are you sure? He asks, voice ragged. Yes, I whisper. Yes. He kisses me again, deeper, then trails to my jaw, to the corner of my mouth, to my neck. Slow, worshipful, never explicit, all heat and restraint. My breath stutters. Gavin! He pauses instantly, eyes snapping to mine. What? I shake my head, breathless. Nothing. Just don't let me go. His eyes darken. He lifts me slightly, hands at my waist, and carries me with controlled ease toward the bedroom. Not rough, not hurried. Like he's handling something precious while trying not to show how desperate he is. He sets me down on the edge of the bed. Then he kneels in front of me. The sight steals my breath. A man like Gavin, cold, calculating, feared, lowering himself like that feels like devotion, like penance. His hands rest on my thighs, not sliding, not vulgar, just steady anchors. His gaze lifts to mine. Tell me what you want, he says, voice low. My throat tightens. You. The word is a surrender. Gavin's breath shudders. He stands and leans in, kissing me again, slow, deep, then presses his forehead to mine. He keeps checking, eyes scanning my face, my breath, my trembling hands. Like consent is a language he refuses to misread. His hands move with reverent control, one at my waist, one in my hair, fingers threading through slowly. He kisses my mouth, then my cheek, then the corner of my lips like he's worshipping the places he's allowed to touch. My hands clutch his shoulders, his mouth returns to mine, and this time the kiss drags something loose inside me. Something that isn't just want. It's grief breaking open and spilling into the only place it can go. I make a small sound, half sob, half gasp. Gavin stills instantly, pulling back just enough to look at me, Hey, he murmurs, voice rough. Talk to me. I blink through tears. I hate that he's gone. Gavin's eyes soften by a fraction. I know. I hate that I'm here, I whisper, that my life is a bore. Gavin's thumb brushes my cheek, wiping a tear with careful tenderness. It doesn't have to be only a bore, he murmurs. I swallow. Then show me. Gavin's gaze darkens. He kisses me again, slower now, deeper, and the world narrows to breath and warmth and the steady grip of his hands. His body presses closer, careful not to crush, but close enough that I feel every inch of him like gravity. He moves me gently back onto the bed, hovering over me, his mouth still on mine, his hand cradling the side of my face. No explicitness. Just heat and restraint and the intoxicating feeling of being chosen. His lips trail to my neck. I gasp, fingers threading into his hair. He murmurs against my skin. Still yes? Yes? I breathe. He returns to my mouth, kissing me like he's making a promise he can't speak aloud. The kiss deepens, and the world shifts, soft sheets, warm skin, whispered breaths, until it stops being about escape and becomes about connection. And then the scene fades, because what comes next is private in the way vows are private, not hidden from shame, hidden because it's sacred. After, I'm curled against his chest, my cheek pressed to his skin, his arm around my waist like a shelter. His hand strokes my hair slowly, over and over, steadying me the way he always does. The room is quiet except for our breathing. I feel his lips brush my temple just once like a benediction. He murmurs, low, you okay? I swallow, voice sleepy. I think so. His hand slides gently, carefully to rest over my stomach for a heartbeat. Not possessive. Protective. A silent promise to the life inside me. My throat tightens. Gavin's voice is rough, near my ear. I'll keep you safe. I close my eyes, exhausted, and whisper, you already did. His fingers continue through my hair. And for the first time, the grief doesn't feel like it's eating me alive. It feels like something I can carry, because I'm not carrying it alone. Then a sharp knock at the door. The sound slices the intimacy clean in half. Gavin's entire body stills. The warmth in him turns to steel in one breath. He sits up, eyes cold, already calculating. Stay, he orders quietly, and the word is back to being command. I pull the sheet tighter around me, heart pounding. Gavin rises, pulling on his shirt with quick, efficient movements. No panic, just readiness. He opens the door. Ettore stands there, face tight. Sit down, Fallout, Ettore says quietly. They're calling a vote. Gavin's jaw tightens. For what? Ettore's eyes flick past Gavin toward me, then back, cautious. To remove Erin from your protection, he says, effective immediately. My blood runs cold. Gavin's voice turns dangerously calm. Tell them, he says, no. Ettore swallows. They're not asking. Gavin's eyes go black, and I realize, with a sick, breathless twist of fear and devotion, I just chose him. And now the world is about to punish both of us for it. Chapter 15. The words effective immediately land in my body, like a blade slipping between ribs. Remove Erin from your protection, like I'm a security contract, like I'm a shipment rerouted, like I'm a problem that can be reassigned with a vote. I'm still wrapped in sheets that smell faintly like Gavin. Wood, clean heat, control. And suddenly, the room feels too cold. Gavin doesn't look back at me when Ettore says it. He doesn't need to. I feel the change in him the way you feel a storm pressure drop. The warmth vanishes, replaced by steel so pure it's almost silent. Tell them, Gavin says, voice dangerously calm. No. Ettore swallows. They're not asking. Gavin's eyes go black. He doesn't move like a man in panic. He moves like a man making a decision that will change the board forever. Get the car, he says, and call Marco. Ettore hesitates. Greco? Gavin's gaze flicks once sharp. Now. Ettore nods and disappears down the hall. I sit up too fast, nausea rising. Gavin. He turns to me then. For the first time since the knock, his eyes are on my face, not the problem. Breathe, he says. I laugh once, broken. How can you always say that like it fixes anything? It fixes you, he replies. And you need to be fixed right now. The wording should irritate me. It doesn't, because his voice is tight around the edges, and I can see it. This isn't just politics to him. It's me. I pull the sheet tighter around my chest. They can't vote on me. Gavin steps closer, stopping just out of reach, as if he's forcing himself not to touch me when his hands want to do it reflexively. They can vote, he says. They can't collect. My heart pounds. What are you going to do? His jaw flexes. End it. The simplicity makes my blood run cold. End what? The illusion, he says quietly. That anyone besides you gets to decide. My throat tightens. Tears threaten, rage tears, fear tears, grief tears. I blink them back hard. I'm going, I say, sliding off the bed. Gavin's eyes narrow instantly. No. I freeze, halfway standing, sheets slipping slightly. Excuse me? His voice is iron. You're not walking into a room full of men who want to own your future while you're exhausted and half-dressed. I yank the sheet up, heat flaring in my cheeks. I'm not a child. Gavin's gaze holds mine. No. You're a target, and you're pregnant. The word lands in the room like a truth we've been circling. My hand goes to my belly automatically. I lift my chin. That's exactly why I'm going. Gavin's jaw tightens. Erin, stop, I snap, sudden fury cracking through fear. Stop managing me. Stop moving me. Stop deciding what I'm ready for. He stills. The air tightens. I can see him fighting the instinct to command. I can see him recalibrating. He draws a slow breath. Then carefully he says, if you go, you do it on your terms. My throat tightens. My terms have been ignored since the funeral. Gavin's voice drops. Not today. I stare at him for a long beat, searching for the lie. I don't find it. I swallow hard. Then I want to speak. His eyes darken with something like approval and pain. Okay. I blink, surprised. That's it? Gavin steps closer, slow and deliberate. His voice turns low, intimate, the way it does when he's giving me a weapon. You will not beg, he says. You will not explain your body. You will not let them drag you into shame. My breath catches. You speak once, he continues, and you make them listen. If anyone interrupts you, his gaze sharpens. You look at me. I swallow, voice shaky, and you'll handle it. Gavin's mouth tightens. Yes, the familiar signal, the tether. It steadies me more than it should. I whisper, I need to get dressed. Gavin's gaze flickers to the hallway. Lucia? She's already there, like she's been waiting just outside the safe house door, as if she knew this night would end in a war fought with paperwork. She enters with a garment bag and calm eyes. Erin, she says gently, as if I'm not standing on the edge of history. She doesn't look at the rumpled sheets. She doesn't look at my swollen eyes. She looks at my face. The way women look at each other when they know men are about to decide something cruel. Dress, Lucia says softly. Shoes. Hair simple. I nod, throat tight. Lucia moves with quiet efficiency, helping me step into a fitted black dress. Not the funeral one, something stronger, cleaner. She pins my hair back, not soft, not severe, controlled. She touches up my face with a light hand, not to hide tears, to turn them into shine. When she finishes, she presses a small piece of ginger candy into my palm. Just in case, she murmurs. I clutch it like a talisman. Gavin watches from the doorway, suit already on, tie perfect again. The moment he sees me dressed, his gaze stills. Not because I look beautiful, though I do in that weaponized way. Because I look ready. He doesn't say good, he simply nods once, and something in his eyes tightens like pride. We move, not in a convoy this time, in a cleaner pattern. 2 cars, quiet routes, timing controlled, no detours, no official signage, no chances. The building we arrive at is different from the last one, more neutral, more sealed. Inside, phones are taken again, names checked, doors opened without discussion, council adjacent, not the council itself, but the weather system right before it becomes a storm. We're guided into a conference room with the same long table, the same water glasses, the same men. But tonight there are more, and the air is heavier. The silver-haired man sits at the far end again, expression smooth and satisfied, like he went to bed certain the vote would cut Gavin's hands off me. Camille is there too, seated slightly behind him, composed, eyes unreadable. The funeral man is there, the one who smiled in the van. When his gaze lands on me, he smiles again, small and smug, as if we're sharing a private joke. My stomach turns. Gavin's hand hovers near my lower back, not touching, just presence. I steady myself. The silver-haired man clears his throat. Let's begin, he says. A vote has been called. Gavin's voice is calm. I'm aware. The silver-haired man's smile tightens. Then you understand the outcome. Erin will be removed from your protection and placed under a sanctioned guardian. Placed, as if I'm a chess piece. My pulse pounds. I take one step forward before Gavin can speak. I'd like to speak, I say. The room stills. The silver-haired man smiles indulgently. Erin, this is procedural. Procedures don't apply to kidnapping, I cut in, voice sharper than I expected. And they don't apply to my body. A murmur ripples. The silver-haired man's smile thins. We are trying to ensure stability. I lift my chin. Stability is not your word, it's your excuse. Silence. I feel Gavin's attention lock in, steady behind me. I keep going. You voted, I say, voice trembling but controlled, as if I wasn't alive, as if I wasn't sitting here listening to men decide who gets me. My eyes flick to the funeral man. His smile doesn't falter. My throat tightens with rage. I am not a vacancy, I say. I am not a prize. I am not a solution. The silver-haired man sighs, patient. Erin. No, I say, and the word lands clean. You don't get to hush me while you plan my baby's life like a contract clause. My hand lifts to my belly, deliberate. My baby is not up for vote. The room shifts. Some faces tighten, others soften, just a fraction, as if the word mother makes them remember their own. The silver-haired man leans forward, eyes cool. Your baby is a matter of legitimacy. I feel the word like a slap. Legitimacy, I repeat. You mean control. Camille's gaze flickers. The silver-haired man continues. A guardian ensures the child is born in the right house. Wrong house. Right house. The phrases echo like poison. I turn my head slightly, looking at each man at the table. You know what the wrong house is? I ask softly. No one answers. I smile, but it's not pretty. The wrong house is the one that kidnaps a pregnant widow and calls it stability, I say. A sharp inhale from someone. The funeral man's smile tightens. The silver-haired man's eyes narrow. This is emotional manipulation. I laugh once. Everything you do is manipulation. Then I lean in, voice steady, clear. And if you want to talk about legitimacy, let's talk about proof. The silver-haired man's smile returns, sharp. What proof do you have, Erin? I glance at Gavin, just once, the signal. His gaze meets mine, unwavering. He steps forward, calm as death, and slides his phone onto the table. Then another document. Then a photo. The room tightens around the evidence like a noose. What is this? The silver-haired man demands, voice tightening. Gavin's voice is quiet. Receipts. Camille's face drains slightly as she recognizes what's on the screen. Messages, timestamps, route manipulation logs, surveillance stills. Proof that the detour was arranged. Proof that the kidnapping was coordinated. Proof that the funeral man's number appears where it shouldn't. The funeral man's smile finally slips, just for a heartbeat. It's enough. The silver-haired man's eyes flicker, calculating fast. This could be fabricated. Gavin's gaze doesn't blink, then call for an audit. The room goes still. Because audits in this world are weapons. They erase careers. They erase access. They don't spill blood. They spill lives. The silver-haired man turns to Camille, voice sharp. Is this true? Camille's composure cracks for the first time since I met her. She swallows. I warned you, she says quietly. Not to me, not to Gavin. To the silver-haired man. The funeral man shifts in his chair. This is political theater. Gavin's gaze slides to him like a blade. You held her. The funeral man stiffens. She was not harmed. Gavin's voice drops. You don't get credit for not being a monster. A sharp silence. Gavin turns to the table. The vote to remove Erin from my protection is invalid. The silver-haired man's eyes harden. You don't have that authority. Gavin's voice stays calm. Watch me take it. A murmur ripples. Men glance at each other, alliances recalculating in real time. The silver-haired man leans forward, voice cold. If you refuse the vote, you break the alliance system. Gavin's gaze is flat. Then it was already broken. My throat tightens. The funeral man suddenly laughs, harsh. You're doing this because you want her. The words slice the room open. All eyes flick to me, to Gavin, to the space between us. This is the scandal they want, the story they can sell. Gavin's jaw tightens. He looks at me, silent, question again. Do I want him to claim, or do I want him to shield? My husband's letter echoes in my skull. If she chooses you, let it be her choice, not your claim. I inhale. I step forward. And I speak before Gavin can. Yes, I say. The word lands like a gunshot. The room freezes. The funeral man's eyes widen slightly, then sharpen. The silver-haired man's mouth tightens. Camille's gaze flickers to me with something like surprise. I keep going, voice shaking but clear. Yes, I repeat. He wants me, and I want him. A murmur ripples. Outrage, fascination, calculation. I lift my chin. But that isn't why he's protecting me. I gesture toward the evidence on the table. He's protecting me because you took me, I say. Because you tried to sell my grief for stability. Because you tried to force my baby into your system. My voice tightens. And you failed, I whisper. The silver-haired man's eyes narrow. So you admit you're compromised. I laugh once, bitter. Compromised? I'm alive. I turn to the room, letting my gaze hold each man one by one. I choose. I say. Not you. The sentence settles. The air shifts. Even the men who hate Gavin cannot ignore the power in a woman refusing transfer. Gavin steps beside me then, not touching, just presence. His voice is low, calm, and it changes everything. Her choice, he says. Not your vote. The silver-haired man's jaw tightens. Then what do you propose, Gavin? Gavin's gaze goes cold. A sanction, he says, on everyone involved in the kidnapping. Access revoked, routes closed, accounts frozen, a public correction to restore stability. Public correction, not blood, not bullets, erasure. The silver-haired man stiffens. That's extreme. Gavin's mouth barely moves. Kidnapping a pregnant widow was extreme. Silence. Then, slowly, a man on the opposite side of the table clears his throat. I agree, he says. We can't allow this precedent. Another man nods. Sanction them. The silver-haired man's eyes flash, furious. The tide turns, not because Gavin is louder, because Gavin brought proof. And proof in this world is power. The funeral man rises abruptly, face hardening. This is a mistake. Gavin's gaze pins him. Sit. The funeral man hesitates, then sits because the room has shifted against him. The silver-haired man's smile is gone now. You're making enemies, he spits. Gavin's voice stays calm. Enemies who kidnap widows deserve to be enemies. The vote shifts, quiet murmurs, heads nodding, alliances recalibrating, and then it happens. A man at the side of the table speaks like he's reading a verdict. The motion to remove Erin from Gavin Tratroli's protection is withdrawn, he says. Pending sanction review. Withdrawn. My lungs finally release. My knees feel weak. Gavin doesn't look relieved. He looks satisfied, like the board just snapped back into the shape he demanded. But then the silver-haired man turns his gaze to me, eyes sharp, voice smooth again. This is not over, he says softly. You've made yourself untouchable. I lift my chin. That was the goal. His smile turns thin. You think you won. I glance at Gavin, then back. I think I survived, I say. Gavin's voice cuts in low. And she'll keep surviving. We leave the room before the silver-haired man can find another knife-shaped sentence. In the hallway, my legs finally wobble. Gavin's hand touches my elbow, light, steady, just enough to keep me upright. The contact sparks warmth up my arm. I swallow hard, throat tight. We reach the elevator. The doors close. The silence inside is different now. Not tension, aftermath. My breath shakes. We did it. Gavin's gaze stays forward. We corrected it. I laugh once wet. Is that what you call winning? His mouth tightens, then softens by a fraction. It's what I call keeping you, he says quietly. My heart stutters. I whisper, you're not supposed to say that. Gavin turns his head. His gaze locks on mine, dark, steady. I'm past supposed to, he murmurs. The elevator opens. We move through the lobby and into the car. Only when the doors shut do my tears finally spill, relief tears, exhaustion tears, grief still threaded through them. I hate them, I whisper. Gavin's hand comes to my thigh, not sliding, not explicit, just a steady anchor. I know, he says. I hate that my husband. My voice cracks. That he knew. Gavin's thumb presses lightly, grounding. He wanted you alive. I swallow hard. I wanted him alive. Gavin's gaze turns rough, voice low. I know. The car pulls away. We return to the safe house as dawn begins to lighten the sky, pale and new. Inside, the world feels quieter. Not safe in the forever sense. Safe in the for now sense. Gavin closes the door behind us, then turns to me. His eyes hold mine. No politics. No board. Just us. You were incredible, he says quietly. My throat tightens. Don't approve me. His mouth twitches, the faintest hint of humor. Then stop being worth approving. A laugh bursts out of me, bright, startled, mixed with tears. It's the first real laugh I've had since the funeral. It breaks something open. I step closer, my hands trembling. I chose you. Gavin's jaw flexes. I heard. My eyes sting. And you still want me? His gaze darkens. More. The word sends heat through me. I whisper, even with all this? Gavin steps close, enough that I feel his warmth, his restraint, his devotion. Yes, he says, especially with all this. His hand lifts slowly and cups my cheek, the same touch from the sweet, the same grounding contact that makes my body exhale. He leans in and kisses my forehead first, then my mouth. Slow. Deep. Not desperate tonight. Certain. A promise. When he pulls back, his forehead rests against mine. His voice is low. We're going to build a life out of this. My breath shakes. How? Gavin's gaze holds mine. One day at a time. One breath at a time. He slides his hand to my belly, resting it there gently, protective, reverent. My throat tightens. Tears spill again, but these aren't only grief. These are the kind of tears that come when something broken finds a place to rest. I'm scared, I whisper. Gavin's voice is soft at the edges, still iron underneath. I know, he says, and I'm here. He gathers me into his arms, holding me close, one hand at my back, the other over my belly. We stand there in the quiet, breathing together as the sky shifts toward morning, and I realize something that makes my chest ache in the best way. My husband's story ended in a coffin. Mine doesn't. Mine ends here, alive, chosen, protected, not by a system, not by a vote, but by my own voice, and by the man who refused to let the world turn me into a vacancy. Epilogue. They tried to make my life a vote. They tried to turn my grief into an opening, my pregnancy into a bargaining chip, my body into a doorway to power, and for a while, God, for a while, they almost succeeded. Because the truth is, when my husband died, the world didn't pause for my heartbreak. It leaned in, it calculated, it circled, it waited for me to collapse so it could decide what my collapse would cost. But Gavin Tratroli didn't circle. He arrived, like a closing door, like a wall being built in real time, like something that didn't care about polite permission. He told me to breathe when I forgot how, and then he made sure I lived long enough to remember I could speak. The first time I felt the baby kick, I was alone in the kitchen. Not alone like I used to be. Alone in the way Gavin's house allows, where silence is guarded and the air doesn't feel like it's borrowing your lungs. It was early morning, the kind where the light is soft and the world looks almost forgiving. Lucia had left a mug of ginger tea on the counter, like she could predict my body better than I could. The nausea had eased in the last few weeks, and I'd started to trust my stomach again, tentatively, like it was a skittish animal. I just opened the fridge. And yes, there was a dedicated shelf now. Vanilla ice cream, stacked neatly like a luxury. Pickles in jars of varying shapes and brands, ranked like wine. A sticky note in Lucia's handwriting taped to the shelf. No one touches the pickles without asking. I laughed out loud. An actual laugh, the kind that surprises you because you forgot your body could make that sound without breaking. My hand drifted down to my stomach without thinking, and then a flutter. Not gas, not cramps, not my imagination. A small, definite push from inside, like the baby was knocking, like the baby was reminding me that I wasn't just surviving, I was becoming. My breath caught. I froze with the fridge door open, cold air spilling over my bare arms. Hey, I whispered, voice shaking. Hi. It happened again, a stronger kick this time, unmistakable, a tiny insistence that made my eyes sting so fast I didn't even have time to pretend I was fine. I pressed my palm to the spot and held my breath. Gavin, I called, and my voice cracked on his name like prayer. He was there before I finished the second syllable. Of course he was. He didn't run into the kitchen like a man expecting violence. He walked in like a man who can smell fear from rooms away. His sleeves were rolled up, hair still slightly undone like he'd just come from the office he pretended he didn't sleep in. He stopped when he saw my face. What? He said, low and sharp. I swallowed hard. I think. His gaze flicked to my stomach, then back to my face. Are you in pain? No, I whispered, smiling through tears. No. Another kick. Harder. My hand pressed into my belly instinctively. Gavin's entire body went still, not like a man shocked, like a man afraid to move because the moment is too sacred to touch. It kicked, I breathed. His jaw flexed. His eyes darkened, then softened by a fraction so small it would have been invisible to anyone who didn't know him. Again, I whispered, almost laughing. It did it again. Gavin took one slow step forward, then another. He stopped right in front of me, close enough to feel the heat of him. He didn't touch. Not yet. His voice came out rough. Where? I guided his gaze with my hand. Here. His breathing changed. He lifted his hand slowly, like he was asking permission from the universe. Can I? He murmured. My throat tightened, because the question should have been absurd in our world. Men like Gavin didn't ask. But he asked me. Always me. I nodded. Yes. His palm settled over my stomach with a careful, reverent touch. Warm, steady, a beat of stillness. Nothing. Gavin's jaw tightened like he was bracing for disappointment he didn't deserve. Then, right under his hand, the baby kicked again. Gavin froze. A sound left him. That wasn't quite a breath and wasn't quite a laugh. His eyes lifted to mine, and for the first time since I met him, I saw something that didn't belong to politics or violence or control. Wonder. Pure, shocked wonder. That, he whispered, voice wrecked. was real. I laughed through tears. I think it likes you. Gavin's thumb moved once, a small stroke over my belly like a vow. It's mine to protect, he said. I rolled my eyes, crying and smiling at once. Everything is yours to protect. His gaze snapped to mine. No. The single word was iron, then, softer, dangerous with honesty, he added, you are. My chest tightened because the truth of it was too big to hold. I whispered, and I'm yours to choose. Gavin stared at me like that sentence was a weapon and a gift in the same breath. Then he lowered his forehead to mine, not kissing, just pressing there like he needed to steady himself. I will never forgive them, he murmured. Who? I asked, though I already knew. The men who tried to turn this into a transaction, he said, voice low. The ones who thought your fear made you available. His hand stayed on my belly, warm and firm. And, he added, quieter, the dead man who thought he could control you from the grave. My breath caught. He loved me, I whispered. Gavin's jaw flexed. I know. There it was again. Permission. Not denial. Not jealousy disguised as righteousness. Just the steady truth that my grief had a place here too. He kissed my temple, slow and restrained. Then he stepped back, but his hand lingered another second, as if he couldn't help himself. Lucia chose that moment to enter, as if she'd been waiting in the hallway for the sound of my heart breaking open. She took one look at my face, one look at Gavin's hand on my stomach, and her mouth twitched. Ah, she said, dry as dust. The first kick. I blinked at her, laughing and crying. How did you? Lucia waved a hand vaguely. Women know. Gavin's gaze slid to her, unimpressed. You knew and didn't tell me. Lucia lifted her chin. I knew she would tell you when she wanted to. Gavin stared at her for a long beat. Then he said, low and deadly, you're still on pickle probation. Lucia didn't blink. I accept. I laughed so hard I almost cried all over again. And somehow, that was the moment it hit me. We weren't just surviving. We were becoming a family in the most ridiculous, real way possible. 2 months later, the wrong house became the only house that mattered. It happened in a chapel tucked behind an old members club, quiet, immaculate, soaked in golden light. A private place Gavin used for vows and warnings. He didn't choose a ballroom. He didn't choose a spectacle. He chose a room that felt like truth. There were no photographers, no press, no society, only witnesses that mattered. Lucia, Ettore, 2 men from Gavin's inner circle, and 1 council-adjacent representative with eyes that missed nothing. And me. He stood at the front in a suit so dark it looked like it was woven out of midnight. I walked down the aisle in a simple ivory dress that didn't pretend I wasn't pregnant. It didn't hide. It didn't apologize. I had a small bouquet of white flowers in my hand because Lucia insisted on something soft, and because for once I allowed softness without shame. When I reached him, Gavin didn't take my hand immediately. He looked at my belly first, then my face. His voice was low enough only I could hear. Are you sure? Not a question, a check-in. Consent, again. Always. I swallowed hard. Yes. His jaw tightened like he was holding something dangerous back. Then he took my hand, slow and deliberate, and for a moment I felt the weight of every eye in every room that had ever tried to claim me. And I realized none of them mattered now. The officiant spoke. Words about vows, loyalty, chosen family, futures built in fire. But I barely heard any of it, because Gavin's thumb kept stroking my knuckles as if he was anchoring himself. When it was time for him to speak, Gavin didn't give poetry. He gave truth. I swore an oath, he said, voice calm, every word landing like a verdict, to a dead man, and I broke it. A small inhale moved through the room. I felt my throat tighten. Gavin's gaze locked on mine. I broke it because it wasn't his vow to control, he said, and it wasn't their right to take. He paused. His voice roughened. She chose. The officiant's eyes flicked briefly to me, then away. Respectful. Gavin didn't look away. He went on. I won't promise I'm gentle, he said, the honesty like a blade wrapped in silk. I won't promise I'm easy. I won't promise the world stops coming. A small dark smile cut the corner of his mouth. But I will promise this. No one touches what belongs to her. No one decides her future. No one uses her baby as leverage again. He lifted my hand to his mouth and kissed my fingers, not possessive, not performative, reverent. Then he leaned in, voice lowering, private. And if they try, he murmured, I'll end their access to the world. My breath caught. The officiant asked if I accepted him, and I didn't say it like a shy bride. I said it like a woman who had been hunted and learned how to hunt back. I do, I said, steady, and I choose him. Gavin's eyes flashed dark. The ring he slid onto my finger wasn't just beautiful, it was a symbol. Black gold, simple, unmistakable, a marker that didn't scream. It didn't have to. Because everyone who mattered would recognize it the same way they recognized the shift in a room when Gavin walked in. We were pronounced. We were bound. And when he kissed me, it wasn't a stolen kiss in grief. It was a kiss claimed by choice. Slow, deep, certain. The kind of kiss that tells the world, try us. Our baby was born on a morning the sky looked soft enough to forgive everything. It didn't happen dramatically. No sirens, no chaos, no blood and screaming. Just labor, breath, pain that felt like my body splitting into two lives. Gavin was there the entire time. Not hovering like a nervous man, present like a wall. He held my hand and didn't flinch when I crushed it. He wiped sweat off my forehead with his sleeve, like he didn't care about the suit he wore even in a hospital room because the world might try to watch. At one point, when the pain made me sob, I grabbed his shirt and snarled, I hate you. His eyes stayed on mine. He said, calm as death, I know. Then, softer, you're doing it, breathe. And I did, because I always did when he told me to. Because the command had become a language between us, an anchor, not a cage. When the baby finally cried, a sharp, furious sound that filled the room like a verdict, Gavin's face changed. Not much. Not in a way anyone else would notice. But I saw it. His jaw loosened. His eyes went bright in a way that had nothing to do with tears and everything to do with something breaking open inside him. The nurse placed the baby on my chest, warm and wet and real. A little girl. Dark hair, loud lungs, a stubborn set to her mouth that made me laugh even through exhaustion. Lucia had been right. Women know. Gavin leaned in slowly, hand hovering first, as if he still couldn't believe he was allowed. Can I? He whispered, raw. I nodded, barely able to speak. Yes. His fingertip touched her tiny hand. She grabbed him instantly, fist closing around his finger like she'd been waiting. Gavin froze. A sound left his throat, half breath, half laugh, half something sacred. She's... he whispered, voice wrecked. She's strong. I smiled through tears. She's ours. Gavin's gaze snapped to mine. That word. Ours. It wasn't ownership. It was family. It was choice. It was the future that was never supposed to belong to us. He kissed my forehead, then my cheek, then my mouth, gentle and shaking. I'm sorry, he murmured against my lips. For what? I whispered. For every second you were alone in this, he said, voice low. For every man who thought your grief made you available. For every breath you had to steal back. My throat tightened. I pressed my face to our baby's hair and whispered, we're here. Gavin's hand rested over my belly, over the place she'd been, and then over my heart, as if claiming nothing but the truth. I lived. We lived. The world didn't get to decide. A week after the birth, we returned to Gavin's house. The wrong house, according to people who no longer had the permission to speak. The perimeter lights were softer now. The guards' faces were calmer. The air felt different, like the building itself had absorbed the shift. Lucia greeted us at the door with her usual calm, but when she saw the baby, something small and human cracked in her eyes. She's beautiful, she said, voice softer than I'd ever heard. Gavin's mouth tightened. Don't get emotional. Lucia snorted. You're holding a baby like she's a crown. Sit down. I laughed. The baby fussed, and Gavin's entire posture changed instantly. Alert, focused, moving toward me like instinct. I've got her, I murmured. Gavin hovered anyway. I know, he said. I'm still watching. I looked up at him, exhausted and tender and raw. Do you ever stop? I asked. Gavin's gaze dropped to our daughter. No, he said quietly. Not when it matters. That night, after the baby finally slept, Gavin and I stood at the window in the bedroom, my bedroom, our bedroom, watching the perimeter lights glow against the dark. He stood behind me, arms around my waist, his face pressed into my neck, his breathing slow. The house felt quiet, not the tense quiet of danger, the quiet of belonging. I whispered, do you think they'll try again? Gavin's voice was low, steady, not soon. Why? He kissed the curve of my neck softly. Because the last time they tried, he murmured, they learned what happens when you choose me. A shiver ran through me, not fear. Heat. I leaned back into him. And what happens? I asked, voice barely there. Gavin's hands tightened at my waist, firm and reverent. I become unforgivable, he murmured, and you become untouchable. I turned in his arms and looked up at him. His eyes were dark and steady. Obsession lived there, yes, but so did devotion. A kind of devotion that didn't ask me to disappear into his world. It made room for me to stand. I swallowed hard. I used to think love was soft. Gavin's mouth brushed mine slow. Love is choice, he said. Soft is optional. I laughed softly. You're ridiculous. His gaze sharpened, amused. You married me. I smiled, then my eyes stung. I miss him sometimes, I admitted, voice small. Gavin didn't flinch. He didn't get jealous. He didn't punish me for honesty. He just nodded once and pressed his forehead to mine. I know, he whispered. And I'm not competing with a dead man. I'm building what he can't. Tears slid down my cheeks. Gavin kissed them away like he'd done in the suite, like he'd done 100 times since. Then he whispered low, absolute. You're safe. You're chosen. You're loved. I stared at him, heart aching. Say it again, I whispered. Gavin's mouth found mine, slow, deep, sure. And when he pulled back, his voice was a vow that didn't belong to any dead man. Erin, he said, you're mine only if you keep choosing me. My breath caught. I smiled. Small, fierce, real. Then you're in trouble, I whispered, because I'm not stopping. Gavin's eyes went dark with the kind of hunger that comes from finally being allowed. He lifted me easily, carrying me toward the bed, and this time there was no guilt in the movement. Only certainty. Only home. Only the quiet, unstoppable truth that slapped through my chest like thunder. They called it the wrong house. But I built my life in it anyway. And for the first time, the future didn't feel like a threat. It felt like ours. Like a promise. Like a heartbeat knocking from the inside, saying, we're here, we're staying. Thank you for listening. If this story had you holding your breath, go ahead and hit like. It tells YouTube you want more Mafia romance with this level of intensity. Subscribe so you don't miss the next audiobook drop, and comment your favorite moment, especially the scene that made you yell at your screen. Your engagement helps keep this channel alive and growing, and it helps YouTube push these stories to more listeners who need them. This channel and all content posted here are owned by Bayless Dambra. See you in the next book. Until then, stay ruined.